balitang matatotoanan, balitang mapagkakatiwalaan, balitang may paggagamitan. Skip the scroll and stream at every 36 news stream. Kasama si Justin Di sa neto makibalitang makialam matuto at magdesisyon. Tama magdesisyon ang tama Skip the scroll and stream at every 36 news stream. Kasama si Justin Di sa neto makibalitang makialam matuto at magdesisyon na tama.
Flood control sa kandating at sabay ho ng State of the Nation address ng Pangulo at pinabanggit niya na iimbestigahan. May mananagot sa mga flood control na depektibo. Gusto ho nating makunan ng pulso yung pong mga mamamayan ho dito, lalong-lalo na yung pong mga apektado. Nung narinig mo ang Pangulo, sinabi niya may mananagot sa mga depektibong flood control project.
Opo.
Anong naramdaman mo?
Siyempre, unang-una, ano po sir, yung po kung sino po mananagot, kailangan po dapat kung talagang may mananagot po dito kasi kawawa naman po yung mga tao. Matagal na po kami sa naninirahan dito. So, kailangan po, Mr. President, may mananagot po dito sa project na ito. Kung hindi po magagawa ng paraan.
Ayun. At dito ba sa nakikita ho ninyong proyekto na to? Ito, ano na to pangalawa ng paggawa, tama? Pangalawa na. Balami, nagsaya tayo na. Pangatlo na ba yan? Halos pangatlo na. Okay. So, dito nilagyan ho ng fence para ho yung pong current, yung agos ho ng tubig dito sa Pampanga River, kahit papaano makontrol ho yung pag-anod ng lupa, dahil nagkakaroon ho ng matinding soil erosion. So, ang isa ho sa gustong marinig po nito pong ating pong mga kababayan dito ho sa Arayat, Pampanga, siya nawa daw talagang kung sakaling i-rehabilitate to, makatotohanan na rehabilitasyon upang masalba ang kanilang mga tahanan. Mga ilang bahay ba kayo dito?
Ano po kami dito, mga 20 families po kami dito. Mga 20 families kami. Hanggang po ito, no?
Abak na balik. Ito po mga kaibigan ng flood control sa kandating at sabay ho ng State of the Nation address ng Pangulo at pinabanggit niya na may mananagot sa mga flood control na depektibo.
Sino ba yung mananagot?
Gusto ho nating makunan ng pulso yung pong mga mamamayan ho dito, lalong-lalo na yung pong mga apektado. Nung narinig mo ang Pangulo, sinabi niya may mananagot sa mga depektibong flood control project.
Opo.
Anong naramdaman mo?
Siyempre, unang-una, ano po sir, yung po kung sino po mananagot, kailangan po dapat kung talagang may mananagot po dito kasi kawawa naman po yung mga tao. Matagal na po kami sa naninirahan dito. So, kailangan po, Mr. President, may mananagot po dito sa project na ito. Kung hindi po magagawa ng paraan.
Ayun. At dito ba sa nakikita ho ninyong proyekto na to? Ito, ano na to pangalawa ng paggawa, tama? Pangalawa na. Balami, nagsaya tayo na. Pangatlo na ba yan? Halos pangatlo na. Okay. So, dito ho sa rehabilitasyon, mga kaibigan, ito hong kandating. Yan ho nilagyan ho ng fence para ho yung pong current, yung agos ho ng tubig dito sa Pampanga River, kahit papaano makontrol ho yung pag-anod ng lupa, dahil nagkakaroon ho ng matinding soil erosion. So, ang isa ho sa gustong marinig po nito pong ating pong mga kababayan dito ho sa Arayat, Pampanga, siya nawa daw, talagang kung sakaling i-rehabilitate to, rehabilitasyon upang masalba ang kanilang mga tahanan. Mga ilang bahay ba kayo dito?
Ano po kami dito, mga 20 families po kami dito. Mga 20 families kami. Hanggang po ito, no?
Abak na balik. Ito po mga kaibigan.
Paplata tanda mo matin ko itakay. Nanyapi. yan naman makakukurya kahit
So, ito ho yung lugar mga kaibigan kung saan nakuha yung video. Itong natatada kaya ko yan. Gaya mo. Bakit in-stop? Bakit in-stop? So, bigla na lang in-stop. So, dito mga kaibigan, kung makikita ho ninyo, ito ho yung pinaka slope protection niya kanina ko yan.
Riprap yan ngayon eh.
Riprap yan.
Pinutol dito, dapat hanggang doon eh.
So dapat, hanggang doon dapat to. Pinutol. Ano sabi nila nung ginagawa pa lang to?
Sabi nila hanggang doon eh. Tapos nabidyohan daw. Pinastop.
So nung nabidyohan, binawal na, hindi na tinuloy. Nakikita ho ninyo mga kaibigan, kung ilang Kitangil River, ito hong mga kabayan ho dito na nasa paanan ho ng ilog. Pag malakas daw ang tubig, umaapaw yan. Ano? Kaya napakahalaga ng slope protection. Kayo ho, nangangamba ho ba kayo sa kalagayan ho ninyo?
Ano? Tuwing malakas po lang po.
Kung Agos. Ano naman ho masasabi nyo dahil sabi ng Pangulo talaga sisilipin yung mga flood control kung yan ho nagsisilbing tunay o palpak, substandard. Kayo ho, sa ginagawa ng Pangulo, kayo po ba umaasa na mayroong mananagot?
Hopefully po. Lalo na if ever hindi talaga sila transparent and hindi talaga nila ginagawa yung mga projects talaga ng DPWH.
Alam niya pong laman yan.
Alam niya po anong laman yan?
Opo, alam niya pong laman yan. May busbusya po sino.
May pulpul nepo.
Opo, may pulpul nepo.
So mga kaibigan, ayan. Lipat tayo ng drone kaninang umaga at ang tinutumbok ko nito sa inyong nakikita ay isa kong ang binabanggit ko nilang termino, ground seal para po daw dun sa dam system na inaayos para sa mga magsasaka dito sa Magalang, Pampanga. Pero marami din tayong nakitang talagang ang ninipis na semento at may nasira na. So, dito tayo sa tanggapan ho ni Mayor Malulacson. Mayor, habang tinitingnan natin itong video, ayan may mga nasira. Ikaw ba na-inspect mo na itong mata?
Oo po. Dahil may reports nga na ganyan sa tapat ng mga bahay. Yung mga tapat ng bahay sila nag-report actually. Tapos ninaya ko yung sa engineering sa office namin para i-check namin kasi mas alam nila yung so upon checking, ito nga po yung nakita namin to. Buti may copy ka niya na ikaw yung mismo nag-drone yan.
Oo. At dito sa kwento ho ng tao, may mga obserbasyon ho silang maninipis yung bakal. No? So ayan, pasadahan lang ho natin. Ito ho yung dam daw at merong malaking tarpaulin dyan, pero ang binabanggit ho ng DPWH, hindi kasama sa project yung sa bahay. Pero dito, meron din tayong nakitang pag
Ganon?
Yes po.
Oh. Bigyan mo tig-isa pero 20, ilan yun? 20 ka mo? 28?
28. Opo. Naman yan, yung intention niya, no? It so happens medyo nilubog yung hindi dating nilulubugan recently, kaya ganyan siguro na gano'n yung mga tao. At nakita namin yung mga yan. So yung coordination ng DPWH sa amin is kumbaga, hindi naman siya ganun hindi siya established talaga. Wala siya talagang sinusundan ng mga protocol na punta muna sila dito to let us know of the bali yung ginagawa namin is pag natapos na yung project, alam na namin na natapos na yung project. Wala kaming pinipirmahan or yung hindi kamukha dati na meron yung sa completion niya. That was years back. Pero from the time na naupo ako, hindi po tayo, yung coordination lang ng mag-request kami. Just like, kasi sa gustuhan natin at hindi, sila pa rin ang makakatulong sa atin in terms of infrastructure development ng bayan. So, ginawa is nagsumusulat kami sa kanila, yung mga requirements namin ay binibigay namin sa kanila. Yearly yun, nagsasubmit kami yung road network na wala pang, hindi pa complete, ganon. Alam nila yon. So, makikita lang namin na ibababa nila yung project, yung contractor na yung gumagawa. So, yun, kaya lang namin matapos. Pero dito nga, parang may back job, yung bang gano'n, parang may depression, lalo na pa naman, paglubog ang pinag-uusapan natin, affected talaga yung mga tao.
Flood talaga yung
yung malapit sa river, sa river banks natin. Kasi, actually, dapat wala man yung mga yan. Mga informal settlers yan. Pero andyan na kasi yung mga yan. Kaya kailangan na natin silang proteksyonan. At least naman, nagre-retrofit na yung DPWH sa mga nasirang nangyari. At hopefully naman yung ginagawa nila ngayon ay maging matibay na at hindi na ma-apekto ng mga residente na nasa tabi ng mga damaged areas nila.
At panghuli, mga kaibigan, sa kwento ho dito ho sa mga infrastruktura na ayan nasisira at yung buti ho din ng mga project na multi-purpose, daan, slope protection na tapos may dam system pa, nakatutulong. Nga lamang sa isang banda, mga kaibigan, dito ho sa pagsisiyasat ho namin sa ilang mga struktura, ay talagang may tama, Mayora, no? Nakita natin may mga problemado pang lugar. Ayan. Kaya ulit yung portion sa mismong ground seal yan, kung sa ginagawa pala po nila. Pila niya milyon na? 14 million.
Ay, itang repair na siguro, pero itang original contract na siguro niyan, about 70 million. Kasi rin gagawa ng slope protection scheme, makanyang naman kahalas talaga. So, nung tinignan namin yung portal for the year 2022 hanggang 2025, almost 2 billion. 2 billion. Almost.
Ganun kalaki. Flood control.
Flood control and slope protection yon. Lahat sa Pangbalen Creek, sa San Agustin, San Roque.
Since 2022.
Based on the portal po ng
Subong Mombang.
Oo. Pero kami wala kaming consolidated copy. Binibigyan lang kami ng DPWH on the update kung ano yung ginagagawa at the middle of the project or completion na. So yun, dahil siguro medyo manipis yung wall niya, kaya pag yung force ng tubig, didirect doon yung tubig para hindi siya lahat dito, kaya nasisira kaagad yung at least it's a wake-up call to everyone na kailangan talagang mabantayan ang trabaho. At we're not pointing fingers here, but at least this one, makikita na paigihin yung trabaho natin.
Pero yung master plan natin, well coordinated na sa Public Works o
meron ka, hinihintay ko yung resolution from the Sangguniang Bayan na in-endorse ko sa kanila way back July pa. Parang yung pagpaplano ulit ng drainage system sa buong Magalang. Kasi ngayon napansin namin na meron mga barado na, meron walang crossroad na drainage, meron dito tapos wala doon, putol-putol yung mga yun, para lang madugtong-dugtong na lahat at maging maluwag na yung daloy ng rainwater sa drainage system namin. Meron kaming request sa DPWH to help us with that, na sana mapondohan nila na yung, anyway sila naman na nagtrabaho ng mga initial na na nilay nilang drainage at ituloy na lang. And I hope matutuloy yun kasi meron silang pending pang trabaho.
Pero dito sa mga para at least maging once and for all, klaro din kung paano ho yung magiging mando ho nila dyan ho sa river system ng Magalang.
Siguro kausapin ko si DE, nasabihin ko lang sa kanya na ito yung current situation namin. Investigation that will follow, but what I am after for ngayon is to have it repaired. Yung lahat lang na prioritize natin yung safety ng mga tao. And then if there's something to look into na kailangan tignan, that will follow. Pero ang priority ko ngayon is to have them repaired para itong damages na to hindi na lalaki at maproteksyonan natin ang mga kababayan natin na nakatira sa area na yan.
Maraming po salamat, Mayor.
August 17, 2024, nang mapuno na pangamba ang mga residente sa Purok Dodoro at Barangay Candating, Arayat, Pampanga, matapos gumuho ang flood control project sa nasabing lugar. Matapos ng 5 buwan, sariwa pa rin sa isip ng residenteng si Sonny Esguera ang pangyayari.
Mi po balo nung nanunggawan mi, mi po balo no kaya marap din yung kaputol ko kaya nilil mas lalo makalunos. Susopa mi laro gumana ako kargo ang pakikain mi po yung kargado. Makatakot saka darandama mula po kasi rin bakal, mamakbong, lalagutok, masikan po, yan ang ako po may patutod.
Hanggang sa kasalukuyan, nababalot pa rin sila ng takot at hindi mapakali.
Stress kami pa pong ganyan ito, tsaka maninervisan kami, siyempre, may balo nung namalyari kaya kami.
As of January 13, 2025, 30 to 40% complete na ang ginagawang restoration at repair dito. Ayon sa project inspector na si Engineer Brian Jasper Santiago ng DPWH 1st District Engineering Office, matatapos sa kumpunisa ng wasak na istruktura sa loob ng 2 hanggang 3 buwan.
Within 2 to 3 months po, kung okay naman yung panahon, siguro matatapos na po natin lahat ng restoration dyan, ng repair works.
Ginagawa ng contractor ng Edmer Construction and Trading na walang additional cost sa gobyerno ang repair dahil pasok umano sa warranty ng proyekto. Samantala, patuloy daw ang pagbabantay ng DPWH sa repair upang masiguro ang pagsunod sa design ng flood control project. Liana Canilao, CLTV 36 News. August 17, 2024, nang mapuno na pangamba ang mga residente sa Purok Dodoro at Barangay Candating, Arayat, Pampanga, matapos gumuho ang flood control project sa nasabing lugar. Matapos ng 5 buwan, sariwa pa rin sa isip ng residenteng si Sonny Esguera ang pangyayari.
Mi po balo nung nanunggawan mi, mi po balo no kaya marap din yung kaputol ko kaya nilil mas lalo makalunos. Susopa mi laro gumana ako kargo ang pakikain mi po yung kargado. Makatakot saka darandama mula po kasi rin bakal, mamakbong, lalagutok, masikan po, yan ang ako po may patutod.
Hanggang sa kasalukuyan, balot pa rin sila ng takot at hindi mapakali.
Stress kami pa pong ganyan ito, tsaka maninervisan kami, siyempre, may balo nung namalyari kaya kami.
As of January 13, 2025, 30 to 40% complete na ang ginagawang restoration at repair dito. Ayon sa project inspector na si Engineer Brian Jasper Santiago ng DPWH 1st District Engineering Office, matatapos ang pagkumpunisa ng wasak na istruktura sa loob ng 2 hanggang 3 buwan.
Within 2 to 3 months po, kung okay naman yung panahon, siguro matatapos na po natin lahat ng restoration dyan, ng repair works.
Ginagawa ng contractor ng Edmer Construction and Trading na walang additional cost sa gobyerno ang repair dahil pasok umano sa warranty ng proyekto. Samantala, patuloy daw ang pagbabantay ng DPWH sa repair upang masiguro ang pagsunod sa design ng flood control project. Liana Canilao, CLTV 36 News. August 7.
Balitang makatotoanan, balitang mapagkakatiwalaan, balitang may paggagamitan. Skip the scrolling stream at every 36 news stream. Kasama si Justin Di sa neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon. Tama, magdesisyon ang tama, Skip the scrolling stream at every 36 news stream. Kasama si Justin Di sa neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama. Skip the scrolling stream at every 36 news stream. Kasama si Justin Di sa neto tama mo to desisyon na tama. Balitang makatotoanan, balitang mapagkakatiwalaan, balitang may paggagamitan. Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon. Tama magdesisyon ang tama Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama. The scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama, matodesisyon na tama. Balitang makatotoanan, balitang mapagkakatiwalaan, balitang may paggagamitan. Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon. Tama magdesisyon ang tama Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama. The scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama, matodesisyon na tama. Balitang makatotoanan, balitang mapagkakatiwalaan, balitang may paggagamitan. Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon. Tama magdesisyon ang tama Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama. The scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream. Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon na tama, matodesisyon na tama.
Isang magandang umaga ho mga kabalen. Good morning, araw ho ng Martes ngayon, September 2, 2025. Justin Dizon po maghahatid sa inyo ng balita at impormasyong mapagkakatiwalaan, balita at impormasyong may paggagamitan, at balita at impormasyong makatotohanan. Ito po ang CLTV 36 News Stream. Mga kabalen, hinihintay lang natin yung opisyal na pagsisimula ho nitong pagdinig, okay, ng Kongreso kaugnay ho ng mga maanumalyang flood control projects. So ito ho mga kabalen ay pangungunahan ng isang joint committee, okay, na binuo on public accounts, public works and highways, good government and public accountability. Yan ho mga kabalin, ang mga komite na nagsama-sama ika nga para ho tutukan itong inaabangan natin yan. Ipa-flash ko lang ito. Hinihintay lang natin sa ngayon ito hong ika nga pagdinig sa mga anomalyang flood control projects at anytime soon magsisimula. Nakalagay ho sa oras 9:04 mga kabalin, pero hinihintay pa natin hanggang sa mga oras na ito. At habang nandyan tayo, magbabahagi muna ako sa inyo ng mga impormasyon na magagamit ho ninyo. Eto. At may mga ilan tayong power interruption announcement dito ho sa lalawigan ng Pampanga. Gaya na lamang dyan sa may Bekuran, Santa Rita hanggang 2:30 o 2 o'clock to 2:30. May 30-minute po na power interruption dyan sa nasabing lugar. Ganyan din ho sa lahat ng barangay ng Lubao, Pampanga. So, 2:30 po. 2 o'clock to 2:30. 30 minutes po. Kanina, alas 8 hanggang alas 8:30. Sa Sasmuan, ganyan din. 30 minutos. Mamaya, alas 2 hanggang alas 2:30. Diyan ho sa may bayan naman ng Guagua, San Jose, Santa Filomena, San Rafael, San Agustin, and San Roque. 2 o'clock to 2:30 p.m. din. Yung Barangay San Matias sa Guagua, kasali rin, maliban lang sa mga ilang lugar. San Antonio, ganyan din ho. At San Nicolas First, Plaza Burgos, Santo Cristo, Santo Niño Bangkal, San Pedro, San Pablo, San Juan, and San Isidro. Yan din mga kabalan. Ay mawawalan ho ng supply ng kuryente mamayang alas 2 hanggang alas 2:30. 30 minutos. Ito naman sa Bacolor, maghapon po, liban na lamang sa Maliwalu, Kalibutbut at Balas, kaninang alas 8 ay nagsimula hanggang alas 4 ng hapon ngayong araw. Wawalan din ho ng supply o wala akong supply ng kuryente. Babalik yan 4 p.m. Sa Lubao, San Matias, San Jose Apunan, and Concepcion hanggang alas 4 rin wala pong kuryente. Ganyan din sa Don Ignacio Dimson, San Roque Dau. Sa Lubao to and Santa Monica Highway, Santo Tomas Highway. Sa Guagua hanggang alas 4, Jose Abad Santos dyan sa Mesiran, Guagua, and Rizal at Maquiapo, Guagua. Wala rin hong kuryente. San Antonio, Guagua, ganyan din hanggang alas 4, San Matias hanggang alas 4, San Nicolas II, Santa Ines, San Miguel, San Juan Nepomuceno Highway hanggang alas 4, wala rin hong kuryente. San Agustin, sa Guagua, Santa Ursula, Juan Bautista, and San Juan Nepomuceno, wala rin hong kuryente hanggang alas 4. Ito ho mga kabalin, Yan, Dila-Dila, Santa Rita, kasali rin, hanggang 2:30. Wala hong kuryente. San Matias, Guagua, kasali hanggang 2:30, wala rin hong kuryente ngayong araw. At yan ho mga kabalin, Gutad, yan, 2 o'clock hanggang 2:30. Bekuran, ayan, basa ko na kanina, 2 o'clock hanggang 2:30. So, hinihintay lang ho natin ang pagsisimula nito pong Joint Committee on Public Accounts, Public Works and Highways, Good Government and Public Accountability hearing ng Kongreso para ho kaugnay nitong mga maanumaliyang flood control projects. Habang tayo po ay naghihintay mga kabalin, pulsuhan natin. Ano ba ang masasabi ninyo? Napanood ho ba ninyo yung pagdinig kahapon dito sa Kongreso? Abay, flash natin yan. Ipinalabas natin yan sa ating streaming. At, sorry, hindi Kongreso, Senado. Yung sa Senado, ano ba yung, kung yung mga nakanood ho kahapon, dito nga sa pagdinig, yung mga anomalyang flood control projects tinalakay din ng Blue Ribbon Committee. At kabilang, syempre, doon sa mga naging mainit na usapin, yung nakalkal, pati yung mga di umano'y ghost project. If we are talking about Central Luzon, of course, kasali ho dyan yung nadiskubre ng ating Pangulo dyan ho sa may Bulacan, na nung tinatanungin itong contractor na Wawaw Builders, nag-i-invoke ng right against self-incrimination.
Kayo ang...
Di ba? So, ito ho mga kabalin, yung ilan sa mga nagpagigil naman sa ating mga mambabatas. Parang sinasabi, ang dali-dali lang naman ang tanong kung may nalalaman na ghost project at hindi po masagot, ano, at hindi rin matukoy yung isang proyekto na ipinakita ni ng mga mambabatas dito ho sa naging pagdinig. Ito, basahin natin yung komento ng ating mga kababayan. Ito, paalala lamang the views, ito, pa-flash ko na lang para makita ninyo, the views and comments of netizens do not reflect the views and opinions of CLTV 36. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay, so pero ito, babasahin natin dahil nasa demokrasya ho tayo. At ito naman, para din marinig natin yung pulso ng ating mga kababayan. Sabi ni Larry Digula, CLTV 36 hangad din iyong kumita sa Sandstar tulad din ng mga vloggers, followers, at nang kumita sila. Yes po, tulungan ho ninyo kami na maghatid sa inyo ng makatotohanan, mapagkakatiwalaan at may paggagamitang balita at impormasyon sa pamamagitan ho ng pagpapadala ng mga stars, ay mga digital gifts ho yan, para ho naman matulungan kami dito sa ating ginagawa. Sabi ni Arnel Lopez Magat, Dong Gonzales, yung quote na niyo. Opo, actually, nabanggit natin si dating Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales, ay nakausap natin mga kabalen dyan ho na kaugnay nitong balita nga na tatlo doon sa kanyang tatlong mga flood control projects habang siya po'y kongresista dito sa Pampanga ang nai-award sa AD Gonzales Construction na pag-aari ho ng kanyang pamilya. At ayon ho sa kanya ay nasampahan na ng kaso noon sa ombudsman, nabasura na daw yung kaso, kaugnay naman ng ibang flood control project, kanya raw sasagutin sa takdang panahon. Okay, so yan ho yung sinasabi ni Congressman Gonzales ng kapanayamin ho ng CLTV 36 kahapon. Hiningi namin siyempre yung kanyang opinion o yung kanyang panig kaugnay ho nitong balita na ating ang inilabas. Ito ho, pakita ko mga kabalen, Ayan, bate ho sa website, sumbong sa Pangulo website, flood control projects na na-award sa AD Gonzales Jr. Construction and Trading. Kabilang ho dito yung flood control works sa Pasig, Potrero River, San Fernando, Santo Tomas, Minalin, Tail Dike, San Fernando, and sa Bacolor Section, Pampanga. Para ho sa mga nagtatanong, may mga nagtataka, bakit La Union sinasabi? Meron hong asterisk, meron hong note, nakalagay kasi dun sa official government website, La Union. So kinukumpirma po namin sa DPWH or actually Office of the President nga itong sumbong sa Pangulo at kung nagkamali lang sila kasi mukhang typo naman. But of course, we do not want to assume dahil ito po isang official website ng ating pamahalaan. Kaya hanggat walang reply itong sumbong sa Pangulo website admin ay linagay natin La Union at nakalagay doon, Pero ayon nga sa ating mga kababayan, Bacolor, ito yung Bacolor section, San Fernando, Pampanga. Do yun nga, ulitin ko lamang sa mga nagtataka po, baka meron nakabasa bakit La Union na ring makalagay. Dito ho sa ating sa ating art card. Ayan, nakalagay La Union. Yan ho ang nakalagay sa official government website. Okay, so kinumpirma pa namin dun sa website sumbong sa Pangulo kung ito ba ay isang technical or clerical or typographical error na ilagay lang La Union, na confused dahil nga itong Santo Tomas, Minalin ay bahagi ng Pampanga. So yun, so hindi po namin pwedeng pangunahan hanggat wala pong confirmation kasi yan yung ipinablish officially ng gobyerno. So, di ba? So, yan ho yung nakalagay, La Union So, yan ho, kaya may asterisk, So, para ho sa mga nagtatanong, ayan, yan ho yung paliwanag dyan, nakalagay ho. The official government website shows La Union as the location. Ayan. Napag-uusapan na rin naman natin yung official government website. Teka lang. So, bago ko iwan to, ito ho yung mga proyektong kabilang dyan, flood control works, Abacan River Diking and Slope Protection sa Mexico. At phase 1 din so ayon ho kay dating congressman at dating senior deputy speaker Dong Gonzales binasura na ng Congress ng ombudsman, ng Office of the Ombudsman itong kasong ito at yun ho ang kanyang paliwanag Yan ho yung kanyang at sinabi naman kaugnay nung iba siya raw ika nga maglalabas ng statement sa takdang panahon. Muli para sa mga katututok lamang, hinihintay lang ho natin yung opisyal na pagsisimula nitong congressional hearing ng Joint Committee on Public Accounts, Public Works and Highways and Good Government and Public Accountability. Kaugnay ho nitong mga maanomalyang flood control projects. Tatalakayin ho yan sa Kongreso. Maya-maya lamang. Ito hong inyong napapanood ay ang ating rini-replay ko lamang yung kahapon, yung naging talakayan sa Senado. Kaugnay nga ng mga anomalous flood control project. Ito ho, paglilinaw din, yung pagbabalita natin. Alam nyo, gusto lang nating sabihin, pag sinabi kasing flood control ngayon, parang sinasabi natin, ay masama. Diba? Hindi naman din natin masisi yung taong bayan pag laging negatibo yung nakadikit sa salitang flood control. Pero ito ho, para lang magbigyan din tayo ng ibang perspective. Mahalaga ho yung mga flood control projects. Basta ginagawa ng tama. Diba? So hindi problema kung mayroong flood control at nakumpletong ang isang kontraktor na ginawa ng tama, maayos. Hindi po yun ang issue. Ang issue dito is yung corruption. No? So kailangan lang malaman ng taong bayan saan napupunta. At hindi mo rin masisisi ang taong bayan kung bakit negatibo rin naman ang kanilang pagtingin sa salitang flood control. Hindi naman nakokontrol yung flooding. Diba? So real talk lang ho mga kabalin, talagang nahihirapan yung ating mga kababayan.
TV6 News Stream kasama si Justin Di sa neto makibalita makialam matuto at magdesisyon Tama matudesisyon ang tama Skip the scroll and stream at TV36 News Stream kasama si Justin Di sa neto makibalita makialam matuto at magdesisyon na tama.
Ito naman ho mga kabalen, umabot ho sa mahigit o sa 12 to be exact, umabot ho sa 12 flood control programs sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Pampanga ang na-award sa Edmari Construction and Trading. Batay ho sa sumbong sa Pangulo website ay 885,718,256 pesos 77 centavos ang kabuang halaga ng mga proyektong ginawa at nakumpleto ng nasabing kumpanya mula po August 2022 hanggang March 2025. At batay ho sa ito, kabilang narito yung rehabilitasyon ng gumuhong bahagi ng Pampanga River Bank sa Kandating, Arayat, Pampanga. Sa datos ho ng sumbong sa Pangulo website, 3 phase ng Kandating Flood Control Project ang nai-award dito ho sa kumpanyang Edmari. At ang bawat isa ay nagkakahalaga ng mahigit 91 million pesos. Matatanda ang naging controversial po ang naturang proyekto nang gumuho ito August 2024. Isang taon matapos po itong nakumpleto. Sa dokumento hong nakuha ng CLTV 36 News ay ang Edmari Construction and Trading ay pagmamay-ari ni Engineer Edgardo Sagum. At ito ho kailangan namin kumpirmahin diretso mula kay Representative Ana York Bondo para sagutin niya rin. Yung mga ulat, gagaya na lamang ho sa Jessica Soho Reports, ay kamag-anak niya si Pampanga 4th District Representative Ana York Bondok Sagum. Magkamag-anak daw sila. Ayon ho dito sa isang pahayagan, the Daily Tribune, at maging dito sa lokal, brother-in-law ng kongresista ang may-ari ng Edmarie. So bayaw ho mga kabalen. At nagpaabot na po ng mensahe ang CLTV 36 News kay Representative Ana York Bondoc Sagum para mahingi po ang kanyang panig sa naturang usapin. Yan ho kabalen ang latest kaugnay naman ditong mga proyekto dyan sa na-award sa Edmarie.
Kasama si Justin Dizon, neto makibalita, makialam, matuto at magdesisyon, tama matudesisyon ang tama.
Kabalan, pakita ko na lang din habang hinihintay natin yung sumbong sa Pangulo. Sumbong sa Pangulo? Yung hearing. So papakita ko ho yung website ng sumbong sa Pangulo. Nakalagay ho dito. Hindi, pag nakalagay dito sa website, hindi ibig sabihin may problema yung project. So pina-flash lang natin kung ano yung detalye. Kaya nga po merong website. Ang gagawin ho ninyo, kung meron kayong nakita na anomalya, halimbawa, may pinost natin, flood control project ginawa sa barangay X o dito sa lugar na ABCD. Nakita ninyo, wala naman sa amin Parang hindi naman naitayo yan Parang hindi naman yan, parang sira yan So pwede ho kayong magpunta dito sa website Sumbong sa Pangulo and pwede kayong mag-report ng flood control project. So halimbawa, ito, gusto nating hanapin Kandating dahil gumuho. Example na natin yung Kandating, di ba? Gumuho siya. So, teka lang. Sa Arayat. Wala. Sige nga. Pwede mo, ito, sa region, pwede mo tignan lahat. Region 3. Pwede kang mag-focus, halimbawa dito sa Pampanga. Pwedeng all types, lahat yan. So, ilalabas niya lahat ng flood control project sa Pampanga. So, ayan ho, mga kabalen, yung sumbong sa Pangulo. So, halimbawa, ito. Construction of revetment wall. Pampanga Delta Development Project, Barangay Kapalangan, Phase 2, Apalit, Pampanga. Sabi dito na kumpleto ito noong March 5, 2025. So, kung yung maayos yan, wag ho ninyong i-report. Kung hindi maayos, doon po magre-report. So ito, ipipindutin lamang itong report. So pag clinic nyo naman yan, makikita niyo rin yung lokasyon, pati yung coordinates, mga kabalen na yan. Nandyan ho yung coordinates. Kung talaga bang nag-e-exist, yun na sabing proyekto. So ayan ho, pwede ho ninyong isa-isahin dyan, mga kabalen, dahil ito po effort din ng komunidad. So, sama-sama ho sa pagbabantay. Yun din naman yung ini-encourage itong Sumbong sa Pangulo website at maganda na nagiging accessible yung mga ganitong impormasyon sa ating mga kababayan dahil syempre ho, pera natin itong pinag-uusapan dito. At pag bumabaha, tayo naman yung apektado. Nandito ho lahat yung mga flood control projects na sa lalawigan ng Pampanga at sa iba pa. So piliin nyo lamang. Sa Bulacan, pwede natin tignan. Ayan ho yung sa Bulacan, ayan, lalabas din lahat, pati yung amount. So kung nakita ho ninyo na yung sinasabi, kunyari sa barangay ninyo yan, sira, gumuho, nawasak, pwede ho ninyong i-click yung report upang maisumbong yan dito ho sa Pangulo.
The consent of the members of the Committee on Good Government.
For the Committee on Good Government, we have in attendance a total of 18 members, Your Honors.
With 18 members in attendance, I declare a quorum for the Committee on Good Government.
For the Committee on Public Accounts, kindly state whether we have a quorum, please.
For the Committee on
The mic, please. You have to read into the mic, please.
For the Committee on Public Works and Highways, we have a total of 32 members and we have a quorum. Thank you, sir.
Can we state the quorum first for the Committee on Public Accounts made read into the record?
With the 7 regular members in attendance, the chair of the Committee on Public Accounts may declare the presence of a quorum, Mr. Chair.
With the quorum for the joint committees, we declare the presence of quorum. We can conduct business. Sir. Can the COMSEC,
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry about the agenda. Here, Mr. Just a short parliamentary inquiry. I was invited to join this committee hearing. Yesterday, I received a letter, and my participation is on item number 5, particularly number 6, privilege speech number 023, on the call to investigate the anomalous flood control and other public work projects delivered by Representative Isidro Ungap. Just a clarification, Mr. Chair, my privilege speech last August 4 was about automatic appropriations, particularly special accounts in the general fund and the use of income in the general fund. However, if this committee would like to take cognizance of this, I would be willing to present that, but I would request not this committee hearing because it take a long time to present. Yung speech ko ba lang doon, privilege speech was 45 minutes. It will take 2 to 3 hours if I'll make a presentation here. However, last August 11, I talked in the plenary on a question of personal and collective privilege. I was not availing of the privilege hour. I was reacting to an editorial of a newspaper entitled Investigating the Shameless. If this is the topic that I was invited, then I would gladly explain this later on the item that I was included in number 6. Although it was just a very short manifestation, it is actually a question of personal and collective privilege. It is the right of every member to react on matters involving the duties, responsibilities, and integrity of the House of Representatives. So I was only reacting to that. If this will be the matter that included, I would be willing to explain this later.
I think the specific matter is the privilege speech number 23. So I don't think it's about the remarks that you had made relating to that article, Congressman.
So kung privilege speech, the privilege speech was about automatic appropriation. No. As I have said, if this committee would like to take cognizance of that automatic appropriations issue, which is also important, I would be very much willing to explain and answer all the questions. However, I would request that it be taken not this hearing because it will take a long time for me to present. Perhaps in the next hearing, and we can rank it number 1 or number 2.
Yes, it will not be today, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Congressman Jokno, please.
Thank you, Chair. Rule 9, Section 33 of the Rules of the House, as well as Section 9 of the Internal Rules, Committee on Public Accounts, provides that, I quote, a member of a committee shall not participate in committee deliberations or vote on any matter that directly or indirectly affects the member's business, financial, or pecuniary interests. These rules are in line with Section 9 of Republic Act 6713, Code of Conduct of Public Officials, which provide that a public official or employee shall avoid conflicts of interest at all times. These rules are also aligned with Article 6, Section 12 of our Constitution, which requires all members of the House to make a full disclosure of their business and financial interests to avoid conflict of interest. A few weeks ago, Mr. Chair, Senator Panfilo Lacson publicly stated that there were at least 67 members of the House of Representatives during the 19th Congress who were operating construction businesses that bagged projects that they themselves had allocated funding for. And I quote, noong 2022, pagsimulan ng new Congress noon, natanong ko ang isang kaibigan kong congressman kasi curious ako bagong bukas ang Kongreso. ilan ba ako sa bilang mo, ilan ang contractor dyan sa Batasan? Sabi niya, huling bilang ko sa ngayon 67. Pero alam ko meron pang iba. So noon, 67 na as of 3 years ago. Siguro ngayon, ang iba, naengganyo, mag-contractor na lang tayo. O kaya, kamag-anak ang mag-handle ng kumpanya ng kanyang construction company para makamenos sila. Given this revelation, Mr. Chair, by Senator Lacson, I believe we need to assure the public that this investigation will not be a whitewash and that no members of the three committees conducting this investigation have a conflict of interest. I therefore move, Mr. Chair, that before we proceed any further this joint hearing, all the members of the Committees on Public Accounts, Public Works and Highways, and Good Government and Public Accountability make a full disclosure their financial, business, or pecuniary interest that may be directly or indirectly affected by any investigation into the government's past or present flood control project. So move, Mr.
Mr. Chair. Before we motion, I'm motion of the document. I'm intervention. The point of order raised by Representative. It is very clear in the Constitution, even in the rule, that there has to be disclosure of any possible conflict of any interest in business interest, financial interest of any member of this. But I am more fundamental, if I may, something like it's prejudicial. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, during the plenary session last August 145, which authorized the Committees on Public Accounts, Government and Public Accountability, and Public Works and Highway, conduct a joint inquiry into infrastructure projects, particularly flood control projects, was adopted over this representation. In a viva voce, for the record, your opposition to the instant proceedings. In plain terms, I object to the House itself investigating this very significant, even very sensitive matter. When the House of Representatives investigates anomalies in flood control projects, we must ask, is it wise? Is it prudent? Is it proper for this chamber to investigate itself when there are already reports that some members here may be involved in these very projects, just mentioned by Representative Jokno, citing Senator Ping Lacson. I have raised this before, and I repeat it today. Conflict of interest here is not theoretical. It is not distant. It is real, and it will shape how this inquiry is seen or perceived, especially by the public. Where one is most probably the subject of the investigation, or is likely and liable to be a suspect, or has a personal interest of not being punished himself as an outcome of the investigation, he should not be part of the investigation. This is the most basic principle that in law school, we are asked to memorize the Latin maxim that embodies it. Nemo judex in causa sua. No one should be a judge in their case. Let us be honest with ourselves. Imagine a whistleblower sitting in the witness chair before this committee, holding back the truth because the very politician he fears is seated at the panel. Imagine contractors trimming their testimony, careful not to offend a powerful member whose signature they need for the next project. Imagine colleagues whispering in hallways, cutting deals to shield one another, or stretching the process until the public grows tired and distracted. Hindi po ito haka-haka. Ito ang realidad sa ating lipunan. Conflict of interest happens the moment those who may be implicated are given the power to decide how far or how shallow an investigation should go. Even our Supreme Court has been clear. Lawyers here would know the legal principle. Due process and justice requires impartiality. Jurisprudence abounds on this legal principle. I do not have to mention those cases. But in one case, Mateo versus Villaluz, GR number L-15824, promulgated May 30, 1961, the Supreme Court reminded us that due process demands a, quote, hearing before an impartial and disinterested tribunal, end of quote, and the, quote, code neutrality of an impartial judge. If even judges and commissioners are disqualified for far less, how much more when legislators stand to be investigated for billions in flood control funds? Kung sa husgado hindi pinapayagan, bakit dito sa Kongreso papayagan? Some will say, we can always assure fairness, transparency, and justice. We can always commit that this body will be impartial. But will the people believe these assurances when they already know, alam na alam ng taong bayan, that corruption in infrastructure has been rampant and blatant? Every Filipino has heard of ghost projects, of commissions, kickbacks, of substandard work that crumbles as soon as the ribbon is cut. People have heard about the involvement of elected public officials, including members of Congress, both houses of Congress. This is common knowledge. This is the uncomfortable truth. On the issue of anomalous flood control projects, some politicians reportedly act as contractors for their own government-funded infra projects or the ghost projects, a clear case of conflict of interest. Now, there are reports, I think yesterday, that Malacanang is preparing an executive order to create an independent commission to probe alleged flood control anomalies. Whether through such an EO or through a legislation, the point is clear. There are alternative paths that can give this investigation the credibility it needs. Kung gugustuhin, posible. What matters is that the process stands above politics and earns the confidence of the people. Mr. Chair, I therefore register my continuing opposition to the holding of this joint hearing under House Resolution number 145. What is at stake here is greater than the reputation of any individual House member. It is the institutional integrity of this House. To my colleagues, I say, let us earn the trust of the people by choosing a process whose credibility is beyond question. The Filipino people deserve an investigation that rises above politics and truly serves the ends of truth and accountability. Maraming salamat po. For the record.
Mr. Chairman, just an interjection from an older member of this House. I respect. Yes, Your Honor. Very important. I respect the opinion, the comments of our two members. But if we go back to the motion or the precedence of motions, the question that was raised or the point that was ordered by the Honorable Diokno is in the form of a point of order. So we did not entertain a motion. It is the chair who will rule that the point of order is in order or well taken or not. So I move that the chair will rule on the point of order.
No, we can discuss it first before making a rule. Deputy Speaker Garin, please.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect to the Honorable Shell Diokno and of course Secretary Laila de Lima and my very good friend Sid Ungab. Yes, indeed, I saw the news report when Senator Ping Lacson mentioned that there are approximately 67 congressmen and more who are involved in projects. However, Mr. Chair, in the subsequent interviews that he gave, he mentioned that he cannot give names because it was one of the members of Congress who fed this information. I am not objecting to an investigation to uncover the 67 congressmen, if ever they exist. However, Mr. Chair, what I am worried is the fact that the oversight powers of Congress will be clipped in the guise of conflict of interest. Ang sa akin lang po, nirerespeto ko po ang sinasabi ni Congressman Shell Diokno at ni Congresswoman Laila de Lima. Subalit, itong mga nakarang araw, kung titingnan natin ang budget ng Department of Public Works and Highways, nagugulat ako. Kasi tila may pumasok sa net na mukhang hindi naman dumaan galing sa baba. There is a big possibility that the needed projects are changed to wanted projects. Ang want ay gusto pero walang benepisyo sa taong bayan. Ang need ay kailangan. And with the current budget deliberations and the oversight powers of Congress, it's time for us to uncover the process and the system. Bakit ba paulit-ulit ito na nangyayari? Let the investigation proceed, let the third-party investigation proceed to uncover the people behind this. But let us not forget that we cannot just sit and be taken out, that we are the voice of our people and we need to correct the system. Kasi kung paulit-ulit ito na nangyayari, saan ba nagsisimula ang virus na ito? With that, Mr. Speaker, there was a point of order. I am not sure which section was violated. May I therefore ask for the ruling of the chair?
Mr. Chair, before
Mr. Chair,
that,
Mr. Chair,
Deputy Majority.
actually, as I understand,
It's not your turn, Congressman Rize. Deputy
Chair.
Majority Leader Adyong, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we act on the motion of Representative Diokno, again, I also re-echo the sentiments of my colleagues here, respecting the position of Congresswoman De Lima and Congressman Shell Diokno. I actually last week, it was referenced by Congresswoman De Lima that the basis for this TRICOM to convene is the House resolution that we adopted. Yes, 145. Mr. Chair, let us compartmentalize the issue. Number one, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this committee is not to pass on judgment, culpability of those who are mentioned by whoever, no, by Senator Lacson. The purpose of this TRICOM, Mr. Chair, is to pass legislation, in aid of legislation, see whether there are lapses in the existing policies that we have insofar as the implementation of flood control programs are concerned. We are not here, Mr. Chair, to pass on judgment or to render the culpability of any individuals that may be mentioned or are already mentioned, Mr. Chair. And that is in line, Mr. Chair, also with our constitutional mandate, Mr. Chair, given to us that the Congress, not only its business to legislate laws, but also to exercise its oversight function. And if there are concerns, Mr. Chair, that warrants public scrutiny in national interest, Mr. Chair, the Constitution has given us that power and mandate to untangle some of the mysteries. For example, if there are loopholes in the laws, so that we can come up, Mr. Chair, with a responsive legislation in order to correct these mistakes, Mr. Chair. And number two, Mr. Chair, if there are concerns of conflict of interest, which I agree, Mr. Chair, with the Congressman De Lima, we have our own internal disciplinary measure, Mr. Chair. If there are congressmen who may be implicated, Mr. Chair, we have our own rules, Mr. Chair, to govern, to discipline our own ranks, Mr. Chair. If there are, for example, issues of conflict of interest or directly involved in these ghost projects and substandard flood controls, let's refer that to the Committee on Ethics. We have our own internal disciplinary measure, but that should not preclude us, Mr. Chair, to exercise our constitutional given mandate, which is to exercise our oversight functions and pass legislation that would correct the gapses and the loopholes in our existing laws, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one more comment. In the precedence of motions, the point of order should be taken first. However, I do agree that indeed the gentleman or the lady has a point, and it can be taken immediately after as a question of privilege. In fact, it was already here included in the agenda. My question of privilege during the August 11 session, basahin ko na lang kasi related na rin eh. Binasa ko yung editorial, ang sabi, August 10 pa ito na newspaper, while the public is interested in finding out the extent of the corruption that President Marcos highlighted in his recent State of the Nation address, questions have been raised on the propriety and impartiality of lawmakers conducting an inquiry into anomalies that could implicate members of Congress. And the last sentence says,
after his much uploaded job at the Shameless, the last thing he should want is to be accused of protecting the shameless sacred cows and of complicity or a cover-up. I will be willing to discuss this when my time comes in item number 6 of item 5. I just, para lang for proper order and decorum, unahin muna yung point of order, then we can raise a question of privilege since this affect the integrity and I would say the duties of the House of Representatives. I move that the chair first rule on the point of order.
The chair, before the ruling,
Please proceed.
my understanding is that Representative Jokno is not objecting to this investigation. He's just maybe prudence would require that all members of these committees participating in this proceeding should at least if they know that they have a conflict of interest, at least siguro po dapat siguro wag na sila mag-participate. Para po sa ganon may maging credible naman itong ating we know for a fact that several representatives are also officers or maybe their relatives, immediate relatives are contractors. Baka siguro po pwede natin pakiusapan na huwag na sila mag-participate yung mga may interest sa government contracts para sa maging credible naman po itong ating proceedings.
Can we, Congressman Jokno, can we restate the motion that you have been mentioning?
The motion, Mr. Chair, is for all the members of the 3 committees to make a full disclosure of their financial, business, and pecuniary interests that may be directly or indirectly affected by any investigation into the government's past or present flood control projects.
This has been seconded.
Second, Mr. Chair. Second here, Mr. Chair. May I explain my my second to the motion of Honorable Jokno?
Sure, just a short explanation, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As a member of the majority, Mr. Chair, in the interest of upholding the integrity of our proceedings, I respectfully seconded the motion of Honorable Shell Jokno that any member who may have a direct or indirect interest in the subject matter should inhibit themselves from participating in this deliberation.
Mr. Chairman,
this is not. Excuse me, po.
Sir, last point lang. I suggest that since we are now entertaining a motion, the Honorable Jokno first withdraw his point of order para ma-entertain natin yung motion. Just to interject, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Po kayo. Pero yung sa akin, suggestion ko, the Honorable Jokno will withdraw his point of order para diretso tayo sa motion. Mag-agree ang chair.
May I finish my... This is not to cast doubt on anyone's integrity, but rather protect the impartiality of the committee and avoid perception of bias. Our duty is to ensure that the decisions are made solely on the merits of the issues before us, free from any conflict of interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman. So that what is the? Can you restate the point of order, please? I think it has been transformed into a motion.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, very quick interjection, Mr. Chair. I believe earlier it was a point of order, but later on the Honorable Shell Jokno amended it as a motion that all those with conflict of interest or possible involvement in this flood control projects inhibit themselves from the investigation. It was duly seconded by the Honorable Laila de Lima and the Honorable Santos. Maybe, Mr. Chair, may we get your ruling on the motion?
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. The motion pertains to making a full disclosure of such business, financial, or pecuniary interest. It does not yet state about inhibition. If after such disclosures are made, then perhaps we can speak about.
Yes, the motion is relating to the disclosure of members.
Yes, Your
On
Honor.
whether or not there exists a conflict of interest. It has been seconded. Are there objections to the motion? There is no objection. So the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification, having ruled on the motion already,
Congressman,
that a full disclosure will be obtained from each and every member. How do we go about it? Should it be a written disclosure? Just to be clear about it, there is a motion, duly approved, carried. Now, how do we implement that?
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn. To proceed, we'll have to get all the disclosure of the members of these committees. And we cannot do that today.
Session suspended.
Hold lang. Nagka-adjourn kasi ang motion. Pag hindi mo yan. Eh, pag nag-rule siya, adjourn yun. Precedence ng adjournment. Parang point of order.
Hindi. Number 1 yung sa precedence
Number
of
1
motion.
yun eh.
Tapos non-debatable siya. So kailangan pagbotohan.
So you cannot object to that.
Hindi, you can object but you cannot debate on it.
So the session was suspended eh.
They suspend.
Yeah,
Pag
nga.
resume, pag hindi winidraw ni
They
Egay,
will object. Parang ganun.
then someone will object, then you have to vote on
Divide
it.
the house. Parang ganun.
Na-divide the house. Amongst the members. Pero non-debatable yan. Walang debate dyan. Kung hindi
So
withdraw
division
ni-
lang of the house.
Hindi, may mag-object muna. Pag may nag-object, pagbobotohan.
Kasi nandito
Sa
na eh.
plenary,
Hindi, dito yan.
dito. Ayan.
Yan na yan.
Let's proceed. Proceed.
Ito po yung mic natin.
Kabalen, hihintay lang ho natin yung muling pag-resume nitong session sa ating camera. Ito ho yung committee ng Good Governance, Public Account, ito hong Public Works. At dun ho sa inyong nakita kanina, para ho sa mga katututok lamang, ulitin natin, nag-manifest ho itong si ML Party List, Representative Leila de Lima, na hindi siya sang-ayon dito ho sa investigasyon na ginagawa ho, mga kabalen, ng Kongreso. Dahil anya ay may conflict of interest. At para ho sa kanya ay hindi tamang venue yung Kongreso na mag-iimbestiga. Lalo pa marami sa mga kongresista ang nasasangkot di umano sa mga kontraktor. At yung iba ay kaanak, yung iba ay sila mismo, yung mga kontraktor. So ito ho yung minanifest ni Representative Leila de Lima, ang kinatawan ho ng mamamayang liberal party list sa Kongreso sa pagsisimula pa lamang nitong committee hearing. At ayon sa kanya ay posibleng masira yung integrity, kung tawagin, integrity ng ating Kongreso kung sila mismo yung magsasagawa ng kanilang pagdinig. Dahil parang daw yun ay inihambing pa ni Senator de Lima sa korte.
Mr. Chair.
Ito ho, nagbabalik ho sila, mga kabalen. Balikan natin yung live streaming. At sige, habang hinihintay natin. Ayan, yung binabanggit ko kanina, inihambing ni Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Ayan, no. Sige, balik ho natin sa kanila, mga kabalen. Babalik ho si Kuya Justin.
Congressman Arisa, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I respectfully withdraw my earlier motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Congressman Arisa. Seconded, and then are there objections to the withdrawal of the motion? There's none, then motion is carried. Okay, at this point, we can proceed with the hearing proper.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Fortes, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up on my previous query on how do we proceed with the carried and approved motion on full disclosure. May I suggest, not really a motion, but I would submit, if members who would intend to participate in this proceeding submit a written undertaking that they do not have any pecuniary interest, that would be the subject of the inquiry of this committee. Just a written undertaking, if only to comply with the approved motion that has been carried in this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I think that is how we will go about it, Congressman Fortes. A written disclosure undertaking that there's no conflict of interest of any member relating to any subject of this inquiry will be submitted to your respective committees within 5 working days. Is Congressman Jokno satisfied with this requirement, please?
Very much so, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Jokno. We are directing the committee secretaries to please give us the list of all the other members present who have not yet been acknowledged. But at this point, we will recognize the guests that are here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the Committee on Public Works and Highways, we have the following members, additional members. Representative James Jojo Ang, Representative Maria Isabel Sagarbaria, Representative Zaldi Villa, Representative Kenneth Paulo Tereng, Representative Alexander Pimentel, Representative Leo Rodriguez, Representative Ramil Laurel Hernandez. Also with us are ex-official members, Deputy Majority Leader Primicia Sagabas Marlene, Deputy Minority Leader Lagman Cielo Crisel, Deputy Majority Leader Zia Alonto Adiong, Deputy Speaker Jefferson Konghun, Assistant Majority Leader Javier Miguel Lopez Benitez, also Representative Panotes, Representative Di Makuha. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For the other committees, please.
Mr. Chair, from the Committee on Public Accounts, we would like to acknowledge the Honorable Man Ko, Honorable Kate Flores, Honorable Antonio Ko, and the Honorable Alexander Pimentel.
For the Committee on Good Government, please.
For the Committee on Good Government, the following members were already mentioned by my committee secretaries. We also have the presence of Representative Mauricio Dumogan. Thank you.
May we state also the other non-members of the committees who are also present in today's hearing, please?
We have the mentioned by my COMSEC are the ex-officio members that I already mentioned. And then in addition, for the Committee on Good Government, we have Representative, our Vice Chairperson, Mauricio Dumogan, Your Honors.
I think there are other members that have not yet been acknowledged. Kindly acknowledge our other House members, please.
We also have Representative Toby Chanco and Representative Isidro Ugam, Your Honors, as independent members.
We will now proceed to the guest list that had been invited and are present. Former Secretary Manuel Bonoan is here for the DPWH. Undersecretary Eugenio Pipo, Undersecretary for Regional Operations in Luzon. Undersecretary Ador Canlas, Undersecretary for Regional Operations in Visayas and Mindanao. Undersecretary Maria Catalina Cabral, Undersecretary for Planning and PPPS. Assistant Secretary Loretta Malaluan, Assistant Secretary for Regional Operations in Luzon. Assistant Secretary Neri Bueno, Assistant Secretary for Regional Operations in Visayas and Mindanao. For DPWH NCR, Regional Director Gerard Opulencia. For CAR, Regional Director Kadadi Tanggol. For Region 1, Regional Director Ronel Tan. For Region 2, Regional Director Matayas Malenab. Region 3, Regional Director Roselier Tolentino. Region 4A, Regional Director Jovel Mendoza. Region 4B, RD Editha Regional Director Editha Babaran. Region 5, Regional Director Virgilio Eduarte. Region 6, Regional Director Joel Impenco. Negros Island Region, Director Denise Maria Ayag. Region 7, Regional Director Danilo Villa Jr. Region 8, Regional Director Edgar Tabacon. Region 9, Regional Director Kaya Mombao Dia. Region 10, Regional Director Lilibeth Aparecio. Region 11, Regional Director Juby Cordon. Region 12, Regional Director Basir Ibrahim. Region 13, Regional Director Alex B. Ramos. Also present is Mr. Henry Alcantara, former District Engineer of the Bulacan 1st District Engineering Office. For the Commission on Audit, Tracy Ann D. Sunico, OIC Director 3, Madonna S. Atencion, Regional Supervising Auditor, Cinderella Esperanza Santos, Audit Team Leader, Benjamin Lasam, State Auditor 4, Audit Team Leader, DPWH, Regional Office Number 2. Globe Randolph Sumabat, State Technical Audit Specialist 3, Technical Audit Group. Warner T. Alvarez, State Technical Audit Specialist 2, Technical Audit Group. For the Government Procurement Policy Board, Maria Dionesia Guillermo. For the Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, Attorney Herbert Matienzo. For the list of contractors that had been invited, Alex Abilido, Legacy Construction Corporation, Lawrence Lubiano, Centerwinds Construction and Development Incorporated, Aderma Angeli Alcazar, Sunwest Incorporated, Winston Hines, Authorized Officer, Sunwest Incorporated, Edsel Marbella, Authorized Officer, Hightone. Additional members for the GPPB, Maria Jonesh, we had already mentioned the names. Additional attendees from COA, Assistant Commissioner Martha Roxana Sese, Assistant Commissioner Lucila Isidro, Director Sofia Hemora, Attorney Melissa Salunga, Attorney Yumaida Tiongson, Director Melissa Grace Martinez, Felipe Claudio Remolio, Alvin Siapan, Carlo Pasion, and Attorney John Mangubat. In the list of contractors, only 3 out of 15 are present today. An invitation has also been given to Sims Construction Trading, which is being accused of not implementing a particular flood control project in Baliwag, Bulacan. All right. Comsec, what is the status of the other invitees that did not attend today? Can you state for the record, please?
Mr. Chair, we sent an invitation to Legacy Construction Corporation, represented by its president, Alex Abelido. They confirmed attendance, Mr. Chair. Yes, and EGB Construction Corporation, Mr. Chair.
Comsec, please. Again, to be clear, we would want to get information on those that did not attend. Were they given invitations, and did they acknowledge?
Sir, we received a letter from Mr. Yumira Villanueva of Top-Notch Catalyst Builders. He's requesting to be excused due to a prior commitment scheduled today. But he affirms that he will be attending the next hearing. That's Top-Notch Catalyst Builders, Mr. Chair. And we also sent an invitation to 888 Construction through its president, Wilfredo Natividad. The email was not acknowledged, but the LBC reported that the invitation was received by a certain Mr. Nunez, the guard on duty. That's a 888 Construction, Mr. Chair. And we also sent a letter, invitation letter to Tiki Builders. To Mr. Luis Trotiki. It was received by an authorized representative named a certain Taratara. Tiki? According to our staff, Tiki Builders is present, represented by Mr. Ryan Willie Uy. I'm sorry, Luisito Tiki. Road Edge. Sir, Road Edge Trading is also here, represented by Engineer Ryan Willie Uy. And QM Builders, represented by Alan Kiranta. MG Samidan sent an authorized representative, Mr. Chair. That's all for now.
Mr. Chair. Before Chairman Chua speaks, so can we state again for the record, which of the contractors are not present today?
Nine of 16, Mr. Chair, are not present.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, not present.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
9 out of
16.
Can you state for the record the 9 who are not present, please?
Alpha and Omega, St. Timothy Construction, EGB Construction, High Tone Construction, 888 Construction.
EGB is here. Sorry, EGB is here. We have to correct the record. EGB is here.
That's noted, Mr. Chair. Royal Crown Monarch Construction, Wawaw Builders.
Excuse me, please. Sorry. Royal Crown is here. No.
Mr. Chair, high tone daw. High tone.
It's not the question. We're not asking for high tone. We're asking for Royal Crown. So, please proceed.
And Sims Construction.
So ilan po ito? Ang
That's
wala.
9. That's 9. 8, sir.
Mr. Chair.
8 contractors are not present today. 8 out of the 16 invited. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Chua first before Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a subpoena to those contractors who did not attend in today's scheduled hearing.
Do I hear a second, please?
Second.
The motion has been seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, the motion is carried. A subpoena will be issued to contractors who did not attend today's hearing.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized, please?
Congressman Abante, please.
I'm here. I'm not acknowledged first, okay? My name wasn't even acknowledged. But I want the COMSEC again to repeat the names of those contractors who are here this morning. I do not think that everyone has heard their names, and I would like them to stand up for a while they're being acknowledged.
The committee secretary is directed to restate the names of the contractors who are present so that they may stand up and be recognized, please.
Sir, we'll just read all the names of the invited contractors. Yes. Legacy Construction Corporation. Do you have any representative?
Yes, they are here.
EGP Construction Corporation.
Yes, they are here.
High Tone Construction and Development Corporation.
Yes, they are here.
Royal Crown Monarch Construction and Supplies Corporation.
Royal Crown is absent.
MG Samidan Construction.
MG Samidan is present.
Top Notch Catalyst Builders Incorporated.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say something before we proceed? Can we indicate, as requested by Congressman Abante, can we have the name of the representative, whether he's just a mere representative or he's the CEO? I think that's very important.
Yes, Congressman Makasait. I think, well, they have been acknowledged earlier, please. We'll just finish the run-through of the contractors who are present. Please proceed, Committee Secretary.
888 Construction and Supply Incorporated.
Triple H is present.
LRTK Builders. Incorporated.
LRTK is present.
Road Edge Trading and Development Services. Road Edge Trading.
Road Edge is present.
Sims Construction Trading.
Sims Construction Trading is absent.
Alpha and Omega General Contractor and Development Corporation.
Alpha and Omega is absent.
St. Timothy Construction Corporation.
St. Timothy is absent.
QM Builders.
QM Builders is present.
Centerways Construction and Development.
Centerways is present.
Sunwest Incorporated.
Sunwest is present.
Wawaw Builders.
Wawaw is absent.
The MG Samidan.
MG Samidan is present. We had seen it already. We had seen them already. Okay na?
That's all, Mr. Chair.
There are 5 contractors are absent today.
Yes,
Can we
Mr. Chair.
restate it again for the record for the creation of the subpoena and the issuance of it?
Alpha and Omega Contractor and Development Corporation. St. Timothy Construction Corporation. Royal Crown. Monarch. Wawaw Builders. And Sims Construction Trading.
Thank you for the clarification, COMSEC. We will now proceed with the opening statements of the chairs. Magandang araw po muli sa ating lahat. Ito po ang unang pagdinig ng House Infrastructure Committee, ang pinagsamang komite ng House Committees on Public Accounts, Public Works, at Good Government para siyasatin ang mga maanomalyang proyektong pang-infrastruktura sa bansa. Partikular mga flood control projects na inaasahan ng ating mga kababayan sa panahon ng matinding pag-ulan at bagyo. Pagtugon ito sa panawagan ng Pangulo na siyasatin ang lahat ng mga flood control projects noong kanyang SONA. Partikular mga proyektong ghost, substandard, at sobra ang presyo. This inquiry is in the exercise of the Congress's oversight power on any and every department or agency of government, most particularly on matters involving corruption allegations of government officials. Like what we had stated earlier, the inquiry will be project-based and evidence-based, with initial focus on the President's site inspections in Bulacan and Benguet, in which ghost and substandard projects had been found. We have copies of all relevant documents to build the cases against officials of the DPWH, First District Engineering Office, and the private contractor Sims Construction Trading, all of whom were involved in the 55 million Baliwa Ghost Project, supposedly the construction of a reinforced concrete river wall, only for the President to discover no project at all. The threshold for plunder is 50 million pesos. This project is 55 million pesos. Plunder charges should be filed against all personalities in the soonest time. We will also take a look at the substandard project of St. Timothy and Wawa Builders in Kalumpit, Bulacan, both of which had been inspected by the President, in which the President had found concrete deterioration with exposed loose cables and wires. The 2 substandard projects had been built within the last 4 years. The 3 projects had originated in the National Expenditure Program in previous years. We note with particularity St. Timothy and Wawa Builders, as these are among the top 15 flood control contractors mentioned by the President. We have also taken note of admissions in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearing, in which Sara Diskaya admitted to continue owning 9 construction firms aside from Alpha Omega General Contractor, and this includes St. Timothy Construction, St. Gerard Construction, St. Matthew General Contractor, Great Pacific Builders, YPR General Contractor, Amethyst Horizon Builders, Waymaker, OPC, and Elite General Contractor. More importantly, we take notice of Ms. Diskaya's admission that their group started engaging in DPWH flood control projects from 2016 onwards. There will also be a focus on undercapitalized firms, which have been able to corner billions of pesos in projects despite limited capital. There will also be a focus on other infrastructure projects, such as the Cabagan Isabela Bridge, rock netting, and slope protection projects, all of which have been mentioned and inspected by the President. We will go into each and every anomalous infrastructure project wherever it may be. Ganun pa man, kailangan pong maglinaw, mahalaga ang flood control sa isang bansa na matindi ang epekto ng pagbabago ng klima. Mahalaga ang infrastruktura para sa pagpapaunlad ng ekonomiya at mga komunidad ng bansa. May maayos na flood control at may hindi maayos na flood control. May maayos na infrastruktura, may hindi maayos na infrastruktura. Ipagpapatuloy po natin ang maayos, tatapusin po natin ang hindi maayos. Ang pagsisiyasat na ito ay bahagi ng proseso ng pagpapanagot at paglalatag na aktwal na reforma sa proseso ng pagsasagawa ng mga proyektong pang-infrastruktura. Layunin nating maglatag ng mga bagong panukala para magkaroon ng perpetual blacklist ang mga hindi maayos na mga kontratista. Layunin din po nating pasalihin ang pribadong sektor sa mga inspeksyon ng mga proyekto sa lahat ng bahagi ng project implementation para putulin ang linya ng korupsyon sa mga proyekto. Sa mga naunang iskandalo ng korupsyon, mahalagang ipaalalang may aktwal na mga napanagot na matataas na opisyal at mga kasabwat nila sa pribadong sektor. Sa fertilizer fund scam, may kongresista ang na-convict noong 2024. Sa PDAF scam, may mga senador na nakulong, may senador na na-convict, may senador na na-dismiss ng ombudsman, may mga kongresistang na-convict, at si Janet Lim Napoles ay na-convict ng plunder at graft. Sa Farmally scandal, nakapila sa kasalukuyan sa Sandigan Bayan ang mga matataas na opisyal ng PSDBM at Farmally. Layunin nating mapanagot sa kasalukuyan ang paglapastangan ng pondo ng bayan sa pamamagitan ng flood control projects at iba pang mga proyektong pang-infrastruktura. Buo rin po ang ating suporta sa Independent Commission ng Pangulo. Lahat ng findings ng komiteng ito ay agad na ipapasa sa Independent Commission para makatulong sa kanilang mandato. Ipapasa din po natin agad sa Independent Commission ang lahat ng mga kaso at proyekto na mapapangalanan in the course of inquiry ang mga mambabatas, kongresista man o senador, para hindi masadlak sa conflict of interest ang Kongreso at para maipakita sa tao na wala po tayong pinagtatakpang kongresista o senador sa mga pagdinig pong ito. Hindi po mahalaga kung saan ipinatupad ang proyekto. Sa Bulacan man yan, sa Benguet man yan, sa Metro Manila man yan, sa Visayas man yan o sa Mindanao man yan, kung ghost, substandard or overpriced ang proyekto, sisiyasatin po ito ng komite. Hindi po mahalaga kung kailan ipinatupad ang proyekto, kung sa kasulukuyan man o sa nagdaang gobyerno man yan. Kung ghost, substandard or overpriced ang proyekto, sisiyasatin po ng komite ito. Hindi rin po mahalaga ang pinanggalingan pondo ng mga proyekto, kung sa NEP man ito o congressional initiative man po ito. Kung ghost, substandard o overpriced ang proyekto, sisiyasatin po ito ng komite. Hindi rin po mahalaga kung sino man ang sangkot sa mga proyekto. Kung mataas na opisyal man ng gobyerno ito, kontratista man ito, kongresista o senador man ito, kung ghost, substandard, overpriced ang proyekto, sisiyasatin po ito ng komite. Isa po sa mga pinakamahalagang bahagi ng talumpati ng Pangulo ng SONA ay ang pagsasabi na dapat hindi tayo mawalan ng pag-asa dahil ang Pilipino ay likas na matapang, magaling, masipag at mabuti. Sa gitna ng layunin po nating magpanagot ng may sala sa pandarambong ng pondo ng bayan sa infrastructure at flood control projects, layunin din po nating patunayan sa bayan na mas marami pa ring mga opisyal at kawani ng gobyerno na matapang, magaling, masipag, matibay at mabuti. Maraming salamat po. Congressman Momo, please.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kamara, sa mga kinatawan ng Department of Public Works and Highways, DBM COA, sa mga resource person, higit sa lahat sa mamamayang Pilipino, uhaw sa pagpaliwanag tungkol sa mga lumalantad na anomalya sa infrastruktura sa buong bansa. Na siyang pinunduhan gamit ang buwis na pinaghirapan ng taong bayan. Sa gitna ng mga ulat tungkol sa mga ghost infrastructure project at unfinished project, maugong ang mga usaping tanging ang Kongreso ang may kontrol sa mga proyektong ito. Dahil dito, kailangan natin maunawaan ang proseso na pinagdaanan ng ating budget bago ito maging General Appropriations Act. Gayon din, bagaman Kongreso ang naglabas ng GAA, ay hindi naman siya ang gumagastos ng pera. Nariyan ang iba-ibang ahensya ng gobyerno na nag-implement ng mga project nito. Mahaba at masalimuot ang prosesong pinagdaanan ng bawat piso bago ito makarating sa national budget na alam ng tao. Para mas mabigyang linaw sa ating lahat ang usaping budget, daanan po natin ang prosesong sinusunod natin taon-taon. Kinaklasify po ng DBM ang budget process sa 4 na bahagi. Budget preparation, budget authorization, budget execution, and budget accountability. Sa budget preparation, nagsisimula ang budget sa sunod na taon o fiscal year sa isang budget call. January pa lang po ay naglalabas na ang DBCC o Development Budget Coordinating Committee ng mga panuntunan, target at ceiling na gagabay sa mga executive agencies sa paggawa ng kanilang National Expenditure Program or NEP na isinusumiti kanila. Ang DBCC ay interagency body na kinabibilangan ng mga head of the Department of Budget and Management, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Department of Finance, and National Economic and Development Authority. Inaaprobahan ng DBCC ang NEP na siyang naglalaman ng mga proyektong nais punduhan ng ahensya. Pati na rin ang budget estimate nila. So usapin ng infrastruktura, nabubuo ang NEP sa pamagitan ng konsultasyon ng mga local district engineering office at regional engineering districts. At expected din po na nagkakaroon ng consultation ang mga ito sa local government para matugunan ang pangangailangan nito through the Provincial Development Council. Kapag natukoy na ng ahensya ang mga proyektong isinulong nila sa budget, nagkakaroon ng budget hearing sa DBM kung saan kailangang ipaliwanag nila ang mga nilalaman ng kanilang National Expenditure Program. Anumang kalabasan ng budget hearing na ito ay siyang bumubuo ng NEP na inaaprobahan ng DBCC at pagkatapos ipipresenta sa Pangulo at sa kanyang gabinete. Matapos nito, ang Pangulo ay magsusumiti ng kanyang proposed budget or Budget of Expenditure and Sources of Financing or BESF sa Kamara within 30 days sa pagbukas ng sesyon ng Kongreso. Next is budget authorization. Pagdating ng Agosto, hawak na ng Kongreso ang proposed budget na galing sa Pangulo. nagkakaroon na ng public hearings upang talakayin ang proposed budget na siyang pinamumunuan ng Committee on Appropriations. Bago po maaprubahan ng Kamara ang budget, dinidinig na rin ng Senado sa pamumuno ng Committee on Finance ang budget na galing sa Pangulo. Mula rito, mabubuo ang General Appropriations Bill or GAB sa Kamara na siyang isinusumiti sa Senado. Mabubuo rin ang Senate version ng GAB at mula rito ay bumubuo ng Bicameral Conference Committee upang mapag-isa ang dalawang version ng batas. Anumang kalabasan ng Bicameral Conference Committee ay siyang tinatawag na enrolled bill na ipanapasa sa Pangulo upang aprubahan. Kung hindi na ipasa sa oras ang General Appropriations Act, ang budget noong nakaraang taon ay siyang nire-enact hanggang may pasa ang bagong budget. Dito po sa budget authorization phase, nagsisimula at natatapos ang mandato ng Kongreso patungkol sa National Infrastructure Project sa pagdinig at pag-aproba ng pondo. Number 3 is budget execution. Kapag naisabatas na bilang General Appropriation Act ang national budget, magsisimula na ang implementasyon ng mga proyektong nakapaloob dito. Sa puntong ito, Department of Public Works and Highways na ang siyang may hawak sa implementasyon ng kanilang mga proyekto. Mula sa bidding, pagpili ng kontraktor, pag-implement at pag-monitor sa pagtatayo ng mga infrastruktura. Pinapayagan din ng batas na bago magkaroon ng General Appropriations Act ay nakapag-early bidding na ang Department of Public Works and Highways na sila upang agarang maisakatuparan ang proyekto kapag ang budget ay naaproba na. Budget accountability and the last of the cycle. Kada buwan o quarter ng taon, nagsusumiti ng Financial Accountability Report ang mga ahensya gaya ng Department of Public Works and Highways sa DBM at sa COA na siyang nag-i-inspeksyon at nag-audit sa mga proyekto ng ahensya. Palaisipan sa atin ngayon, kung ganito kalinaw ang proseso, bakit mayroong mga ghost project sa Bulacan? Kung saan hindi makita ang mga dike at kanal na nagkakahalaga ng bilyon-bilyon. Bakit may mga ulat na 469 billion sa repeat funding para sa mga proyektong dapat ay tapos na o hindi na kailangan ang funding? Bakit may mga distrito tulad ng Marikina at Antipolo na hindi naisama ang mga tunay na pangangailangan samantalang may ibang proyektong matagal nang nakatayo pero patuloy pa rin na pinunduhan? Ang sagot, maraming butas sa bawat yugto. Mula sa net na hindi lantad hanggang sa mga safeguards tulad ng mga performance bonds at retention funds na hindi ganap na ipatupad. Ang problema sa DPWH ay hindi bago. Sa nailatag kong kupong proseso, nakadalawang budget cycle pa lamang po ang presidente. Yun ay ang 2024 at 2025. Bakit po ganito na kalaki ang problema? The president has stepped up and called on all of us to fix a problem. We are up to the challenge. Subukan po natin na ayusin ito. Hindi bukas o makalawa, ngunit ngayon na. Ngayong araw, sisimulan natin ang malalim na pagbusisi sa pagbuo at pagpundo ng infrastructure projects na imbes makatulong ibsan ang paghihirap ng bayan ay lalo pang lumunod dahil sa kasakiman at kapabayaan. Susuriin natin kung saan pumalya ang sistema at kung paano natin maisulong ang reforma. Hindi ito para manisi lamang. Hindi ito para manghugas ng kamay, kundi para ituwid ang proseso at ibalik ang tiwala ng taumbayan sa pamahalaan. Mga kababayan, tinatanggap namin ang pananagutan na gumawa ng panukala at reforma upang masiguro na bawat proyektong isinama sa NEP hanggang sa General Appropriations Act ay tunay na kailangan ng bansa, na ipatupad ng tama at nasusuri hanggang sa huling sentimo. Kaya sa araw na ito, hiniling natin ang ganap na kooperasyon ng lahat ng ating resource persons, hindi lamang upang sumagot sa ating mga tanong, kundi upang maging katuwang sa pagpapatino ng ating sistema. Ito po ay hindi lamang laban para sa maayos sa paggasta, kundi laban para sa kaligtasan at kapakanan ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino, laban sa baha at laban sa katiwalian. Maraming salamat po.
Chairman Chua, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gandang araw po sa ating lahat. Mainit na usapin nitong mga nakaraang linggo ang mga anomalya sa National Infrastructure Projects na ibinahagi mismo ng Pangulo at ng ilang opisyal ng gobyerno. Naglabas ang mga pangalan ng mga kontraktor na paulit-ulit na bigyan ng flood control projects, mga proyektong kalaunan ay napatunayang ghost projects o kaya naman ay may mababang kalidad ng pagkakagawa o di kaya ay mga kontraktor na undercapitalized ngunit nabigyan ng malalaking proyekto. Lalong uminit ang usapin nang mabunyag ang napakalaking halaga umano'y kinita mula sa mga proyektong ito kasabay ng ulat tungkol sa marayang pamumuhay ng ilang pamilyang konektado sa mga contractors. Ang mas masaklap, hindi ito ang unang beses na narinig natin ang ganitong klaseng kwento. Noong taong 2017 pa lang, nagsimula nang maglabas ang mga babala. Sunod-sunod ang mga ulat ng Commission on Audit mula 2017 hanggang 2020 na naglantad ng ilang libong proyektong delayed, depektibo, o tuluyang hindi na ipatupad na nagkakalaga ng daang-daang bilyong piso. Noong 2018, iniulat ng Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism o PCIJ ang pagkakasangkot ng ilang malalaking kontraktor sa mga flood control projects na na-delay o hindi natapos. Noong 2019 naman, mismong House Committee on Appropriations ang nakatuklas na maraming flood control projects ang prone na tinatawag na budget insertion, mga proyektong isinisingit sa pondo ng walang malinaw na konsultasyon o batayan. Ayon sa kanilang ulat, umabot sa bilyong-bilyong piso ang halaga ng mga proyektong isinisingit na nagbukas ng malawak na puwang para sa katiwalian at maling paggamit ng kaban ng bayan. At noong 2020, mismong inamin ng dating Pangulo na talamak ang mga ghost projects sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng bansa. Sa madaling salita, hindi bago ang problemang ito. Ito ay problemang namana, naipon, at napabayaan. At ngayon, lumulutang na parang sugat na matagal nang hindi ginagamot. Sa pagbunyag ng mga anomalya sa flood project control sa Bulacan at iba pa, malinaw na malalim, malawak, at nagkaugat sa sistema ang problema. Sa kabila ng pagsasapubliko ng mga anomalyang ito sa loob ng nakalipas na mga taon, malaki pa rin ang puwang para sa korupsyon na nagiging sanhi ng paglubog ng ilang mga bayan. Ngayon po, marahil ang panahon upang aminin natin na nagkaroon ng kapabayaan at katiwalian. Nagkaroon ng kapabayaan o misfeasance sa pagpapatupad ng mga proyektong hindi dumaan sa konsultasyon, maayos na bidding process, o masusing pag-aaral. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit may mga proyektong mababa ang kalidad at hindi kapaki-pakinabang sa mga mamamayan. Nagkaroon din ng katiwalian o malfeasance sa pagtala ng mga ghost projects na hindi kailanman binuo ngunit patuloy na kumakain ng pondo. Sa pagtanggap natin sa katotohanang lumala ang problema sa flood control project sa bansa, inaako po namin sa komiting ito ang responsibilidad na hanapan ang mga sagot at solusyon ang mga isyong nakapaloob dito. Ang tanong, ang flood control lang ba ito? Ngunit lilinawin natin, ang pag-imbita sa mga resource person natin ngayon ay hindi para magturuan o magsiraan. Nandito tayo upang tukuyin kung saan nakalusot ang katiwalian, paano ito nagiging posible, at sino ang nakikinabang. Siguro po ay sasang-ayon ang lahat na uhaw tayo sa good governance sa kasalukuyang konteksto. Dahil sa bawat pagdalaw ng bagyo ay lumulubog tayo. Kaya sa inquiry na ito, layunin po nating humanap ng paraan upang amyendahan ang batas nang masiguro na, una, ang mga proyektong isinasama sa National Expenditure Program o NEP ay dapat pinag-iisipan, dumadaan sa tamang konsultasyon at may malinaw na batayan at hindi nababahiran o napapasukan ng mga proyektong walang kabuluhan. Pangalawa, ang mga proyektong inilagay sa GAA o General Appropriation Acts at ang budget na inilaan dito ay bunga ng masusing deliberasyon at batay sa maayos at pangmatagalang plano. Ikatlo, ang implementasyon at auditing ay may ngipin mula sa costing, bidding at procurement hanggang sa monitoring, acceptance at final audit ng COA. Ikaapat, tignan din natin ulit ang pagbibigay lisensya o accreditation sa mga contractors. Ano ang pwedeng gawin ng PICAB? At ikalima, paano natin gagawing competent ang ating civil service para ma-weed out natin ang mga personalidad na hindi naman dapat dyan at nakakadagdag sa bulok na sistema. Sa paglipas ng session, tiyak po na marami tayong matututunan mula sa mga resource speaker na magbibigay linaw sa lahat ng tanong tungkol sa issue ng flood control project sa bansa. Para marating natin ang paglilinaw na ito at makabuo ng komprehensibo at epektibong batas. Una, alamin natin ang buong proseso mula sa budget call sa Enero hanggang sa implementasyon at auditing. Ikalawa, susuriin natin ang mga butas sa umiiral na patakaran na nagbubukas sa katiwalian. At ikatlo, sisikapin natin tukuyin ang problema sa baha at tignan ang malawakang solusyon, hindi patsi-patsing proyekto na walang kabuuang direksyon, kundi isang malinaw na plano na ipatutupad ng may malasakit at walang bahid ng korupsyon. Para po sa seguridad ng buhay at kabuhayan ng mamayang Pilipino at para sa isang kinabukasang hindi na muling magmamana ng mga kapabayaan at katiwalian ng nakaraan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Chairman Chua. We will now proceed to the measures referred to the committee with a focus on the flood control matters. So we will allow short statements by the congressmen involved. House Resolution number 33 is authored by Congressman Walfredo Di Maguila Jr. Is he here?
Mr. Chair, may I know how many minutes am I allowed to deliver my, how do you call it, intro? 5 minutes?
3 minutes. Please.
3 minutes? Okay. Mr. Chair, sa statements ng mga chairman, sinabi nila, pagdating ng bagyo, lumulubog tayo. Ang concern ng mga members ng committee ay ang paglubog ng mga LGUs na inyong nasasakupan. However, meron tayong na-miss na tanong, saan nagpunta ang tubig mula sa baha? And that is why I sponsored House Bill 33, House Resolution number 33, para pag-aralan ang mga flood control measures na ginawa ng DPWH na obviously hindi po pinag-aralan. Dahil 50 years ago, during the time of former President Ferdinand Marcos, and tinulungan siya ni Architect June Falapox, sinabi niya ang tamang solusyon sa pagbaha sa Metro Manila. And that is, ginawa, ayusin ang mga ilog sa Metro Manila, particularly ang Marikina River, ang Pasig River. Then from Pasig River, ginawa po ang Manggahan Floodgate. Ang purpose ng Manggahan Floodgate ay iligtas ang Metro Manila sa baha. Pero sa pagliligtas sa Metro Manila, particular ang mga lungsod ng Mandaluyong, Makati, Quezon City, Pasig, ang tubig ay pinapump out papuntang Laguna Lake. No less than the chairman of the Senate Committee on Blue Ribbon Committee stated na 4 na metro ang mas mataas ang level ng tubig ng Laguna Lake kisa sa Pasig River. Ang ibig sabihin, isinakripisyo ang Laguna Lake, isinakripisyo ang mga taga Laguna, taga Rizal, kahit kami bahain, basta't wag lang bahain ang Metro Manila. Pero hindi doon natatapos ang plano ng dating Pangulo sa tulong ng mga magagaling na engineer noon. Mayroong proposal, kasama sa proposal, ang spillway para naman ang pressure ng Laguna Lake ay mawala at mailabas para ang mga taga Laguna, taga Rizal at ilang lungsod sa Metro Manila ay hindi po bahain. Ito po ang storya ng aming probinsya ng Laguna Lake. Bata pa po ako, 1971, kwento ng nanay ko, kinakailangan naming lumipat ng ibang bayan dahil lumubog ang aming barangay. Every 7 years thereafter, nagkakaroon ng baha sa amin. Naging every 4 years, naging every 2 years. Ngayon, for the last 3 years, taon-taon kami po ay baha. Meron po akong pinaprepare na 1 minutong video, pero kasama po, magsasalita din ako habang ipinapakita ko ang video ito. I wish mai-present natin ito para maipakita ko sa inyo ang konteksto kung ano ang naging resulta ng kapabayaan, ng hindi pagpaplano, ng pagsasakripisyo, ng hindi pag-iisip ng tama at komprehensibong or isang master plan para sa pagdedredge ng Laguna Lake, pag-aayos ng ating mga rivers, at ang hindi pagtuloy ng spillway. Mari bang may ipakita natin?
You have 30 seconds left. Sorry, unfortunately.
Ay, sorry. Ipakikita po dito, mga kasama, ayan, na hanggang ngayon, kung sa inyo, sinabi nyo, lumulubog tayo pagkatapos ng bagyo, pagdating ng bagyo, lumulubog tayo, kami po, umalis na ang bagyo, lubog pa rin kami. Ito po ay kahapon lamang kuha. Iyan po ay bumaba pa. Ito po ay Barangay de la Paz. Bali 4 na barangay po ang lumulubog sa amin. Ito po ang resulta ng kapabayaan ng hindi tamang pagpaplano ng DPWH. Ang ginawa po kasi, sinayang natin ang pondo, ninakaw ang pondo, pinaghati-hatian na kahit sa mga LGU, sa mga lugar na hindi naman binabaha, may flood control tayo. Wala namang sakit ang inyong mga lugar, pero meron kayong solusyon. Mali. May mga lugar na kailangan nating bigyan ng solusyon. Hindi lamang ang mga kinatawan ng Laguna ang involved dito, pati ang Metro Manila, involved kayo dito. Pati ang mga taga Cavite dahil lahat ng tubig sa Cavite sa amin po pumupunta. Maswerte sila, mataas ang lugar nila. Pero po kami, ganito po kami, lalampas po ang Pasko. Ganito po kami. Pag dumating ang Nobyembre, Mr. Chairman, babagyo pa po. Dahil iyon ang kalakasan ng pagdating ng bagyo. Dahil sa climate change, bago ang panahon. Pag umulan uli, bumagyo uli, kahit nga hindi po bagyo, habagat, kami po magdadagdag na naman po ng tubig sa Laguna Lake. Kakainin ng Laguna Lake ang mga bahayan. Kaya Mr. Chairman, ako'y nananawagan kung merong magiging resulta ang joint committee hearing na ito. Sana po nananawagan ako sa bagong secretary ng DPWH. Mag-isip, magplano, kumonsulta at matuto sa kasaysayan. Nakita na natin ang paghihirap ng aming lugar, ng buong Laguna, ng buong Rizal, ng ilang bayan sa Metro Manila. Tapusin na po natin ang pagsasakripisyo po namin para po sa Metro Manila. Sana po maitama po natin ito, isang planong sasapat or tutugon sa problemang ito. Isang planong hindi na kami mag-aantay ng another 50 years bago kanyo maisip ang solusyon dito. Hindi kaya ng local government. 9 na taon po akong punong lungsod. Lagi ko po itong sinasabi, pero ang ending, iba ang inilalatag ng DPWH na programa para po sa lalawigan ng Laguna. Marami po salamat.
Thank you, Congressman. Next is Congressman Roy Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr.
House Resolution number 79.
Chairman. My esteemed colleagues and resource person, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Today I rise to sponsor a resolution that seeks to uncover truth, promote resilience, and protect the lives and livelihoods of thousands of Filipinos, especially those in the province of Laguna and the low-lying areas of Metro Manila. In view thereof, I filed House Resolution number 79, entitled the resolution directing the Committee on Ecology to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the exigency of an environment-friendly dredging project of the Laguna Lake to increase its water holding capacity, which will materially address the perennial and the adverse effects of flooding in the province of Laguna and low-lying areas of Metro Manila. My dear colleagues, my dear friends, ang resolution po ito ay hindi lang about sa lawa ng Laguna. Hindi ito tungkol sa dredging lamang, but it is about life, about dignity, it is about heat, and above all, it is about accountability. The search for truth is a collective endeavor. We must be willing to confront uncomfortable realities, to challenge the status quo, and to stand firm in our conviction while remaining open to new perspectives. Sa aking pong palagay, Mr. Chairman, kailangan na nating magkaroon ng isang bagong pananaw sa bawat program of works na pinagtibay ng DPWH, na sa bawat magkilos ng mga contractors ng kanilang heavy equipment sa paglalagay ng bakal, semento, pilote, sa mga flood controls, may isang kulang. Kulang po, Mr. Chairman. May isang kulang na bahagi. Ito ay ang kawalan ng puso at malasakit na ang tanging hangarin lamang nila ay kumita ng malaki. Paano na si Juan de la Cruz? Paano na ang ating bayan? Tunay nga hindi ang problema sa baha ang magpapalubog sa ating bayan, kundi minsan masakit man tanggapin ay ang kasakiman. Tila taon-taon na lamang tayong binabaha. Hindi na ito bago sa mga taga-Laguna, lalo na sa mga nanirahan sa Santa Rosa. Our city is functioning as a catch basin, catching not just the overflowing water of Silang River, but the neglect and efficiency of our flood control planning. Laguna, particularly Santa Rosa, is one of the country's greatest contributors of the GDP of our country. Ironically, becomes a receptacle of floodwaters, a victim of the very system it helps sustain. This is why we urgently call for a scientific, environmental, sound, and transparent dredging, one that increases Laguna Lake's capacity to hold excess rainwater and river overflow, reducing flood control and protecting lives.
30 seconds, please.
Bakit po sa tuwing may proyekto para sa flood control tila walang resulta? Saan napupunta ang pondo? Saan napupunta ang tiwala ng bayan? It is time we invoke ancient truth, veritas vos liberabit, which means the truth will set us free. Let this inquiry be not just a technical, but a moral in nature. Let it shed light on anomalous contracts, expose ghost project, and hold accountable those who are exploit disaster for profit. Dahil ang kalikasan ay hindi pwedeng dayain, babalik at babalik ito sa atin. Let us act. Let us act wisely. Let us act now. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Gonzales. House Resolution number 88, Congressman Elijah San Fernando, please.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, sa mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino na nanonood, magandang umaga po. Sa mga kontraktor naman, mga opisyal at mga politikong sangkot sa mga maanomalya at ghost projects, wala ho kaming ibang hangad, kundi gumulong ang inyong mga ulo at kayo ay mapanagot at makulong. Just last July, Mr. Chair, we saw families in Malabon, Bulacan, Pampanga, and Laguna wading chest deep in flood waters. Children could not go to school, workers could not report to their jobs, and families lost everything they had built. Just as we thought na tapos na ang paghihirap ng ating mga kababayan, noong mga nakaraang araw lang, nilubog na naman ng baha ang iba't ibang lugar sa Metro Manila, lalo na sa Quezon City. This is the lived, recurring reality of millions. I speak today, Mr. Chair, to enjoin the House to act expediently on a matter of grave importance. The repeated failures and anomalies that plague our country's flood control programs and initiatives. Taon-taon at trilyong pisong halaga ng kapalpakan at katiwalian ang ating pinag-uusapan. Over the past few weeks, Mr. Chair, we have been exposed to a barrage of information about these programs, the contractors, and the politicians linked. Amid the noise, let us stick to the essentials. In 2025 alone, a staggering 308.32 billion pesos has been allocated to water resources development and flood control programs. For context po, kung may Department of Flood Control, ito ang magiging ikatlong pinakamalaking cabinet level agency ng gobyerno. For the 2026 NEP, the flood control budget is 274.93 billion pesos. If there is corruption, Mr. Chair, we are talking of corruption of the grandest kind. Yung mga nagdaang issue at aligasyon ng korupsyon, mani lang sa daang bilyong pondong tinangay sa mga ghost flood control projects. The effects are no less grand in their severity. The past July monsoon and tropical cyclones affected over 4.67 million individuals, displaced more than 309,000, damaged 2,975 homes and 310 infrastructure facilities, killing at least 26 people. These are not mere statistics, Mr. Chair. We are talking of an estimated 4.85 billion pesos in infrastructure losses and 712.4 million pesos in agricultural damage, not to mention the unquantifiable cost of human life. Beyond these numbers, the anomalies and failures of flood control are worth looking into because of a simple reality. Sana po nakikinig ang mga kontraktor at ang mga politiko na sangkot dito. Kapag palpak ang flood control, ang ordinaryong Pilipino ang unang nasasaktan. Kapag bumaha, hindi naman ang mga mayayamang engineer o mga politikong senador o congressman o mga kontraktor na nakatira sa kanilang mansyon o gumagamit ng dose-dose ng mamahaling SUVs ang naghihirap. Ang naghihirap po ay tayong mga manggagawa at ordinaryo. Tayo ang mas madaling nagkakasakit, mas madaling nasisira ang bahay. If the state fails in guaranteeing adequate protection from natural disasters, it is failing in its basic duty to protect the most disenfranchised in our society. Ghost projects, kickbacks, substandard engineering, ang dami na pong pangalan. No matter the form it takes, we are asking to end this vicious cycle of incompetence and corruption. We are
Time is up, please.
insisting that every death linked to flooding is a preventable death. The oversight function of Congress compels us to ensure that the executive is performing its duties in service of the Constitution, which asks us to protect the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology and reduce social, economic, and political inequalities. Kung may kailangang managot, Mr. Chair, panagutin po natin kahit sino pa po sila. If we wish to restore the trust of the people in our government and its institutions, we are compelled to act and to act now. Looking forward, Mr. Chair, we hope that this is the beginning of a conversation about climate resilience and the reforms necessary to equip all Filipinos as we brace for worsening natural disasters. May we start at accountability and end with foresight. We thus offer House Resolution number 88 for the consideration of this House. Muli po, sa mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipinong nakikinig, magandang umaga, maraming salamat. At sa mga kontraktor, mga politiko na sangkot sa mga maanomalya na proyektong ito, nawaho ay gumulong ang inyong mga ulo. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman San Fernando. House Resolution number 107, Congresswoman Charis Ann Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, and distinguished members and colleagues in public service. Good morning. Laguna de Bay is no longer a quiet warning. It is a roaring alarm. Hindi na po ito lawa ng kabuhayan, kundi nagiging lason na bitag kung saan nananatili ang baha. This is why I speak today as a sponsor of House Resolution number 107, calling for a review of all flood control projects, especially along Laguna de Bay, and the feasibility of sustainable, nature-based solutions toward a comprehensive flood mitigation and lake management master plan. On July 24, 2025, water levels reached 12.51 meters above the critical threshold of 12.50 meters, and by July 31, they rose further to 12.87 meters. So the 2025 monsoon floods worsened by severe tropical storm Krising and Typhoon Emong claimed 30 lives, displaced thousands, and submerged communities across Calabarzon and Metro Manila. And now, Laguna de Bay is only 2.5 meters deep on average, plugged by sedimentation, sewage, and industrial waste. Ang fecal coliform levels, isang bacteria po na nakakaapekto sa kalidad ng tubig at produkto ng lawa, ay nasa 2 million MPN per 100 ml. So it's 10,000 times the safe limit. So hindi na po ito lawa ng kabuhayan, kundi nagiging lason na bitag kung saan nanatili ang baha, bagyo-bagyo. At kahit bilyon-bilyon piso na ang ginagastos sa flood control, taon-taon lumalala pa rin po ang pagbaha. So this is a failure of governance. Kailangan nating aminin na may mga kapalpakan na po at may kapalpakan po ang gobyerno na sa kabila ng napakaraming pondo, sa kabila ng napakaraming batas at institusyon na binuo para proteksyonan ng lawa, ay patuloy pa rin itong nasisira, nakakawawa at nagdudulot ng baha sa mga karatig bayan. Kasama na po ang aking distrito sa Calamba. At ang solusyon po ito dito ay hindi dapat pader lang at pump lamang. Kailangan respetuhin natin ang kalikasan, and the way forward must be engineering, science with ecology. At ang pinaka kailangan kasama po sa lahat, mula sa hanay ng gobyerno, mula sa komunidad sa tabing lawa, sa ating scientific community, we need evidence-based, people-centered, and climate-resilient master plan. So my dear colleagues, I urge you to support this House resolution because Laguna de Bay is crying for help. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hernandez. House Resolution number 109. Co-author is here. Congressman Ko, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
colleague, it's my honor and privilege to sponsor this House Resolution number 109 for an immediate investigations motu proprio in the aid of legislation. In behalf of our principal sponsor, Congressman Tony Pete Albano, who is from the first district of Isabela, wherein this tragic incident happened. So we are here in order to discuss an important matter that affect the integrity of our public infrastructure that needs and urgently needs for an institutional reform in order that we can institutionalize our system. So we are the witness to those collapsed bridges on several places of our countryside, like Kabiga of Baliti, Batangas, those Bantili of connecting Quezon and Batangas provinces, like two bridges in Bohol, the Clarin and the Borja bridges, one from Pangasinan, and recently one from Albay. And it includes the most controversial so far in Philippine history, the Kabagan Bridge of Isabela. That this is what we call a decade-long project before it was turned over to the end user 26 days after it collapsed. So our very objectives is to find ways and means for the ultimate solutions to this problem in order that we can obtain and secure structural integrity of all bridges from planning, design, and up to constructions. So this is not only a structural failure, but this is a failure of governance and accountability, and up to now, no one held accountable. We can no longer wait for another bridge to collapse before we act. We should act now, for tomorrow's may be too late. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Ko. Congressman Ungab, do you want to make your opening speech? You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I will just read the last part of my question of privilege. The House of Representatives is not only the seat of legislative power. It is the sanctuary of our people's trust. Every member has a sacred duty, a solemn obligation to uphold its honor, defend its name, and to ensure that its integrity remains unblemished. I speak today not to cast aspersions on this House, but to bravely defend its honor, not to shame it, but to safeguard the public trust that our constituents have vested in us. Our duty transcends beyond personal reputation. It is a collective calling to preserve the dignity of this institution. Let us remember that the President himself, in his State of the Nation address, condemned the shameless who robbed the people, castigating them, "Mahiya naman kayo." The entire audience, including members of this House, uploaded those words in good conscience. But now the public asks, if Congress investigates, can the investigation be trusted when some of those accused are congressmen themselves? This is a difficult question, one that cannot be ignored or swept aside. For the credibility of this House depends on our willingness to confront it. Silence will not shield us from doubt. Only truth and transparency can do so. Yes, it is true. We possess the authority to investigate in aid of legislation. Yet there is a duty higher than this power, which is credibility. The credibility of this institution. Without public trust, our hearings risk of becoming a mere spectacle, empty of substance and justice. If the House investigates itself, will the nation believe in our fairness? Will they see this only as a drama staged to clear the accused by default? Many people will just call it a zarzuela, whose ending is predetermined. To truly protect the dignity of this House, we must show we are not above the law nor exempt from scrutiny. Our sacred duty is to set an example. Let us consider an investigation led by independent bodies, the Ombudsman, the Commission on Audit, or an impartial panel. Why hesitate if our hearts and records are clean? If we value integrity, transparency must not be feared, but it must be welcomed. We can go further, establish a credible anti-corruption body, modeled after Hong Kong's Independent Commission Against Corruption and Singapore's Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau, empowered to investigate these allegations without taint of political interest. If we are innocent, a fair investigation will vindicate us. If any are guilty, justice must be done unflinchingly without regard to rank or status. My dear colleagues, no single member's reputation can outweigh the collective honor of this House and the sacred trust of our people. Integrity is not safeguarded by words or pageantry. It is demonstrated by decisive and principled action. Let us show the Filipino people that we fear no truth.
30 seconds, please.
That we are ready to cleanse our ranks if called for. Each of us is entrusted with a sacred duty to ensure that the House of Representatives remain a true pillar of integrity in our democracy. Because at the end of the day, it is not merely the honor of a few that is at stake, but the honor of this entire House, and above all, the trust and confidence of the Filipino people. Let us keep always in mind that the truth will come out as it must. So let us be sure that when it does, we are ready, unafraid, and worthy of the trust we hold. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Ungab. Next to speak is Congressman Nathaniel Odocado. Privilege speech number 56, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to this committee for considering my privilege speech. Ang privilege speech ko po ay isang speech about my personal experience. Hindi po ako siniswerte katulad ng iba na kinailangan ko pong languyin ang baha nung ako po ay nag-aaral pa ng college nung Typhoon Naundoy, at ako po ay nabasa nung Typhoon Glenda habang nag-aaral kasama ang aking mga libro. And na-realize ko po na dapat itong mga problemang ito katulad ng pagbaha at pag-ulan, expected naman na natin. Dapat po natugunan na po natin. Sa aking pong pag-aaral, nakita ko po na ang pagkukulang natin ay ang pagpaplano, but at the same time, ang pag-coordinate among our agencies. Fragmented po ang operations when it comes to flood ang ating gobyerno. Halimbawa po, si DPWH Infrastructure, si DNR sa water waste, si MMDA para sa pumping stations, si DOST sa science, si Pag-asa sa volume of water. Pero hindi po ako nakakita ng coordinated plan para sana makita natin ng lahat ng budget ay may pinapatunguhan. So itong privilege speech ko po calls upon this august body not just with its oversight function but also with its legislative function, na dapat mag-create tayo ng batas that will fill in the gap na nakita natin based on experience. We understand po na mabigat, especially given ang unwanted na paningin sa atin minsan ng publiko. Pero it is a duty that we have to fulfill as public servants, and it is a duty because this is the House of the People. And with that po, I hope this committee will consider that we create this commission, and we create a commission that will not only take care of what's in front of us, but the future of the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Odocado. Before proceeding, we will read the additional list of members who are here. Congressman Ernesto Ernix Junicio, 1st District, City of Manila. Congressman Rolando Valeriano, City of Manila's 2nd District, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Congressman Romeo Acop, District Representative, City of Antipolo, 2nd District. Congressman Paulo Henry Marcoleta, District Representative, Party List Sagip. Congressman Jose Bong Teves Jr., TGP Party List Deputy Majority Leader. Congressman Marcelino Libanan, Party List 4Ps, Minority Leader. Congressman Crispin Diego Remulla, 7th District, Cavite, Vice Chairperson, Committee on Good Government. At this point, we would want to proceed already to interpellation, and we are directing the Committee Secretary to place all resource persons under oath.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry. Ito po yung agenda natin. Ano po ba ang uunahin natin dito? Iba-iba po yung topic eh.
We will focus on House Resolution number 88 of Congressman Elijah San Fernando, a resolution directing the Committee on Public Works and Highways and other appropriate committees to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the persistent, widespread, and escalating mismanagement and failure of the government's flood control initiatives with the end in view of safeguarding public funds and lives. Yes, what is the pleasure of Congressman Arisa, please?
Can I interpolate our witnesses?
We have to place the resource persons under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Congressman San Fernando.
Since I'm not part of any committee po dito, but my resolution is up for discussion, can I make any parliamentary action such as making a motion?
Unfortunately, not, Your Honor.
But according to our rules, Mr. Chair, Section 31,
Move to suspend, Mr. Chair.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Congressman San Fernando can participate in the proceedings, but he cannot vote. All right. Can we place the resource persons under oath, please? Committee Secretary is directed.
May we ask all the witnesses and the resource persons to please stand up and raise your right hands. Again, can we ask all the resource persons and witnesses to stand up and raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee? The oath has been administered, Your Honor.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. We can now proceed to interpellation. The first to interpellate is from the minority, Congressman Ege Rice, Senior Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask some questions to our former Secretary.
Sorry, before proceeding, you have 5 minutes, please.
Secretary Manuel Onoan. Sa budget process po, Secretary Bonoan, nagsisimula po ito sa mga engineering district. At ito po ay ginagawa na yung inyong budget preparation nagsisimula sa engineering district at ginagawa po ito in consultation with stakeholders in the local levels like, for example, local governments and representatives. Tama po ba?
Please respond, Secretary Bonoan, please.
Mr. Chair, before I respond, may I just make a small manifestation, Your Honor?
Yes, please proceed.
Your Honor, members of the chairman of the TRI committee, on occasion of the invitation from the committees of public accounts, public works and highways, and good government and public accounts dated August 27, 2025, to attend this hearing, I would just like to manifest, Your Honors, that President Ferdinand R. Marcos has accepted my resignation as Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways, effective September 1, 2025. In view of the circumstance, therefore, Mr. Chairman, I can no longer represent DPWH officially, and with your indulgence, I will be speaking on my own, if it is okay, Your Honor.
Thank you for your manifestation, Secretary Bonoan. Just for the information to everyone, yesterday in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, former Secretary Bonoan was given the privilege to excuse himself from the proceedings. Is it the wisdom of the body to excuse Secretary Bonoan from the proceedings as well?
Mr. Chair,
Chair.
you can treat Mr. Secretary Bonoan as a resource person because he knows all about this.
All right, sige po. Please proceed.
Okay. So nagsisimula po ito sa engineering district at pagkatapos po ito'y pinapadala sa mga regional offices for consolidation.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Pagkatapos po ipapadala to sa central office.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Particularly sa planning office ng
That's
Department
correct,
of Public Works. Consolidate po ito including all the regional offices and central offices expenditures program. Tama
Yes,
po?
Yes, correct.
Pagkatapos po ito ipadadala sa DBM.
That's correct, Your Honor.
At ang DBM po ang magko-consolidate nito at ito po ay ipapasa sa Office of the President at aprobahan ng gabinete.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Dito po nabubuo yung National Expenditures Program.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Pagkatapos po, ito po ay ipidadala sa Kongreso, sa House of Representatives. Tama po.
Tama po, Your Honor.
At ito po ay magiging General Appropriations Bill.
Tama
GAB.
po, Your
At magkakaroon po ng mga hearings at magkakaroon po ng mga amendments, errata. Tama po, no?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Based on consultation with representatives, based on consultation with the Committee on Appropriations. Tama po yun.
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
At pagkatapos po, ito ay aprubahan on second reading.
Tama po, Your Honor.
At dito na po magtatapos ang papel ng Department of Public Works and Highways at ng DBM. Tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor, sa House of Representatives.
Pagkatapos po, pag na-aproba sa second reading, meron pong small committee, ang Committee on Appropriations, para po pag-aralan yung mga individual amendments ng mga representatives. Tama po ba sa inyong pagkakaalam?
Tama po, Your Honor.
At pagka ito po ay na-aprobahan on second and third reading, ito po ay padadala sa Senado.
Tama po.
At magkakaroon po tayo ng BICAM. At yung BICAM po ang siya pong mag-finalize kung ano man mga amendments na pag-aagrihan ng both representatives of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Tama po.
Your Honor.
Noong 2023, 2024 at 2025 budget, nagkaroon po ng malaking pagbabago mula sa budget ng DPWH na isinabit nyo sa Kongreso. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Kung matatandaan nyo po, gaano po kalaki yung mga pagbabago na ito? Dito na lang po tayo mag-concentrate sa 2025 budget. Magkano po yung pinopose nyo at magkano yung naaprubahan na budget ng DPWH?
Ang natatandaan ko po, Your Honor, the National Expenditure Program ng DPWH for 2025 was at the level of 900 billion. What came out of the General Appropriations Act is 1.088 billion, Your Honor.
Meaning, gaano po kalaki ang nadagdag?
1.088 trillion, Your Honor.
Gaano po kalaki ang nadagdag?
Ang nadagdag is 188 billion, Your Honor.
At sa nadagdag po na 188 billion, ito po yung mga infrastructure projects, tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Sa pagkakaalam nyo, saan kumuha ng mga program of works? Paano nakapagdagdag ang House of Representatives at ang Senate dito sa mga proyekto na ito? Galing po ba ito sa DPWH, yung mga programa na ito?
Ayan ay hindi maliwanag po, Your Honor.
So ito po ay ginawa ng BICAM without your knowledge.
Wala po.
So makakaalam lang po ng mga insertion na ito ay particularly yung BICAM, the Senate Committee on Finance and the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives. Tama po ba yan?
Well, as far as we know, Your Honor, that will be the product of the Bicameral Conference Committee, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yun na lang po ang aking at Mr. Chair, I would like to move that in order to clear up things, to clarify matters, we should invite the chairman of the Committee on Appropriations in the last Congress, the 19th Congress, and the chairman of the committee, Congressman Saldico and former Senator Grace po. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Second.
Second. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman. Before Secretary Bonoan leaves, I would like to ask a question. I'm supposed to ask this question.
Wait. So, excuse me.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's a motion po muna.
Motion. I seconded the motion. I thought it was already.
But I don't think Secretary Bonoan will leave as yet.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I seconded the motion of the Honorable Irise, Your Honor.
Can we restate the motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I move to that this committee invite the chairman of the Committee on Appropriations and the chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance in the last Congress, na 19th Congress, para malaman po natin kung paano, ano yung talagang storya, bakit nadagdagan ng may 100 bilyon at saan nila kinuha yung mga programa na yon na idinagdag sa pantalang sinasabi po ni Secretary Bonoan na hindi naman po sila yung nagbigay ng mga programa na ito. Alam niyo po, especially on flood control projects, kung malalaking proyekto to, dapat po mayroong mga environmental compliance certificate. So, mahalaga na malaman natin saan galing ito. So, ang nakakaalam lang po yun dito, si former Senator po at si Congressman Saldico, sapagkat yung mismong pagpoproseso ng mga insertions na ito ay nanggaling sa kanilang mga tanggapan. And I'm sure, yung mga opisina nila, yung staff nila, sila nakakaalam dahil sila yung nagproseso nitong mga insertions na ito.
Mr. Chairman,
I seconded
I would like to second. Yes, Your Honor. May I? I would like to second the motion. I would like to explain why. You know, last August 4, I delivered a privileged speech questioning the, I think, mangled beyond recognition 2025 budget, and I was very specific on the automatic appropriations. Almost ang daming ginalaw. So hindi lang yung program appropriation, new general appropriations ang ginalaw pa yung program. In fact, towards my ending statement, I have said the 2025 budget is the most corrupt budget ever passed in the history of Congress. Sinabi ko yan. You know what? Nung araw sa time namin, pag may nag-mention sa previous budget, yung former chairman, tatayo kagad yan sa plenary. Magsasalita, question of privilege, individual and collective privilege, i-explain kung anong nangyari. Mr. Chairman, August 4 ako nagsabi, 2025 budget is the most corrupt budget. Hanggang ngayon, wala akong narinig na denial man lang sa previous chairman o sa previous members ng committee. Does this mean na hindi nila kaya i-dispute yung sinabi ko na 2025 budget is the most corrupt budget ever passed in the history of Congress? So I second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I am objecting on the motion. I am objecting on the motion. Mr. Chairman,
You want to
I would like to know the reason why, because I would like to find out if we're going to invite them here, are they resource speakers or they are members of the House of Representatives? Are we going to ask them questions? Are they going to answer it? We'd like to find out.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, move for a few minutes suspension.
Mr. Chairman.
Move to suspend, Mr. Chairman.
There's a pending motion by Congressman Arrese.
Mr. Chairman, there's
I second it.
lalo to si Bryce Hernandez, sinabi ni Senator Lacson, tila matakaw sa pera. Pag magpataya daw to, Mr. Chair, isang taya, 5 milyon, parang baliw, hindi natatakot. I mean, walang kaba-kaba. Do you confirm or deny, Mr. Alcantara, Engineer?
Your Honor, hindi ko po alam kung magkano tinataya niya dahil hindi naman po kami makasama sa table. Inamin ko po, ako po'y nakapasok sa casino, Your Honor.
Hindi po honor, pang ilang beses, hindi kayo regular, pero naglalaro kayo, kasama po siya.
Minsan po kasama, minsan po hindi.
So nagkakasino po kayo?
Inamin ko po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So sa inyong paglalaro, bukod doon, yung lifestyle, balita ko nga, sana pag dumating si Bryce Hernandez, Mr. Chair, pag-issue nyo na po siguro ng wala pares, ay mga ilang beses ko kayo naglalaro sa isang sa isang buwan, yung grupo nyo po?
Mga 2 hanggang 3 po, Mr. Chair.
Ang balita ko rin naman po, kayo naman hindi masyado, no? Yung hanggang 30,000, 50,000 lang, pero itong inyong sumunod sa inyo, medyo mas malaki-laki. So, Mr. Chair, pwede mo kaya natin pakuha ang CCTV footages ng kanilang di manoy field trip araw-araw sa casino.
Hello. Can you please
Meeting resumed.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Erice has the floor, and I asked him to.
Yeah,
that
but Mr.
be
Chair, I
allowed
was
to make a
listed since
manifestation.
this committee
Well,
assumed.
We recognize her first.
Yeah, and with due courtesy, boss, sandali lang. With due courtesy to the Honorable Chanco, very quickly, I just really need to go. I just really need to go for a personal matter. Mr. Chair, with due courtesy to all my colleagues, kani-kanina lang ay tinanong ni Congressman Shell Jokno at ni Congressman Secretary Laila De Lima na hindi ba pangit na meron tayong komitiba and we might be investigating our colleagues? That's precisely the reason, Mr. Chair, why we are all here because of our oversight powers. Yes, tutumbukin yan by the third-party investigators, and if there are cases, let cases be filed against the personality. Pero ang punto ko lang, Mr. Chair, I am appealing to our members, wag po nating ilihis na patuloy ito na nangyayari. Nagbago na ang chairman ng Committee on Appropriations, nangyayari pa rin. And tila ako, nung pag-aral ko ng 2026 proposed NEP, merong mga napasok na flood control projects na hindi nang galing sa baba. Mr. Chair, with due courtesy to my colleagues, yes, tumbukin natin later ang Committee on Appropriations, but for now, we have the officers that resigned. I'm not sure if it is already accepted, officials of the Department of Public Works and Highways. We need to know paano ito nangyayari. And also, Mr. Chair, if I move forward, the intent of this committee is to exercise of oversight powers to put in and instill measures para hindi na maulit. Instead of focusing on a single situation, as reiterated, as conveyed by my very good friend, Congressman Ungab, baka pwedeng we can invite them. We can invite a colleague who is not a member of the 4 committees. So the former chairman of the Committee on Appropriation is not a member of all the committees here. Eh, pwede naman niyang imbitahin. Why do we have to put on motion? Let us not make the investigation personal. Let us all work together so that in the 2026 budget, while we are ongoing the deliberation, let us identify yung mga singit na flood control projects, yung mga cat's eye na nandiyan pa rin at hindi pa rin natatanggal. Let us do our job by putting a permanent seal to dollies to all these anomalous things. With that, Mr. Chair, may I appeal to my colleagues? Yes, let's invite the personalities mentioned. Let's do away with motions and divisions of the House because we are losing focus. Balikan natin, ano bang iniimbestiga natin? Na mapunta ang pera ng taong bayan sa tamang proyekto, na mapuntahan ang investigasyon sa dapat na mga baguhin, that we have a new secretary, that we will be helping him, maybe put everything in place, all the safety measures, at yung mga admin orders, executive orders na nandiyan dyan, tanggalin na natin while we are all here. So again, Mr. Chair, may I repeat my appeal? The focus of our investigation is to nip the bud, putulin ang ugat para hindi na ulit tumubo. And with that, Mr. Chair, let's move forward to the interpellators that have signified their intention to ask questions. And I believe the Honorable Erice, as I earlier talked to him, is amenable to inviting a colleague. Kung hindi dumating, then let's discuss that. But is that the solution? Because any member of Congress will change, any committee chairman will change. But if the root of the cause of all of this will not be nipped, paulit-ulit pa rin itong mangyayari.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congressman Chanco, then Congresswoman De Lima, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun na nga ang problema, no? Nung unang ginawa to, I was against it. How can we investigate ourselves? That is the primary question. So kung ang isang congressman, sabi nyo kanina, kahit sino masagasaan, wala tayong sasantuhin, kahit congressman, kahit senador. Eh kung ang congressman hindi pa pwedeng maging resource person at hindi natin pwedeng pa-testify under oath, eh di ibig sabihin sa usapang to, exempted ang congressman. So paano tayo mag-iimbestiga? Paano tayo tutuloy? Number 1. Number 2, Mr. Chair, here is the USB. Sinasabi, paano nagkaroon ng insertion? Under the name of Congressman Saldico,
ang insertion sa BICAM as proponent siya is 13,803,693,000. And we do not want to invite him as a resource person.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Comsec, can you show this? Para lang
Yeah.
sabihin hindi ako
Mr. Chair, with
nag-invento.
due courtesy.
Wait, I have the floor.
Yeah, i-correct
I have
ko
the
lang.
floor.
Yeah, but
I have
Mr.
the floor.
No, Mr.
I
Chair.
have the floor.
Yeah. Just to, on the
I have the
record,
floor.
on the record, Mr.
I
Chair.
have the floor.
He did not refuse
Suspend.
to
I have the floor.
Chair,
Suspend.
motion to suspend.
Mr.
Suspended na. Meeting resumed.
Mr. Chair.
We are returning to the previous motion. I think there are particular details on how we would want to dispose of the motion, particularly because the subject of the inquiry today are specific projects. And this is something we understand that budget implementation, budget preparation is within the context of implementation of infrastructure projects. But I think we would want to focus on the specific projects that had been inspected by the President today. The further that we delay discussions on the matter, I think the public will be more frustrated with Congress. No? So what is the pleasure of Congressman Enrique, Your Honor?
Mr. Chair, if that's the case, I would like to defer my motion because I would like to consult my staff kung itong mga 100 billion na insertions sa 2025 budget ay may mga nakasamang ghost projects as the President had mentioned in his revelations. So, ito-consult ko. Kung wala po dito, I will withdraw my motion. Pero kung meron, I will insist on my motion. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to request to defer my earlier motion.
Thank you, Congressman Enrique. The motion is deferred.
Mr. Chair.
Just a point of order, just a
Mr. Chair.
inquiry from the movant. So when he moves for the deferment of his motion earlier, he's not really withdrawing the motion. Do I take it correctly?
As I said, Mr. Chair, I am not withdrawing my motion. I'm just deferring my motion to, in order to consult my staff whether these 100 billion insertions in the 2025 budget includes ghost projects as mentioned by the President. So, in order to be fair to this committee.
Isn't it? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I have to raise this. Isn't it, with due respect to our colleague, the senior minority leader, you were actually mentioning about the BICAM earlier. And really, that's supposed to be part also of my questions later. Nobody has ever seen, or as far as I know, the BICAM committee report for the 2025 GAA has not been released, but I've seen a copy. So there are a lot of questions there. And the only ones who can really explain those things, because there's an unprecedented cuts and insertions. 373 billion, I understand. I consulted certain budget experts. So, ang pananaw ko po, paano tayo makaka-move on sa pag-inquire nitong mga individual projects, insertions, etc., kung hindi pa natin nalalaman ano ang nangyari sa BICAM noong 2025. And therefore, ang makakasagot nun, just information, would be the two chairs of both panels, the House and the Senate, in that BICAM. I'm not saying that my colleague, my distinguished colleague, would have no discretion to make a deferral of this motion. It's just that doon po sana rin ako tutuloy sa punto na yon. We have to understand what happens sa BICAM. And makakasabi sa atin yan, yung report mismo na hindi pa nakikita ng karamihan, and testimony as resource persons of those in the know. And that refers to both chairs of the APRO committee of the House and the Finance Committee of the Senate. So it's just a form of a manifestation. At gusto ko lang pong sagutin ng konti yung punto ni the Honorable Congresswoman Garin was saying something, let's not make it personal. Who's saying that we're making it personal? Nothing personal here. It's all about public interest. It's all about truth and accountability. Wala akong personalan dito. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, because I'm
would
listed as
want
the
to,
first
recognize-
interpolator, may I appeal to my colleagues? If I may be able to proceed to my line of questioning, I will pursue the line of questioning of the Honorable Ega Erice, and I fully respect the context of the statements of the Honorable Laila de Lima. With that, Mr. Chair, may I appeal that I be recognized as the
Yes,
first.
please proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Maraming
Chair, Mr.
salamat
Chair.
po sa ating
Point
mga
of order.
kasamahan. Mr. Chair, may
Point
I
of order,
ask,
Mr. Chair.
because
Point
the
of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So,
what is your
does it
point of
mean-
order?
Yes, no, I just want to inquire because ang rules na po natin is minority, independent, and majority.
No, I don't think there's a rule like that.
So kailan po ang term ng independent?
Sorry?
Kailan po ang term
After the majority.
So ang rule ng committee na to is minority, majority, independent.
Yes po.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chair.
Maraming salamat din, Kong Toby.
Congressman Flores, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. The former Secretary Bonoan is actually asking that he be excused, Mr. Chair, as there is going to be a turnover for the DPWH with the new secretary, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I understand.
With the undertaking that he will come back and in the next scheduled hearing, Mr.
We'll
Chair.
just
Mr.
finish his
Chair,
interpellation, then he can go.
Precisely the reason that I want to move forward, because the subject of my interpellation will be answered by the Honorable Bonoan. Yeah, very quickly, Mr. Chair, kung pwede lang po sana. I only have 5 minutes.
If we do allow that, Mr. Chair, then we would have to allow everyone to ask questions to Secretary Bonoan.
But Secretary Bonoan is time bound, no? So we'll just let her finish, then
I submit, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Bonoan can basically go.
Maraming salamat, sir. Maraming salamat, Kong Flores. So, Mr. Chair, kanina nga, may mga natanong si Sec Laila, may mga tanong si Kong Erice. May I ask from the Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways, the former Secretary, can you give us a very brief flow of how projects are listed in the National Expenditure Program?
Your Honor, the process is, it starts from the engineering districts in consultation with various sectors.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt. Hindi po kaya nabanggit na po ni Secretary Bonoan yung tanong po ni Congresswoman Garin sa pagtatanong po ni Congressman Erice. This is just a duplication of the question propounded by Congressman Erice.
But I think we have to give her the honor of asking the questions.
Even if it's a repetition of what was asked
Mr. Chair,
earlier.
what rule did my question violate? May I appeal to our colleagues, magrespetuhan tayo. Kung tiyempo nyo naman, pwede kayong magtanong. I gave that preliminary question because I'm moving to the next question.
This is a point of order po.
What law did I violate in asking a question, Mr. Chair? Hindi na po ba ako pwedeng magtanong? Kailangan ba yung tanong ko, ipaalam ko kay Congressman Marcoleta?
Binanggit ko lang po na natanong na po kasi ni Congressman Erice yung pong katanungan ng ating
That's why, Mr.
mambabatas.
Chair, I mentioned that my questions is in line with the question of Congressman Erice. That's why I'm setting the premise. Let's move forward, Mr. Chair. Sayang ang oras na hinihinto natin ang investigasyon na ito.
If the premise was laid already, why do we have to repeat it?
Because, Mr. Chair, I have my time. I'm laying down my premises of ano po ba ang kinakatakutan ni Congressman Marcoleta sa mga katanungan ko?
Wala po.
Then let me proceed, Mr.
Gusto po
Chair.
natin
It's my
mag-move
time.
forward. The chair will rule. Po natin ang oras. Di po ba?
Oras ko po ang kinakain ng mga tanong ko. And Mr. Chair, may I move that my time be sent back to point zero?
Yes, let the Deputy Speaker proceed, please. Thank you. The Chair has ruled.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Balik po ako sa zero at magsimula po ang aking 5 minuto. So Secretary, ulitin ko lang po yung tanong para po madugtong ko. Paano po ba nagsisimula ang paglista ng mga proyekto sa NEP? Sa NEP po muna tayo.
Sa NEP po ay nagsisimula po doon sa mga engineering districts namin when they consolidate their proposals from all sectors actually. for all the projects that would have to be considered into the budget that has been allocated per engineering district, Your Honor. And in consultation with various sectors, as I said, this has to go through municipal development councils, provincial development councils, and this will have to be elevated actually to the regional development councils, where they will propose actually the regional budget proposals. From the regional budget proposals, this is where we are going to determine actually the priorities that will be incorporated into the NEP to the allocation for each of the legislative districts, Your Honor. So this is where we are going to determine the priorities and include into the proposal, Your Honor.
How about, Mr. Chair, dun sa implementation? Sino naman ang nag-oversee ng implementation sa baba?
The implementation of projects is dependent on the threshold authority that has been given. Let's say, for example, in the district level, Your Honor, they have the authority to implement projects up to 150 million, and up to the regional offices, they have the threshold authority to implement up to 400 million, Your Honor.
In other words, Mr. Chair, correct me kung tama po ba ang tinutumbok natin. Sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon, ang proposal ay nanggagaling sa baba. After several consultations, umaakyat, napopondohan, nalalagay sa budget, pero pagdating sa implementation, ang mga proponents ay siya rin ang nag-oversee ng implementation. Tama po ba, Secretary?
Ang nag-oversee ng implementation, Your Honor, will be the district.
So technically, where it emanated, kung sino ang nag-propose, initially, yun din ang mag-oversee.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the normal flow of conduct. So kamakailan po, Secretary, ay nakita ko sa news na kayo po ay bumisita sa mga proyektong na-allege na ghost. Do you confirm this, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Pwede niyo po ba kaming i-orient kung totoo ba talagang ghost? Sangayon sa lumalabas sa balita, totoo bang substandard? And can we have the specifics of this project?
Your Honor, when the President has mentioned actually that we have to investigate all the projects that we have furnished him, actually completed projects that we have furnished him, I immediately sent out validation team from the Department of Public Works and Highways to do a what we call present and absent project identification, Your Honor. And thereafter, there has been some reports actually that there are projects that cannot be located, and there are projects actually.
Apologies, sir. Tumbukin na lang po natin yung una yung binisita. Were these projects in Bulacan?
Yes, Your Honor. Meron kami.
So, ghost ba? Hindi ba totoo? May project na pondohan, na kolekta, pero walang existing? Ganun po ba ang inyong nakita o hindi?
What I can now divulge, Your Honor, is actually there are two projects that we have noted that these are ghost projects.
Ibig sabihin, multo ang flood control project na yun.
These are projects that cannot be identified and cannot be.
Were they paid, Mr. Secretary?
In Bulacan First Engineering District.
Nabayaran po ba siya, Mr.
Nabayaran
Secretary? Po. Okay. Yung dalawang project, unahin lang natin ito kasi gusto nga natin makita yung flow. Kanino po nag-emanate ang request na pondohan ang mga proyektong ito? Sang-ayon sa pagbisita ng ating Pangulo, yung dalawang project na sinasabi niyo po.
The first project was actually financed under the fiscal year 2024. And the other project is actually financed under the fiscal year 2025, Your Honor.
Ito po ba ay nanggaling sa baba? Was this proposed from the district or the regional office? Ito po ba ay pinopose ng ating district engineer at inakyat sa opisina nyo na pondohan sa NEP? Ganun po ba?
I don't have the Our record is just saying that it came from the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, may I move that we request the Department of Public Works and Highways, whoever is taking over, na tingnan yung flow. Una, paano ito napasok sa GAA? Pumasok ba ito sa NEP? Because what we are seeing here as a perennial problem, yung nag-propose ng project ay siya din ang mag-i-inspect, siya din ang magsicertify, siya din ang magsasabi na bayaran ito. Tama po ba, Secretary Bunoan?
Magsasabi ng bayaran, Your Honor, would be the implementing office that supervises and implements.
Precisely.
Yes,
It's the same office that you mentioned. Yung nag-propose, papunta sa central office, papunta sa DBM, at na inoon ng DBM, napunta sa budget, siya rin ang mag-i-implement, siya rin ang mag-go signal. So the power rests in a single office or a group of people. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, if the project emanated from the National Expenditure Program.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, dugtungan ko lang po, kasama lang itong mga binisita ni former Secretary Bunoan, kasama yung ating Pangulo. Yung pong sinabi niyong Barangay PL, Baliwag, Bulacan, ito po ba ay ghost din?
This is one of the projects that I have mentioned, Your Honor.
Ano po yung parang merong flood control na parang ginaganong-ganon ni Presidente? Yung semento na kaya niyang durugin sa kanyang mga kamay ang semento.
I would not know if that would be the project that he's referring to, because this project does not have any.
The one he mentioned, substandard. Magkasama kayong, I just saw it in the news, sir.
I was not with the President during that visit, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Chair, my next question, in these two ghost projects that you are referring, meron pa po bang iba or wala na? Sa pagkakaalam nyo?
Under investigation and validation, Your Honor.
Okay. For the first two ghost projects, proven to be ghost, sino-sino po ang contractors?
The project in Barangay PL Baliwag, Bulacan is SYMS Construction, and both of them, both projects are SYSM Construction, Your Honor.
And what were your actions, Mr. Secretary? After that visit and when the President gave you a directive, ano po ang naging action nyo?
My directive was actually to issue the preventive suspension of all the officers of the First Engineering District, Your Honor.
Will you agree with us in saying, legislative-wise, kailangan siguro lagyan ng safety measures na yung proponent sa baba ay hindi rin siya ang magiging implementor? Tama po ba?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Next, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, dun po kapag inakyat na after DPWH, saan po pumupunta ang proposal? Anong opisina po?
Pagka na-consolidate na po namin, Your Honor, I think we submit it to the Department of Budget and Management. So we'll now then consolidate all the National Expenditure Program of Government.
Does the DBM vet or chine-check ba ng DBM yung lista na sinusubmitin nyo? Kagaya ng, napunduhan na pala ito nung nakaraang taon, hindi na ito pwedeng punduhan ngayon. Ginagawa ba ng DBM yon?
I am not sure, Your Honor, but I think I have not experienced anything that they would call our attention for that matter.
So what you submit to DBM, they take it hook, line, and sinker? Kasi sa pagkakaintindi ko ay tinitingnan nila ito.
Well, Your Honor, I think they consolidate all the projects and see to it that everything is within the budgetary allocation that they have given to the agency, Your Honor.
And who encodes, Mr. Chair? Sino po yung naglilista officially Kino-computer ba yun? Mano-mano ba? Or meron bang sistema ang DBM or ang DPWH para mapasok? And I think seeing the situation, Mr. Chair, ang nakikita ko po ay si Yusek Cabral, who's charge of planning and IT, would know a lot of things in so far as this is concerned. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor. Your Honor.
So may I
Naging
request very briefly si Yusek Cabral if you can update us, appraise us, paano po, saan nanggagaling yung listahan na nasa NEP?
Before responding, last 30 seconds, Your Honor.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, pagdating po ng regional budget proposal, nagre-rely po kami doon dahil yan po ay vetted ng mga regional offices at ng district engineering offices. Prioritize po yan, ranked according to their priorities. Ini-encode po namin sa central office based on the ceiling threshold. Chine-check po yung mga location, kung tama, kung tama yung placement sa program, activities and projects. At tinitingnan din po namin kung ito ay nasa menu ng DPWH.
And as Undersecretary for Planning and IT, this falls within the gambit of your office.
Yes, Your Honor.
So ang tanong ko, ang next ko na tanong kay Yusek Cabral, meron ka bang ipinapasok o yung opisina mo, meron bang isinisingit sa listahan ng mga proyekto na hindi nanggaling sa baba?
Wala po, Your Honor.
So lahat ng nililista mo dyan ay nanggagaling sa district engineer.
Sa regional budget.
And you're under oath, Madam
Yes,
Yusek.
Yes, Your Honor.
What if we can show you that in the previous budgets, including in the proposed 2026 NEP, ay merong mga proyekto na hindi nirekomenda ng district engineer, ng regional director, pero paglabas ng NEP sa DBM ay may mga nakalista na.
Your Honor, we have to check on the origin of the project if you can give me the list of
Yes.
projects.
So ang next ko na tanong, Mr. Chair, last two questions. Last two questions.
Okay,
if I
last
may.
two questions.
Yeah. Bakit po, dati-rati kasi sa tagal ko sa gobyerno, kapag merong proposed project, lumalabas dyan, okay, project 1 proposed amount is, let's say, 20 million. Yung iba, 50 million. Yung iba, 100 million. Yung iba, 150 million. Bakit tila itong mga nakaraang mga taon, maybe for the past 5 years, bakit merong mga project na hindi na siya 50 million, kundi nagaging 47.5 million, 48 million, or yung 147 million. Para ba siya nagiging kontrasernyas yung amount na nakalagay sa mga project na ito? So, as head of planning, how did you determine this cost? Na kung rati-rati ang project ay 50 or 100 million or 150 million, merong mga ganon, pero merong kang mga nakikita na uniform 147 million, yung iba naman 48.5 million, and it's spread in specific areas but all over the country. How would you comment on this?
We rely on the submission, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, of the regional budget proposal.
No, but how do you determine? Because it comes from your office. Paano nyo po kino-compute yun?
Ayun po yung sinubmit, Your Honor.
So yun ang sinubmit. Kanino po nanggaling ang computation?
Sa regional budget proposal po naka-indicate.
So Mr. Chair, I'm just going to go on my second round and push for this last question because Secretary Bonoan might go. Sec, yung binisita nyo po, yung anong daan ba po yun? Yung sa Baguio? The President visited a project in, was it in Baguio or in Benguet? Which area was that, Mr. Secretary? It was in Benguet. Okay. Meron kasi siyang sinabi doon na, rock netting?
Rock shed and rock netting, Your Honor.
When did this start, Mr. Secretary? This kind of projects?
Which project, Your Honor? Rock shed.
Itong nagfo-fall in that gambit of rock netting, however, whatever you call that. Kasi nakita ko kasi dun sa balita, when you were being interviewed, or parang si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos atay nagsabi, pinahinto na ito. Bakit binalik? So that's why in aid of legislation, we know how this works. Kasi mamaya itong flood control, tatahimik ulit tayo. Kung walang nagbabantay, ibabalik ulit. Kaya medyo hindi na maingay ang tao, ibabalik ulit. So if we need to nip it at the bud, dito sa rock netting, very clear kasi yung paulit-ulit na statement, hininto na ito. Bakit binalik? Can you give us a quick summary of how that happened? When did it start? When was it suspended? Kailan siya binalik? And maybe a rundown of all the allocations spent on similar projects all over the country on an annual basis.
Your Honor, I can only at this point in time say when we stopped actually the implementation of rock netting, I issued a department order to stop the use of rock netting unless it is technically justified and technically evaluated by the central office, Your Honor. That was, if I'm not mistaken, this was in late 2023, Your Honor, when the President instructed me to stop the use of rock netting and traffic safety
You
devices.
stopped it on 2023.
2023.
Kailan po siya nagsimula, sir?
Long before, I understand, Your Honor.
Approximately what year? Maybe Yusek Cabral can appraise us?
Please wrap up, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah.
I think during the past administration, Your Honor.
Sorry, may I hear you again, sir?
I think this was started during the past administration, Your Honor.
Para hindi po tayo mamalisyahan, let's work on an annual. Maybe was it 2010? No.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
2013?
I will not be able to.
2016? Yeah. Mr. Chair, I signify my intention to go on the second round, and in closing, may I move that the Department of Public Works and Highways furnish us the total amount spent on, what do you call that project? Is rock
netting, Your Honor.
Rock netting on an annual basis from the time it started up to the time it was suspended and up to the time it was brought back again. Can we get the commitment of the DPWH?
We'll have to drill down po and ask the regional offices and district.
Yeah, but can you give us that data?
We'll provide your answer.
Okay, and my next motion, Mr. Chair, I move that the DPWH be requested to give us a copy of how the broken amounts have been reached to. Na yung dati-rati ang project ay 50 million, 100 million, 150. Merong mga iba doon na tila nasisingit na nakalagay ay 147 million, example, or 49 million, at tila repeatedly happening in the same areas. So can the Honorable Yusek again give us the basis of that computation and the basis of allocating this in the respective areas?
We will do that, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield to the next interpolator.
Mr.
But
Chair.
please proceed to the second round.
Mr. Chair. Yes,
Mr.
before giving the floor to Congressman Chanco, Secretary Bonoan will be going to his turnover at the department, so we will have to excuse him at this point.
Yusek Cabral and other Yusecs will stay behind to answer the questions of the members, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Secretary Bonoan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may I interject as to this very important, just one question. This is in relation to the
To whom po? Who are you going to ask the question to?
No, our one contractor, it's in relation to what Secretary Bonoan said a while ago. This is connection to what Secretary Bonoan said a while ago. As to the question of the Congresswoman from Iloilo. Just one question, Mr. Chair.
Wait, but let Secretary Bonoan leave first.
Yeah. Pwede na? Very quick.
Just one question because Congressman Chanco.
Yes. Very quick. Mr. Chair, may this representation know if SYMS, as mentioned by Secretary Bonoan, as to the Ghost Project in Bulacan, are they around?
They're
SYMS?
Their SIMS is absent.
SIMS is absent. All right. That's all, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Congressman Chanco, you have the floor.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, kanina po pinag-uusapan yung insertion, tinanong po kung ano yung mga natanggal sa 2025 budget at kung ano yung mga naipasok, no? Kaya po pabor sana ako dun sa motion ni Congressman Erice na imbitahan talaga ang dating former chairman ng Committee on Appropriations, si Congressman Saldico, dahil kahit dun sa small committee, wala akong naibigay na report, no? And for the record, under Congressman Saldico as proponent, ang insertion sa BICAM is 13,803,693,000, no? Under Ako Bicol, it's 2,295,000,000, and under BHW party list, it's 2,064,000,000 pesos. So ang point ko lang po dito, Mr. Chairman, is mas malaki pa po ito sa mga, even yung 2 billion, mas malaki po ito sa NEP ng ibang mga lugar. So bakit kailangan dumaan sa party list ang mga proyekto para sa distrito? Bakit hindi po binababa sa distrito directly? At ang makakasagot lang po niyan is si Congressman Saldico. Okay, next. Anyway, pangalawa po, nakita ko po yung listahan ng invited resource persons. Hindi po ba natin inimbitahan si Mayor Benji Magalong?
Not for this hearing, Your Honor.
Pero iimbitahan po ba siya sa susunod na pagdinig?
At the future hearing.
Hindi, sa next hearing?
We have to discuss it first.
Because nandito po kanina si Congressman Abante, siya po yung nagsabi na wag naman akusahan yung House at pangalanan kung sino yung tinutukoy. At pumayag naman po si Mayor Magalong na tukuyin pag siya ay inimbitahan ng House kung sino yung tinutukoy niya na pinakamalaki ang nakukuha na 20%. So ang tanong ko po, bakit pa po hindi imbitahan kaagad ng committee para malaman na po natin kung sino yung tinutukoy niya, Mr. Chair?
I think we have a commitment that we will invite him. But the commitment is not on the next hearing. Kasi marami po tayong pag-usapan. In fact, gusto natin isa-isahin yung mga Sims construction, hindi yung nagpakita. St. Timothy, hindi yung nagpakita. Ito yung alam ng mga tao na gustong malaman yung katotohanan. Eh. So, ibig sabihin, we are united with Mayor Magalong on his commitment for against corruption. For him to name the 67 lawmakers, no question. But he will be required in this committee to do it under oath. State 67 lawmakers who are contractors first. Second, lawmakers who are allegedly receiving 30 to 40% kickback. That will come in due time. That is the commitment of this committee.
Hindi, kasi sa sinasabi niya, ang pinakamalaking nakukuha ay yung Committee on Appropriation. So hindi pa ba mas mabuting i-address na po natin? Kasi nandiyan po, si Congressman Abante, nadinig ko po yung interview nyo, sabi nyo po, dapat pangalanan po ni Mayor Magalong. So ayaw nyo bang mag-present ng motion na imbitahan na siya kaagad para pangalanan na rin po niya? At sinabi naman po niya na willing naman po siyang imbitahan.
Congressman Abante, you're being asked.
Should I make the motion now?
Better, Mr. Chair, to show na talagang seryoso tayong imbitahan siya.
I just have one.
Mr. Chair.
Before speaking, I have one question lang po to Congressman Chaco. Is this part of your interpellation or what is this? Okay. All right.
It's part of my 5 minutes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
All right.
And after this, I will have no further questions because this will be my basis of seeing if talagang may pupuntahan tong committee na to o wala. Kung ayaw natin imbitahan si Mayor Magalong sa agarang panahon, medyo may magkakaproblema tayo sa credibility niyan.
But I think we have to state for the record as well that in many public forums, Mayor Magalong has labeled the committee as merely a moro-moro committee. So I think the public should look at that as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pero sinabi niya, kahit tinawag niyang moro-moro, sinabi naman niya na willing siya magpumarap, di ba? Eh di tingnan natin kung haharap siya pag inimbitahan natin.
I think
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, please.
I think we should be sensitive regarding the word moro-moro. May we delete the words because I think it was Kong Zia, who is a Muslim. It was, I think, an affront to the Muslim community.
Yes, I understand it, but that was the exact statement of Mayor Magalong, labeling the committee as moro-moro. We will not remove it from the record, but because that is what he had labeled the committee.
Mr. Chair, just coming it from the members of the committee and saying that it is moro-moro, I think it's quite personal on the part of the members of the committee. But anyway, I will abide by the decision of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Santos. Again, would you want to respond to
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Chanco, please?
there's no problem in making a motion, but as you made a promise to me, Mr. Chair, that one day Mayor Magalong will be invited, why don't we just finish the hearing right now? We still have a lot of contractors that are waiting to be investigated, to be interpolated. So why don't we wait? Why don't we finish this first before anything else? Bakit natin ginugulo itong hearing na ito samantalang marami naman naghihintay dyan ng mga contractors na very much willing to be interpolated?
All right. Thank you for your response. Congressman Chanco, please.
No further questions.
Thank you, Congressman Chanco. Next to interpolate is Chairman Joel Chua. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question will be, I would like to address my question to our resource person, Engineer Henry Alcantara. May I know if he is present? Okay. May I know if nag-take na po ba siya ng oath?
Yes,
Nakapag-take na po ba kayo ng oath?
Mr. Alcantara has taken his oath.
Okay,
You may
thank you.
proceed with the questions, Chairman Chua.
Thank you. Mr. Mr. Alcantara, are you an engineer by profession?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Taga saan po kayo, Mr. Alcantara?
I'm from Bulacan po.
Saan po
Your
sa
Honor,
Bulacan?
Mr. Chair.
Saan po sa Bulacan?
I'm from Bukawi, Bulacan po.
Bukawi, Bulacan. Pwede ko po bang malaman kung kailan at kung saan po kayo nagtapos ng inyong engineering course?
Graduated from University of Santo Tomas po.
UST.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So kayo po, kailan po kayo nagsimulang magtrabaho sa DPWH?
1994 po, Your Honor.
1994. Ano pong unang posisyon na hinawakan po ninyo?
I was nagsimula po ako job order. Ang item ko po ay laborer 1, naging laborer 2, naging engineer 1. Every 6 months po because I was a casual employee at that time.
So at present po, ano po ang inyong position ngayon?
Before po ako ma-relieve, I was appointed as OIC, Assistant Regional Director sa Region 4A po. ARD, Assistant Regional Director po.
Sa Region
4A po.
4A. Pero bago po ito, ano po yung naging posisyon po ninyo?
I was a former District Engineer of Bulacan First, DEO.
First District?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. So sako po ninyo yung Baliwag at saka yung Kalumpit?
Yes, Your
Tama po
Honor.
ba? So bago bilang district engineer, ano po yung inyong scope of work?
Ang scope of work po ay to manage and implement the projects po. Manage po. More on management, sir.
So kasama po ba dito yung pagpaplano?
Yes, sir. But there's sections involved in the planning po.
Okay. So hanggang sa pag-release po ng pondo, tama po ba?
Up to the payment, yes, Your Honor.
Up to the payment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you po. So nasa kapangyarihan po ninyo yung pagpaplano, pagbabudget, tsaka pagbabayad. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po. Mr. Chair, pwede ko po bang ipakita dito yung, ito po, yung Department Order number 42 kung saan nakalagay po dito yung trabaho po ng District Engineer. Ayan po, nakalagay po dito na the District Engineer of the following District Engineering Office are authorized to approve plans, POW, and ano ba yung POW?
Program of Works, Your Honor.
Program of Works, and ABC. Ano po yung ABC?
Approved budget for the contract. Yes,
Ano
Honor.
po?
Approved budget for the contract.
Approved
Budget.
approved budget of the contract, as well as procure and implement project costing 100 million pesos. Now, ito pong 100 million pesos, di po ba tinaas na po to?
Yes, Your Honor. It's
So magkano na po ang threshold na hawak po ninyo?
150 million po. Yes, Honor.
So 150. So meaning to say, lahat ng project na worth 150 million pababa, kayo po ang nagre-release ng pondo. Tama po ba 'yan?
Hindi po kami ang nag-release, Your Honor. I mean, nagbabayad po sa project kami
Kayo
po.
po yung nagbabayad, tama
Yes,
po?
Your Honor.
Alright, sige, tama po. Okay, so, syempre po, habang ito pong project ay ginagawa, kasama po sa trabaho ninyo, ang inspeksyonin yung nasabing proyekto. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, somehow, nag-inspect po ako ng project.
Somehow.
Ganito po, if I may allow to explain,
Yes,
Your
please.
Honor.
Pakipaliwanag po sa amin.
Meron po kasing project in charge. Meron po tayong project engineer in charge of the implementation of the project. And meron po tayong section implementing the projects.
Okay.
They are the sections implementing all the projects, Your Honor.
Pero lahat ng project dapat tinitingnan mo rin kahit papaano. Tama
Yes,
po ba?
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So, sa dulo, syempre, bago tayo magbitaw ng bayad or payment, syempre, meron po dyan tinatawag na final inspection. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ginagawa mo rin po ba itong final inspection bago ka magbayad?
There is a team that's assigned to be the inspectorate team. They are the one who will inspect the project po, composed of the different section chiefs, and as head of the inspectorate team is the assistant district engineer, Your Honor.
Okay. Engineer, may pakikita po ko sa inyo, Department Order number 99. Ito po. Dito po nakalagay po dito, the certificate of completion shall be issued by the District of Engineer in the case of project implemented by the district office. So, sino po nag-i-issue ng certificate of completion? Kayo po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, bakit po kayo mag-i-issue ng certificate of completion kung hindi po ninyo in-inspection ito? Na ito pong project na to ay tapos na.
Your Honor, it is the attachment of the certificate of completion is based on the certificate of final inspection conducted by the team.
So, ang ibig po ninyo sabihin, nagbe-base lang kayo ng pag-i-issue nyo ng certificate of completion base sa attachment at hindi po base sa inspection na ginawa po ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor, because I presume...
So, lahat po ganun na ginawa ninyo? Kahit na isa, wala po kayong tinignan?
Meron naman, Your Honor.
Meron naman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige. So is it safe to say na siyempre, dahil tinitignan ninyo yan, pag nakita ninyong kumpleto, i-release yung certificate of completion. Pag may nakita naman po kayong defect, hindi muna ninyo i-release yung certificate of completion at patatawag ninyo yung contractor para remedyohan to at ayusin. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, the process po, I just want to explain po, Your Honor. Meron po kaming team na nagva-validate doon po sa mga defects po na bago po inspeksyonin ng final inspection team, sila muna po ang magbabalidate po ng mga defects if ever meron po.
So hindi po ninyo tinitignan lahat?
Hindi, Your Honor, hindi po. Because,
so basta issue lang kayo, naniniwala kayo dun sa papel na binigay sa inyo, na kompleto, kaya mag-i-issue na lang kayo.
Yes, Your Honor. There is a presumed regularity of the documents presented to me, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. Pagbibigyan po kita dyan. Mr. Chair, alam po ninyo, yung sinasabi po kasi ni Engineer Alcantara ay hindi po masasabi natin na hindi po ito maliit na bagay. Kasi po, napakabigat po ng kanyang responsibilidad. Once he certifies, magre-release na po ng payment, yung pera. So, yun po yung nagiging basis, yung certificate po niya, yun po yung nagiging basis ng releasing po ng payment. Kaya, alam po ninyo, no less than the good president went to Bulacan personally to visit the project. At ang ating pong Pangulo mismo ang nagsabi na substandard daw po itong proyekto. Ito po yung release po ng Inquirer at sinasabi po perfect example of abuse. Ito po ba under po ng engineering district ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, so, nare-recognize po ninyo itong proyektong to na binabanggit ng ating Pangulo?
Hindi ko po masyadong matandaan, Your Honor.
Hindi mo na masyadong matandaan. Okay. May papakita po ako sa inyong kontrata, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, next slide please. Meron po ditong kontrata, contract agreement between DPWH Bulacan 1st District Engineering Office. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Before proceeding to the next slide, I think we have to make a record. Ayan na po. Sige.
Ito po. Pakinggan po muna natin itong video ng ating presidente.
Paano naman? Wala talaga. 220 meters, 55 million. Completed ang record ng Public Works. Walang ginawa. Kahit isang araw hindi nagtrabaho. Wala kang makita. Puntahan ninyo. Wala kayong makita kahit na ano. Tuloy-tuloy ang pagbaha doon sa kabila. So, yes. If all of these projects were properly executed and implemented, ang laki nang nawala na problema sana sa atin at sa mga taong bayan. At saka mas magiging maayos hanggang irrigation, hanggang water supply, fresh water supply for household. Pero ito yung ginagawa nila talagang nakakapinsala pa sa mga local residents. So yes, I'm not disappointed, I'm angry.
Ano pong comment po ninyo dyan, Engineer?
Yes, tama naman po ang Pangulo. It's really disappointing. At ako rin po mismo, bilang district engineer, I was really surprised by the findings of the President because if I may explain to you.
So pati po kayo, nagalit din?
Yes, sir.
Paano pong galit? Galit na galit din kayo?
Yes, sir. There was instances after I think that is August 7 at 5 p.m. Pinatawag ko po yung mga dating kasamahan ko and I asked the district engineer at that time, who is my former assistant district engineer, and the section chief implementing the project. Sabi ko, why it happens? Because all your signatures is attached on the documents.
So hindi po kayo yung nag-implement nun? Hindi po kayo yung district engineer at that time?
Actually, sir, kalahatian lang po ang inabutan ko ng final payment. Hindi po ako nag-final payment po niyan.
Okay, sige. May pakikita po ko sa inyo. Isa pong yung contract agreement po. Ito po. Between the DPWH and Sims Construction Trading worth magkano ba to? 55 million. 55,730,000. At dun po sa baba, meron po nakapirma dito in the name of Henry Alcantara. Sino po tong Henry Alcantara na nakapirma po dito?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. Pirma po ba ninyo ito? Would you confirm that this is your signature?
I think yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, nung time na, ito yung pinakita po natin kanina, ito po ba yung project na, yung kung saan galit na galit si Presidente, at kayo rin mismo galit na galit, sabi ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ito po yung kontrata nun. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. Thank you. Sabi po ninyo, hindi po ninyo galit na galit kayo. In fact, hindi nyo kalahati lang sa inyo. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At pwede pong next slide yung bayad. Ito po, may pakikita po ako sa inyo. Ito pong ito po yung Sims Construction Trading. So, ito po yung OR kung saan nabayaran yung Sims Trading in the amount of magkano to? Initially, 50 labo. Ha? Initially, 43 million at yung pangalawa pong OR bilang second and final billing, yun po yung balanse. So, ibig sabihin, nabayaran po sila. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. I think.
So, paano po nangyari yung ba't nabayaran po? Wala naman pong kahit na isa. Ghost nga po eh.
I just want to explain, sir, that there was a certification signed by the project engineer and the implementing section chief.
Teka, sino po? Sino po? Certification?
There is a documents that's the basis of the accomplishment in the public works, and that is statement of work accomplished, signed by the project engineer and the implementing section po.
Pero hindi po ba dapat tinitingnan nyo muna?
Your Honor, as I told you, napakarami pong papel na dumadaan po sa akin everyday at napakarami pong ginagawa. Sabi ko nga po sa inyo, ako naman po yung nag-i-inspeksyon. Natapat po siguro itong mga project. We have, I think, 500 plus projects this 2025, and the previous year is around 480 projects.
Sige po.
All in all, not only plant controls, but roads and buildings po, Your Honor.
Sige po. Meron pa po ako isang proyekto na ipakikita po sa inyo. Next slide. Next slide, please. Ito po yung Bulusan Kalumpit.
Na ang metro, hindi ginawa. Hindi linagay tapos nasira. Basta't wala na talagang linagay. Pero pag titignan nyo yung report namin, ay dapat completed na ito. Nakalagay doon na inspeksyon na, completed na, walang problema. Tapos, hindi lamang sa hindi yung mga wala, ito naging kasama na parang ghost project na itong mga, hindi lang itong may butas, ano? Eka mo, meron pa. Butas-butas pala itong dike na ito. Dapat buo ito. Dahil sa report namin, completed ito. Bukod pa doon, may question sa kalidad ng ating flood protection. Dahil yung bakal na nandun sa loob, parang hindi na nakabaon sa lupa. Kaya dumadaan yung tubig sa ilalim naman. Dumadaan, pumapasok ang tubig. Tingnan naman ninyo. Kailan last time na unan dito na malakas? Yung bagyo. Yung last time yung bagyo.
Yung mga habagat po.
Yung habagat dito. Hanggang ngayon, nakita naman ninyo pagpasok namin dito. Tayo lahat, puro parang swamp na ito, hindi na puro tubig lang ang makita mo. Kaya dapat
yan po. Familiar po ba kayo dun sa project na yan?
I think it's in Kalumpit, Your Honor.
Kalumpit. Tama po kayo. It is worth 96.4 million river protection structure in Bulusan, Kalumpit, Bulacan. So, ito po yung contract agreement po. May pakikita po ko sa inyong contract agreement. Ayan po, yung contract agreement between the DPWH, duly represented by Henry Alcantara and St. Timothy Construction Corporation. Doon po sa next page, may pangalan na naman po muli na Henry Alcantara at sa ibabaw po nun may pirma. Do you confirm that this is your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Next. Tanong ko po, ito po ba yan na nabayaran?
Yes, Your Honor. I think nabayaran po. As my,
saan napunta yung pera?
it was paid to the contractor, yes, Honor. Your Honor.
To the contractor. Meron pa po ko isang pakikita sa inyo. So, another project. Ito pa po.
Meron po sa Bilandulo, hindi masyado mapunta, hindi tayo magbangka. Nandun sa kabilang dulo. Naman, hindi pero nagkaroon yan, nasira, o hindi po, never nagkaroon. Hindi talaga, hindi ginawa. Eto na naman, the same thing. Pag titignan mo yung report sa atin, completed lahat. Meron na yan. Tapos, eto na naman yung quality. Madaling makita. Hawakan mo yung semento dito. Unang-una yung semento, ganyan lang kakapal. Dapat 18 centimeters. 18 cm, mga 8 inches. Parang kalsada. Dapat ganyan kakapal. Ganyan lang naman dyan. Pag subukan nyo mamaya, hawakan na nyo sa kamay, kayang durugin. Malabnaw yung semento na ginamit. Nagtipid sa semento, nagtipid sa... Tapos, meron dapat desiltation. Dapat doon na naman sa kontrata, may desiltation, dredging, completed. Tingnan naman ninyo, paano magiging completed niya? Tingnan ninyo. May isla sa gitna. Tinutubuan na ng damo na napaka... Masukal na yan, no? Ibig sabihin, matagal na silang hindi nagdredge. Although sa report namin, nagdredge sila. Ayun na naman. Hahanapin natin yung sinong responsible dito sa gobyerno, sa private. At kailangan managot sila dito sa kanilang ginawa. Managot sila, huwag sila managot sa akin. Managot sila dito sa mga tao dito na yung mga kahirapan na dinala nila sa mga buhay nila. Okay, sige. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yan, sabi po ng Presidente, ito na naman, same thing. Ano po masasabi po ninyo dito sa proyektong to? Ito po ba under na naman po ng inyong jurisdiction?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so ano po masasabi po ninyo dito?
I do believe, Your Honor, there is a person in charge of everything when it comes to quality. There is a section checking about the quality of materials to be used on site, Your Honor.
So dito po, galit din po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Galit na galit din po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Partida, galit na galit pa po kayo niyan, ha? May pakikita po ako sa inyo na kontrata. Same thing. Ito po yung kontrata, this time under, sino ba to? Wawaw Builders. At doon po sa kanan po, meron pong signature sa taas po ng pangalang Henry Alcantara. Do you confirm that this is your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ito po ba ay nabayaran na rin po ba to?
I think, Your Honor, nabayaran po.
Sa tingin po ninyo, nabayaran na?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, at kayo rin na nag-issue ng Certificate of Completion? Kasi hindi naman po mababayaran kung hindi naman po kayo mag-i-issue.
Hindi ko na po ma-recall, Your Honor.
Eh di po ba kanina pinakita na natin na may authority na mag-issue ng certificate, yung district engineer, di po ba kayo yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so di kayo nga po nag-issue ng certificate of completion?
Your Honor, if I may explain po kung okay
Sige
po.
Sige po.
Actually po, ang payment po ng office to the contractor is through LDAP. Bank to bank na po kasi yun. Ang dumadating po sa akin I end
Pero
up,
sino pong pumirma ng certificate of completion?
ako po, Your Honor.
Oh, ikaw. Okay.
Ang-
So, yun lang po.
sige
Yun lang
po.
po.
Okay po.
So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair,
Uh,
Mr. Chair,
Chairman
just,
Momo.
just an interjection, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Sige po, DS Kohun, please, and then Chairman Momo. Mr. Chair, in line with the questioning of the Honorable Chua, gusto ko lang tanungin si Engineer D. Alcantara. D, nakita mo yung mga projects na dinescribe ni pininisinta ni Congressman Joel Chua?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe you are responsible for that?
Actually po, ang negligence on my part, inamin ko po may kakulangan ako dahil I did not personally go to it.
do you believe you are responsible for that? The Ghost Project na sinabi ng Presidente, yung mga kakulangan sa mga materyales, sa kakulangan ng mga delivery ng supply ng materials, do you believe you are responsible for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman. Before DS Ortega, si Chairman Momo, please.
First, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in line with the questioning of my co-chairman, Joel Chua. D. Henry, project number 250252, construction of reinforced concrete river wall at Purok 4, Barangay Piel, Baliwag, Bulacan, in the amount of 55,730,911.6 is a ghost project.
I think, yes, Your Honor.
In the documents that was reviewed by my personnel, in the statement of work accomplished, you together with Assistant District Engineer Bryce signed the statement of work accomplished.
I think I signed it. I think.
Yes,
Hindi ko na po
you have signed
ma-recall,
it.
Your Honor.
And I have been a district engineer for many years also. Before I sign anything that is presented to me, especially if it's a final payment, I will always check whether or not totoo ang mga binigay sa akin para pirmahan ko. Ito ba hindi mo ginawa as district engineer?
Actually, ginawa ko po yan, Your Honor. Ang katotohanan po niyan, every Monday po, meron kaming staff meeting, all the section chiefs, nagpe-present po sa akin ng mga accomplishment through photos, Your Honor.
Nang chinek mo ito, hindi mo pinuntahan doon sa mismo sa site ang mga project mo?
That particular project, no po, Your Honor.
Bakit?
I rely on the signatures of my personnel, Your Honor.
Who approves the final payment in the voucher?
It was first signed at me, Your Honor. Ako po ang final. Meron pong signature ang implementing section and the accountant, and then ako po yung pinakahuli.
Anong attachment ng LDAP? Before you resign the LDAP, anong mga requirements bago niyo mapirmahan ng LDAP?
I think yung voucher po, Your Honor.
Yes. Voucher ang kailangan.
Yes, Your Honor po.
So approve ba ang voucher nito o wala?
Hindi ko po ma-recall because I'm not the one who paid the final payment.
I have
Your
in my hands na mga voucher nito hindi pirmado.
Hindi ko rin po
Bakit?
masigurado.
Bakit niyo pinirmahan ng LDAP na walang supporting documents?
Your Honor, ang LDAP po ay dumadating sa office ko na purely LDAP lang po yung nasa table ko, Your Honor.
So, nagre-rely ka lang sa project engineer mo, construction engineer mo, project engineer mo, project in charge mo.
And also
Lahat
to my,
susubo sa iyo, pipirmahan mo.
to my accountant, Your Honor.
Lahat ng ibibigay sa iyo, pipirmahan mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ganun ba yun? Ganun ba ang district engineer ngayon?
Because I trust them, Your Honor.
Oh? 55 million pesos, i-trust mo lang sa mga tao mo? Ganun ba yun?
Maybe yun po yun ang negligence on my part at yun po ang kakulangan ko, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request that in the next meeting, The following personnel be invited. The Assistant District Engineer Mendoza JP, John Michael Ramos, Galang Ernesto, Hernandez Jaime, Santos Norberto, Simbolan Pluralen, Mendoza Juanito, and all members of the District Inspectorate team, so that they will also testify on what's happening in the district. Bakit pinirmahan nila yon? Imposible ang District Inspectorate team pipirma na hindi nila nakita yung proyekto na yan. Kailangan natin dalhin sila. Unless may nag-order sa kanilang pirmahan yan. So yun ang ating tumbukin. Kung sino yung nag-order sa kanilang pipirmahan yung mga botsers na yan. Is it right?
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Wait,
Ako po. With the kind indulgence of Chairman Momo, may I
no,
be
wait lang po, wait lang po. The committee is ordered to furnish invitations to the persons named for the next committee hearing. But before going to Congressman Abante, we would like to go to DS Ortega first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Short interjection lang po sa kay Chairman Joel, no, kasi para mabuo natin yung origin story. Sir, it was stated on record that you rose from the ranks. Nag-umpisa po kayo job order hanggang sa current position nyo ngayon. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ganun naman talaga dati. Ganun ang saan kayo nag-umpisang maging DE, sir? Saang lugar?
Diyan lang po sa Bulacan, Your Honor.
Sa Bulacan. But before that, you were in Nueva Ecija. Tama po ba, sir?
I was Assistant District Engineer in Nueva Ecija, I think.
Anong taon po kayo nasa Bulacan, sir? If you can still recall.
2019, Your Honor.
2019 up to bago po kayo nalipat ng bagong assignment. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, 2019 up to 2025, early
Yes,
2025.
Your Honor.
Tama po ba? Ito po ba do you recognize this special order, sir? Ito po ba yung special order designating you sa iyong assignment po sa Bulacan? Pwede pong pa-flash yung special order? Secretariat.
COMSEC is directed to flash the special order, please.
Ayan. Tama po ba to, sir? Yung special order na naka-project sa screen?
Yes, Your Honor po.
So, you started in Bulacan during the previous administration po. Under the Secretary Mark Villar and under the previous administration. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
At ang presidente po rin nun, of course, syempre, si former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. And kailan po kayo yung exact date na nalipat po kayo ng region?
June 16, 2025.
2025.
Your Honor, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you, sir. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
just a quick interjection.
Let us ask Congressman
Yeah,
Abante.
in line with the questioning of Congressman Chua and Congressman Momo, no? Kanina, pinanggit ni Congressman Chua sa kanya kung lahat ng mga responsibility niya ay nagagawa niya. Sabi ni District Engineer Henry Alcantara, masyadong marami, di ba? Sagot mo, masyadong marami yung pinipirmahan mo yata yung ginagawa mo na hindi mo na kaya. Ano ba yung pagkakasagot mo?
Hindi po, marami lang pong dumadating na papel po sa
Maraming dumarating na papel sa'yo
Your Honor. Opo.
na yung iba ay hindi mo na talaga pinag-aaralan.
Pinag-aaralan lang po, but sabi ko nga po, Your Honor, I base my signature on the reports and signature. of
Kanina,
the-
binanggit mo rin na District Engineer Alcantara na yun ang kakulangan mo. Ano yung kakulangan mo? Pakipaliwanag mo nga sa amin, ano yung kakulangan mo?
Ang binabanggit ko pong kakulangan ko ay yung kakulangan kong puntahan po yung project dahil nag-rely lang po ako dun sa mga nakapirma pong mga tauhan ko at nagtiwala po.
Hindi lang kakulangan niya, malaking kakulangan yan. Hindi mo napupuntahan. Sapagkat mandato mo rin na-monitor yan tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi mo napupuntahan dahil may tiwala ka, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tignan niyo ha. Ayan. Ibig sabihin, kung ilang mga proyekto hindi mo napupuntahan, wala ka napupuntahan proyekto.
Binanggit ko po kanina, meron naman po akong napupuntahan.
Kanina, binanggit yung mga proyekto mo na hindi pa tapos Ibig sabihin, lahat ng mga proyektong sinabi ng ating Pangulo na hindi pa sinimulan pero nakalagay completed na, hindi pa tapos pero nakalagay completed na, kasalanan yan ng district engineer. Tama ba ako? Mali.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun pala naman dapat talaga kasuhan ka. Tama? Tama ba ako mali?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ayun. Ngayon, teka, ikaw pa, sabi dito, you rose from the ranks, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan ka nagsimula sa DPWH?
1994 po, Your Honor.
1994. Kailan ka naging district engineer?
2019, Your Honor.
2019 ka naging district engineer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino ang nag-assign sa'yo to be a district engineer?
The former Secretary Mark Villar, Your Honor.
Secretary Mark Villar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano bang ibig sabihin nun? Malakas ka ba kay Secretary Mark Villar o ikaw lamang ay tamang tao na ilagay dyan?
Nag-apply lang po ako, Your Honor, that time.
Nag-apply ka?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun lang. Chairman, gusto kong bigyan linaw dito, no?
Mr. Chair.
Alam nyo, mayroong mga tanong pa ako. Mamaya na lang siguro.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
short manifestation.
I manifested.
Alala po muna.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Nakakot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in connection with the questioning of the Chairman Chua. DE, 2019 ka naging district engineer.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Itong mga projects na ito, which are questionable, nangyari noong anong taon?
Yung pong PLI, I think 2025 po yung tanda ko po. At yung binabanggit po ng Pangulo ay 2020, I think 2022 or 23 po yata. Your Honor.
Ngayon, ang tanong, engineer, kayo po ba ang nag-propose ng mga projects na ito na may isama sa NEP?
Gaya po ng...
Pakitagot lang po. Kayo po ba ang nag-propose ng mga projects na ito para may sali doon sa NEP ng district office nyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, kayo ang nag-propose. Walang iba kundi kayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this was never changed by the Plans and Finance Office of the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, walang politiko na involved dito. Kayo po ang nag-propose na ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's very clear. Now, kayo po ang boss ng DEO, right?
Pardon, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang pinakamataas sa
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Opo.
And therefore, you're responsible sa lahat po na hindi mangyayari o mangyayari na masama. Kayo po, di ba? Kasi kayo ang boss
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, kayo po ang may responsibilidad lahat ng katarantaduhan na nangyari doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very clear.
Mr. Chair. Congressman Suwan, and then Congressman Dimag.
Mr. Chair, may I just
Suwan,
be...
Dimag, Gila, Congressman Ko. Then we will go to the next interpellator, okay? Which is, who is here? Congressman Tino for the minority. Di ba, Maya? We're just stating the order. Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I just be clarified? Engineer Alcantara, you were promoted as district engineer in 2019.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who appointed you?
Secretary Mark Villar. Yes, Your Honor.
So it was the
former secretary.
former secretary, and that was from the previous administration of the former president.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Right, next,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Dimagila.
Can we flash yung contract ng February 2025? Yung kontrata. 2025.
Please
Yung
flash na
kay-
po yung
Kay ni
PL
kay Chairman
contract.
Chua.
Sims Construction Trading Contract po yan.
Engineer, pag pumipirma tayo, we're very mindful of the dates at saka yung project kung ilang araw na. There's this contract, yung Ghost, na 55 million. In less than a month from February, then the next month, March, nakakubra ng more than 45 million in less than a month. Is that possible?
Depende po, Your Honor.
Flood control. Ito yung Ghost, ha? Ito yung Ghost, sabi ni Presidente.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then the next month, yung ayan, ito. February 24, 2025. Contract agreement. Hindi naman agad sa February 24 nag-start yan, syempre, di ba? Meron pang award yan, etc. Then the next slide, yung resibo. Yung resibo. March 19. Aba, wala pa talagang isang buwan. March 19, nakabayad ng 43 million. Yung una. First, yung partial payment, ha? Less than a month. Ito ha? I mean, napakahirap intindihin. Kasi nga, ghost eh. Ito ang problema eh. Ghost ito eh. Now, posible ba yan, engineer?
I think, depende po, Your Honor, kung kasi sa flood control po, yung sheet pile, they can do it within 3 weeks. Or
Engineer, tingin ko nga, kinabukasan, pwedeng mag 95% completion eh. Mali ka doon. Kinabukasan, pwede. Ghost kasi eh. Diba? Now, engineer, sabi mo, nag-rely ka masyado sa mga staff mo, yung iyong project engineer, yung mga nagbabayad, no? Kasama mo ba sila sa opisina?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasama mo sila sa opisina? Araw-araw, pag may pasok, syempre, kasama
Yes,
mo
Your
sila.
Honor.
Okay. Tapos sabi mo kanina, hindi mo personal na napupuntahan, pero weekly, may pa-meeting ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sabi mo, nag-rely ka sa kanila at nagpe-present sila ng pictures.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong picture yung ipinresent sa'yo? Ghost project nga ito.
Yun po ang, actually, nung sinita ko po yung implementing section, nung nalaman ko pong may ganyan, sinita ko po bakit nangyaring mga ganyang bagay. For the information of the Honorable Your Honor, I'm the one who report Secretary Bonoan on August 7 at 5 p.m. upon investigating these matters, Your Honor.
Pumutok na kasi.
Your Honor, hindi pa po nagpupunta sa Presidente na ako po yung nag-report.
Well, pero pumutok na. Nagsona na eh. Pumutok na. And of course, alam niyo nang mangyayari yun. Now, Engineer, sa tingin mo, no, you rose from the rank, bakit ikaw ang huling pipirma? Ano yung ibig sabihin ng ikaw ang huling pipirma? Ano ibig sabihin?
Ako po yung pinakamataas, Your Honor.
Yes, I mean, bukod ba sa pinakamataas, hindi ba may kasama itong mas mataas na obligasyon?
I think, Your Honor, you're right.
Diba? Tapos, engineer, pag tayo nagbabayad, sabi mo, bank to bank na ito, di ba? Pero may resibo eh. So obviously, upon the issuance ng receipt, may corresponding check eh.
No, wala po. LDAP po, Your Honor,
Okay.
LDAP.
LDAP, okay.
Opo, Your Honor.
Sino yung staff sa office mo na sumasama sa contractor?
Sumasama po sa
Pag
contractor.
pagkukubra sa land bank.
Hindi po, bank to bank po yan, Your Honor.
Okay,
Transfer
let's say,
directly
sasabihin
to the
ng
bank.
contractor, nag-withdraw na ako. Sino yung staff ng opisina mo ang pumupunta sa contractor?
Wala po. Diretso po ang withdraw po. Bahala na po sila doon. From DBP to contractor po. Accounting po ang nagsasabit sa bangko ng listahan po ng i-release.
Engineer, yung mga staff mo na pinagkatiwalaan mo, pumirma at sinabing na-inspeksyon na niya. At iyon ang pinaniwalaan mo, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pinirmahan niya na na-inspeksyon niya, pero hindi. Tama?
Tama po. Your Honor.
Hindi, tama. Pwede ba nating i-assume na kaya siya pumirma na na-inspeksyon niya dahil kasabot siya noong kontraktor?
Posible po, Your Honor.
Talagang ganun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung magbabayad, yan ay siyempre, kasama yan. Kasama yan. Ngayon, sa opisina, hindi mo naramdaman na nagpapartihan sila? Gumanda ang buhay nila?
Wala po akong ganong pananaw sa kapwa ko, Your Honor.
Wala kang ganong pananaw, engineer?
Actually po, hindi ko po, actually, pinakita naman yung private.
Hindi mo pinag-isipan yung mga staff mo na parang ang bilis nating magtrabaho ah. Ang bilis nating magtrabaho. Diba? Tapos yung, punta naman, yun yung ghost, puntahan ko yung substandard. I mean, naisip ko si Presidente, hawak yung simento na nadudurog daw sa kamay niya. Tingin ko, kung nandoon kayo, baka naibato sa inyo yun eh. Diba? I mean, alam natin yung trabaho ng mga engineers eh. May project monitoring kayo, may technical kayo eh. And yet, hindi nyo ginawa. Hindi ginawa out of kapabayaan. Ginawa niyo yun kasi intentional dahil meron kayong ibang intention. And pag yung ibang sinabi na natin, yung mga staff ng sinabi na natin, definitely, magsasalita sila. At tingin ko, kinakailangan i-clarify na natin to.
Yes, Your Honor. I agree with you, Your Honor.
Let me go, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman De Maguila, Congressman Ko, and then we will proceed to the interpellation of Congressman T. Congressman Ko muna. Pero short lang, Congressman Santos. Sige ba? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a question to our district engineer. What will be the basis of your collections in the projects in your respective district?
Connection, Your Honor.
Collection.
Collection po, Your Honor. The basis of my collection is the signature of my accountant.
No, but I mean that the collection will be based on a percentage accomplishment of work.
Yes, Your Honor.
Am I
Yes, Your
correct to
Honor.
say that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, how could you collect a ghost projects?
Your Honor, as
What is the basis of your collection to a ghost projects, to those unfinished projects, and to the substandard one? Because this is under the supervision by the project engineer. Am I correct to say that?
Yes, Your Honor.
That it will be attached to a progressive billing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Statement of working
Accomplishment.
assessment.
Yes,
Am I
Your Honor.
correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, are you amenable that you are part of this project anomalous?
I'm not, Your Honor.
Amenable?
I'm not. Hindi po ako involved dyan, Your Honor.
You are not involved. So, how comes that there is what we call a ghost project or substandard one? Well, in fact, we have a quality assurance unit that there will be a daily inspections at the time they have constructed after it was implemented. How come?
Yes, Your Honor. I do believe that there is a engineer in charge of the quality, and that is the materials and quality section, Your Honor.
Yes, I know for the fact, but that is under your command responsibility.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, I would like to raise these questions. Who are in charge of project contract management applications? Who are in charge of this? Because this is the counterpart of quality assurance unit. The functions and duties is to monitor projects, transparency, and geotagging. Am I correct to say that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is no possibility that there will be a project of ghost project of substandard and unfinished project.
Your Honor, the PCMA was
So, I move, Mr. Chair, that those identified respective engineering district who is in cahoots with the contractor should be suspended immediately. This is what we call a preventive suspension to prevent them from further doing wrong. So move, Mr. Chair. This is the preventive suspension to prevent them from further wrong. Look, this is not the solutions of the problem that one district engineer who committed a mistake should be transferred to another district engineering. So because our constituents now is in quandary, ano na ngayon ang sistema ng investigasyon? You must be suspended at the earliest possible time, preventive suspension. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Ko. To be very clear, I think this is a manifestation urging the DPWH to preventively suspend all
Those identified engineering district who was in cahoots with our contractor, so that they will be having a sanctions or fine, or else walang mapuntahan itong investigasyon na ito. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Ko. Yusek Cabral, do you have a response to this? I think Congressman Ko is urging the DPWH leadership to undertake a preventive suspension.
We take
Similar
note,
to, excuse me, let me finish first.
We take note, Your Honor, of
I
the
said let me finish first.
motion to
Let me finish
suspend.
first.
Yes, Your Honor.
Similar to what had been imposed on Mr. Alcantara. I think that is the request of Congressman Ko. What is the response?
Your Honor, we take note of the motion and we will relay that to the new Secretary of DPWH. But from what I know, parang naka-apply na po yata yung mga suspension dun sa buong Bulacan.
It was already suspended or it was only transferred from one engineering district.
Suspend.
It is not appropriate.
Your Honor,
And it was no less than the President himself na nakita na there is really an anomalous transactions as far as flood control is concerned. Look, we have 9,863 flood control projects starting 2022 up to 2025. 6,021. There will be no clear record kung ilan ang ghost, ilan ang na-suspend ng mga projects.
To move. All right, thank you, Congressman Ko. We will allow Yusek Cabral to respond. Who will respond? And then,
Yusek
Mr.
Canlas, sir.
Yes po.
Former Secretary Bonoan has already imposed the preventive suspension of all the officers of Bulacan 1st District Engineering Office from District Engineer Alcantara, Assistant District Engineer Bryce Hernandez, all the section chiefs, including the project engineer and materials engineer, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chair, it is not only for the first engineering of Bulacan, but to those identified engineering districts involved in this anomalous transaction.
All right. Thank you, Congressman Ko. We note the previous response of Yusek Cabral that they will convey this to the new leadership
Your
of
Honor,
DPWH.
and-
Mr. Alcantara, do you have anything to say?
And if I may add, Your
All right.
Honor, and if I may add, I think the new secretary has already made this pronouncement na lahat po na ma-involve, preventive suspension, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Alcantara, do you have anything to add?
Yun po, yung sinabi po ni Yusek last na we're already suspended po. Lahat po nung district. Thank you po.
Okay. Congressman Santos has one interjection before Congressman Tino. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong ko po ay hindi kung hindi sino ang nag-appoint kay Engineer Henry Alcantara. Hindi po 'yun ang tanong ko. Ang tanong ko po ay Engineer Alcantara, during the Senate hearing, you admitted that you're going to casinos, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilang beses po kayo napunta sa casino, Mr. Engineer Alcantara?
Kaya po nung binanggit ko sa Senate, around 2 to 3 times a month.
2 to 3 times a month. Sa palagay niyo ba, meron pang mga iba kayong kasamahan na nagpupunta sa casino, Engineer Alcantara?
Nabanggit ko po sa Senate hearing na paminsan-minsan nagkakasama po kami nung di umano yung mga kasama ko po na nabanggit doon. At paminsan-minsan naman po ako lang po.
So, kasama niyo po sa district office or dun sa mga taga DPWH din po ba ang kasama niyo?
District office lang po.
District office.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, I would just like to make a point regarding the negligence on the part of Engineer Alcantara. Nabayaran po natin without inspecting all those projects po. Parang lumalabas po, mas prioritize po yung pagpunta nila sa casino, which is alam po nating bawal. Kaya ako po tinanong iyan, baka nangyayari po yan ngayon sa ating bureaucracy. At alam naman po natin na bawal po pumunta sa casino ang government employees and officials. And with the testimonies of Engineer Alcantara, siguro, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest. Kitang-kita naman po yung culpability and negligence ni Engineer Alcantara. I would like to manifest to invite from the DOJ, the National Prosecution Service, because under oath po lahat itong mga testimonies nila. The DOJ, the Ombudsman, the NBI, para makasuhan na po natin itong mga taong talagang may pananagutan sa malaking problema na nangyari sa ating bansa. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Before going to Congressman Tino, I think we have to be very clear lang po on what you had mentioned about negligence. I think it's already a conclusion of law. I dispute that it is merely negligence. Kasi baka it is something that is actually intentional. No? So in the course of the inquiry, I think we have to make a determination on whether mahina lang siya District Engineer Alcantara o talagang nagpabaya lang siya, or talagang he intended to basically defraud government of its funds, particularly on the ghost projects, no? And we would be able to see that in the course of inquiry. Just to clarify po.
Yes, I 100% agree with you, Mr. Chair. But that is my personal point of view, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Santos. We can proceed to Congressman Tino for his interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Medyo maiba naman po ng topic. Pwede po bang matanong ang DPWH, ano po ang MYCA?
Your Honor,
yes.
MYCA, Multi-Year Contractual Authority.
Multi-Year Contractual Authority. Pwede po bang pakipaliwanag ano yung Multi-Year Contractual Authority?
Yun po ay isang dokumento, Your Honor, na ini-issue ng Department of Budget and Management para makakontrata, makapag-bid at maka-enter into contract ang isang proyekto kahit na po yung amount niya ay hindi for the year ay hindi po enough kasi pwede naman pong ilagay sa susunod na taon, Your Honor.
Okay. So ito ay para sa mga multi-year project.
Multi-year project.
So ano yung mga multi-year project?
Depende po. Marami po kasing proyektong hindi agad natatapos sa isang taon.
Okay. So ang multi-year project po ay para sa mga proyekto na hindi kayang tapusin sa isang taon. No? So para makapag-bid ang gobyerno ng proyektong ganyan, kailangan makakuha ng multi-year contractual authority ang ahensya.
Tama po yun.
Sino po ang nagbibigay ng MYCA?
Ang DBM po yun.
DBM. So kailangan may pagpayag, di ba?
Opo.
Pag-approve.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Usually ano po yung mga example ng mga proyekto na binibigyan ng MYCA?
Normally po yung mga big ticket projects po na
big ticket projects katulad ng
Siguro mga tulay.
Mga tulay, yung kasi hindi matatapos ng isang taon.
Tama po yun.
Sa flood control po, meron ba?
Wala po ako natatandaan.
Wala kayong natatandaan.
Kasi po, nagre-request po sila ng pondo. Sa foreign assisted project po.
Sa
pala
foreign
natin.
assisted projects.
Meron pong flood control namin.
Na flood control, ibig sabihin, pag foreign assisted, yung mga JICA funded na big
Yes,
time
sir.
yan, di ba? Yung mga
Yes, Your Honor.
parang manggahan floodway type, parang ganon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo. Pero yung mga flood control program na pinag-uusapan natin, kailangan po ba niya ng multi-year projects po ba yan?
Ideally po sana, no, kung talagang yung proyekto ay merong malaking cost, ay dapat po i-apply ng multi-year.
Okay. Bakit po natin natanong? Kasi po, talagang hindi po karaniwan ito. Kung gagamitin lang natin yung nasa isumbong sa Pangulo website, yung dataset no, ng mga proyekto from 2022 to 2025 po ang saklaw niyan. Tama po ba? Opo. Mga 9,500 projects daw ang nakalista ron. Ay actually, tinitingnan ko lang ano ba yung mga pinakamalaking halaga na proyekto doon. So sinerge ko, actually may mga lumabas na may MYCA na flood control projects. So naging curious tayo at nakita ko po na in that data set of around 9,500 projects over 3 years ay merong 27 projects out of 9,500 plus 27 projects na may MYCA, and of those 27 12 ay nasa Davao City. Okay, nasa Davao City po. So ngayon, kaya po ang tanong ko, bakit po may MYCA ang isang construction of revetment along Davao River from Station 3 plus 141 to Station 3 plus 473. Ang intindi ko po, that is 332 meters of revetment. Tama po ba?
Yun po yung nasa data, Your Honor.
Yun po ang nasa data. 332 meters of revetment. It's not an unusual project. Karamihan ng mga flood control, ganyan. No? Pero bakit po may MYCA? Sabi nyo, big ticket items. Big ticket ba to? 332 meters of revetment.
Your Honor, depende po siguro sa project cost, but andito po yung regional director.
Depende po sa project cost. Okay, so pwede po ba, kasi hindi lang po isa yan. Again, construction of revetment, pati 190 meters na revetment, multi-year contractual authority. Ibig po sabihin nito, hindi lang isang taon na nilagyan ng pondo sa GAA, kundi ilang taon na nilagyan po ng pondo sa GAA para dun sa iilang metro ng revetment. Tama po ba?
Opo, kung ganun, yun po ang intention ng
Pag sinabi
MYCA.
pong revetment, ano nga po ba yun? Para malinaw.
Flood wall daw po.
Flood wall. Doon sa tabing ilog, yung may parang sloping wall na ino-construct. Tama po ba? Big ticket po ba yan? Lalo na yung 190 meters. Big ticket po ba yan?
Sabi ko nga po, depende siguro sa project cost na
Pero but is it a big ticket project? 190 meters of revetment?
Pwede po bang matignan yung pwede pong patignan namin yung proyekto, yung
Opo.
regional director.
Hindi lang po isa o dalawa yan, kundi sabi ko nga 12 in total. No? Lahat sila ay they were awarded in December 2020. Tapos yung mga completion nito are from 2022 to 2023 yata yung pinaka-latest. No? So, ilang taon ang kinailangan para makompleto yung 190 meters, 300 meters na revetment. Normal po ba yon? At bakit po espesyal ang Davao City na meron sila ganitong bilang ng multi-year contractual authority?
Po maaari naming tanungin ang ating regional director ng Region 11, Your Honor.
Okay po.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sir, this is the first time I heard na may MYCA po ang Davao. As of the moment, I have contacted our personnel.
Bago po ba kayo sa
to check
Davao
on
bilang
this.
regional director, ma'am?
2 years pa lang po.
2 years pa lang po. Okay. So sinaklaw nyo pa yung pagbayad kasi nakompleto, meron dito nakompleto daw 2023. Nabot nyo na yun?
Yes, sir.
Opo. Okay.
We will check on that, sir, and we will give you the information.
Okay. So, for example, ibig po sabihin nito, for example, chinek po namin kasi nga multi-year, gusto namin malaman sa inyo, ilang taon ba na pinondohan ang mga proyektong ito? No? Taon-taon. Ganito po, for example, para dun sa construction of revetment along Davao River na 332 meters, may nakita kaming item sa GAA 2020, okay, na 89.2 million pesos na pondo. Okay. For 332 meters. Malaki na yun. No? Pero sa 2021, yung same item na yon, exact same item, pareho, meron na namang 37.49 million pesos. So, gusto lang po namin maliwanagan bakit 2 beses po pinondohan at meron pang MYCA mula sa DBM. Ibig sabihin, aprobado pa ito ng DBM.
Sir, would that be all right if we can research first? Because the moment we have no records with us,
okay,
and we can furnish you po ng report.
Okay, so meron pong listahan tayo dito ng at least 12
Opo.
na may MYCA sa Davao City in particular. Hindi lang po sa Davao meron ito, merong ilan-ilan din sa ibang probinsya, pero pinakamarami po sa Davao City in that particular period, no? Ibig sabihin po, actually, ang ibig sabihin nito, 2020 po inaward ang mga proyekto, ngunit natapos 2022, merong 2023, yun yata ang latest. No? Okay. So, ang mga contractor na nakinabang dito ay kasama dito yung Rocky Corporation and Raleigh Construction, AYU Engineering, Abu Construction, yan po ay marami. Actually, pinakamarami po doon sa Abu, sumunod yung Rocky. Kilala niyo po ba yung mga contractor na yon?
Yes, sir. We know those.
Patuloy pa po bang nagkokontrata sila rito?
Opo.
Mr. Chair, pwede po bang, mukhang hindi yata kasama sa mga imbitadong contractor ang mga ito. Pwede po bang maimbita? Yung mga contractors na may multi-year contractual authority para sa kanilang mga mumunting flood control project.
Can you state for the record the names of the contractors that you would want to invite?
Okay.
Congressman
Meron
Tino?
pong Rocky Corporation and then / Raleigh Construction and Supply. So mukhang parang nag-joint venture sila. Meron namang AYU Engineering and Construction. Yung Abu Construction, sila po ang may pinakamarami. ABU, Abu. Apeiron Construction Solutions. Apeiron Construction Solutions. And ACD Astrobuilt Construction and Development. And lastly, meron pong MITS, Construction and Supply, MITS, M-I-T-Z. I can provide the list po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, just provide the list so that we can invite them to the next hearing, Congressman Tino.
Well, with that, Mr. Chair, pending po yung tanong natin, bakit po meron pong mga pinagpalang flood control projects na hindi lang isang beses nakakuha ng pondo, kung hindi ilang beses pong pinondohan sa GAA. No, so kailangan lang po nating maliwanagan kaugnay nito. No, at actually, Mr. Chair, baka kung maaari po ay mag-imbita rin tayo mula sa DBM dahil sila po ang nag-i-issue ng mga MYCA. So, katulad ng sinabi, ang kalakaran po usually para sa mga big ticket items lamang ito. No, ngunit bakit how come there are certain flood control projects that were also issued by the DBM with this MYCA. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. So pwede po ba? DBM na rin?
Yes po. Committee Secretary is directed to invite DBM also in the next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be all.
Thank you, Congressman Tino. Next to interpolate is
Mr. Chair, can we ask the resource speakers like the contractors to now sit right there because a lot of our colleagues are no longer here. Can we ask them to sit right here in the hot chairs?
All right.
So we could be able to actually know
contractor
them.
representatives are invited to go to the table.
For example, like the District Engineer Henry Alcantara should sit where he's sitting a while ago because there are still questions that will be asked of him.
He can sit beside Yusek Cabral.
Yes.
The contractors are requested to go to the table, please. All right. The next to interpolate is Congressman Ernix Junicio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, meron po ba tayong representatives from the Commission on Audit?
The COA is also requested to go to the center, please.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair.
COA is present, Your Honor.
Yes, may I know sino po ang representative ng Commission on Audit? And may I request, medyo nag-e-echo po yung mikropono natin.
Good afternoon po. I'm Tracy Ansonico, the Supervising Auditor of the DPWH Office of the Secretary and the OIC Director of NGAS 7 or the Cluster for Transportation, Public Works and Energy po, Mr. Chair.
Si Chairperson Cordova po, nandiyan po ba?
Wala po, Your Honor. Ako po yung authorized representative po.
So kayo po ang may hawak anything to do pagdating sa COA sa Department of Public Works. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Yes. If you may explain, ma'am, ano pong nickname niyo ulit?
Tracy, sir.
Ma'am Tracy. Mr. Chair, Ma'am Tracy, would you kindly explain to the good committee sa amin po, ano po ba ang role ng COA sa mga proyekto na nasasaad ngayon?
Sir, as provided under our Constitution, under Article 90 po, particularly Section 2, the COA has the mandate to examine, audit, and settle all accounts pertaining to receipts, collection, disbursement of the government po on a post-audit basis po.
Kailan po pumapasok ang audit niyo? Is it before collection or after collection?
After collection po, Mr. Chair.
So lahat ito, nakakakolekta na sila bago pumasok ang COA. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, ma'am. So, napabalita naman po sa news, it's a public knowledge that our President, President Bongbong Marcos, has identified mga anomalous, mga ghost projects, specifically in Bulacan. Ano po mga naging hakbang ng COA, ma'am, after po niyo nabalitaan yun?
Mr. Chair, right after po yung mga pinuntahan po, actually sir, before pa po, after pa po ng SONA, and after po nung press conference of the President, our chairperson po has already issued a directive or memorandum for the creation of audit team po. Particularly dun sa fraud audit po sa Bulacan po, Mr. Chair.
No, my main question, ma'am, yung kunyari hindi siya na obserbahan o nakita ng ating Pangulo, makikita po ba ng COA to? Mapa-flag down ba ng COA?
Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong i-clarify kung ang gusto niyo pong sabihin is before yung pagbisita po ni President or after po?
In general po.
In general po. Actually po, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence po, pwede ko po bang isaad muna kung ano po yung situation po ng mga audit teams po natin sa field?
Sige po, ma'am.
Okay lang po ba? The audit team po is composed of two auditors po. We have the audit team leader and audit team members. The audit team handles or has audit jurisdiction over the doon sa first district of Bulacan and 8 land transportation offices within the doon sa jurisdiction po ng district. Actually po sir, yung alam po naman natin that the district engineering office, first district engineering office has jurisdiction over 3 legislative districts po ng Bulacan, namely first, second, and third district. Dalawa lang po yung auditors na nandun po sa atin. So halos ganun din po yung sitwasyon natin sa lahat ng mga audit teams na nasa district and regional offices po na nag-handle ng DPWH and yung mga nandun po nga sa cluster 7, which are kung minsan kasama po doon sa ino-audit nila yung land transportation, Philippine Coast Guard, Marina, at marami pa pong iba na nasa cluster 7 po. Yun po sir. So yung audit team po, may mga observations naman po sila regarding sa mga audit po ng infrastructure projects natin. Madami naman po sir. Yun nga lang po, sa dami po, nag-i-employ po ang mga auditors natin ng sampling po. Dahil ang sampling naman
please
po,
repeat.
yes sir, ang sampling po. So ibig sabihin sir, hindi lahat na iisa-isang machi-check ni auditor lahat ng documents pertaining sa mga transactions po natin.
So ma'am, if Mr. Chair, I'd just like to clear it up. Ibig sabihin po ba ang pag-audit ninyo ng COA is based on papers, hindi sa physical?
Meron din pong physical. Actually sir, kahit dadalawa po yung audit teams na auditors natin, nakakapag-inspect naman po sila.
Ma'am, lahat po ba ng proyekto ay na-inspect ng COA?
Hindi po na-inspect lahat, sir. Kasi kung pwede ko pong basahin yung total number of flood controls for the last 3 years, sir, para at least maintindihan
Ma'am, it's
po
okay.
natin.
Pakisagot lang po yung tanong. So, hindi nyo po
Hindi
na-inspect
lahat,
lahat?
sir. Hindi
Sa
po.
kadahilanan na napakarami po at
Opo.
kulang po ang personnel
Yes
ninyo.
po, sir. Opo. Umaabot po sa isang taon, sa flood control project lang po, ay umabot na po siya ng 100 para sa first district ng Bulacan.
So, Ma'am, representative of COA, would it be safe to say na kailangan pong madagdagan ang mga tao natin sa COA
Yes.
para sa pag-check ng mga proyekto?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Yun nga po sana ang gusto naming hingin para po madagdagan din po yung mag-audit. Kasi sa katotohanan po, kulang na kulang po ng personnel ang mga audit teams po natin. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, this finding is very disturbing po. Ang COA kasi ay isang ahensya na inaasahan natin para magbalanse o mag-check ng ginagawa ng DPWH. Now, we are finding now, at admitted by our COA representatives, na hindi pala sapat ang mga tao nila para ma-inspeksyon. So having said that, Mr. Chair, paano na po ang mangyayari kung within DPWH, like what happened to Bulacan, hindi na na-check doon sa level ni Engineer Alcantara yung mga ginagawa ng nasa baba at hindi pa rin ma-check ng COA. This is the reason why I think na importante itong hearing na to para makita natin yung mga lapses ng ating pamahalaan. Kung saan we in the House na tayo sa committee makapag-recommend and we have to make laws to prevent lahat ng mga nangyayari na to. Naririto na po yung mga redundancies ng checks and balance ng gobyerno natin pero nakikita natin na hindi pala talaga nakikita lahat eh. I do believe that a lot of people from DPWH are honest. A lot of people from COA are honest. But there are scalawags. There are people na nakakatakas at nakakalusot who are corrupting the entire agency and corrupting the entire government. So, with the discovery, I think we really have to create more laws or more recommendation by this committee para hindi mangyari yung mga hindi nakikitang mga proyekto. It's nakakagulat sa akin, Mr. Chair, na ang presidente pa ang makakakita bago makita ng Department of Public Works at bago makita ng COA. That's a big manifestation na dapat natin ma-actionan. And again, sa COA po, gusto ko lang malaman yung performance audit ng mga proyekto nung taong 2021. At mga proyekto po na before, let's say 2025 at pataas, meron po ba kayo lahat nito?
Wala. Sa ngayon po, kalalabas pa lang po nung aming, yung order po ni Chair na mag-conduct po ng performance audit. Actually po, nakaplano po kasi lahat yung mga gagawin po sa performance audit, sir. May portfolio po silang gagawin. Pero ang audit teams po ng mga nasa DPWH, nag-conduct po kami ng compliance audit sa mga several district engineering offices and regional offices pertaining to the compliance of the department to their own issuance, particularly Department Order number 23 series of 2015. Ito po yung kanilang sinusunod naman na guidelines, sir, pagdating po sa flood control. Ganon din po yung mga auditors po natin na nandito sa National Capital Region at yung mga district engineering offices na, sa NCR plus yung nasa Office of the Secretary po. Nag-conduct po kami ng Citizens Participatory Audit. Yung Citizens Participatory Audit naman po, kasama po ng COA na nag-audit ang mga representatives natin from civil service organizations, particularly po yung mga Rotarians po natin. At may mga magagandang observations naman po pagdating po sa flood control projects.
Ma'am, the reason why I was saying, kung meron na ba kayong mga audit simula noong taon 2015 pataas. Kaya ko po tinatanong yon, kung may na-flag down na po ba kayo dati? Because I do believe na kung nangyayari ang mga ghost projects ngayon, maaari po siyang nangyari noong mga nakaraan na panahon. Tama po ba?
Marami po kaming mga observation, hindi ko po siya maisa-isa or mahimay pagdating sa flood control, sir, kasi po nakakonsolidate po siya sa CAR. Pero na-flag na po noong as early as 2015-16.
Mr. Chairman, pwede po bang paki-instruct ang ating resource person na lumapit sa mic?
Opo, sorry po.
Medyo hindi po kasi, pasensya na po kayo, medyo hindi po malinaw. Thank you
Opo.
po.
Sir, as early as 2015, na-flag na po ng mga auditors natin yung mga simultaneous contracts awarded to the same contractors wherein questionably...
Simula anong taon po, ma'am? Sorry to cut you.
Yung nakita ko po kasi nabalikan ko, sir, is 2016.
2016 pa?
Opo. Pero sa tingin ko, sir, mas earlier pa po siguro kasi ang na-review ko pa lang po is 2016, sir. Ayan po, sir. Napla-flag na po nila na questionable yung mga NFCC sa kadahilan ng maraming hindi lahat na de-declare ng mga bidders doon sa kanilang financial and technical documents, yung mga list of ongoing projects po nila. Yung mga yun po na observation. Meron din pong observation pagdating doon sa mga same key personnel na yun din po ang na-assign sa mga simultaneous or sabay-sabay na project ng mga contractor. Ganon din po yung kanilang mga equipment. At may mga observations din po na as per RPG-PPA or yung ating report on publicized government projects, programs, projects, and activities. And doon sa PCMA po nila, yun pong ating project and contract management application ng DPWH, naka-report na po doon na 100% completed. Pero as per validation or ocular inspection po ng mga auditors natin, marami pa pong hindi natatapos or may mga kulang pa po doon sa mga dinideclare nilang 100%. Marami din pong observation ang mga technical audit specialist natin or yung mga engineers po namin sa COA kapag po nag-i-inspect sila at kung minsan ang mga observation po nila ay halos ganun din po sa mga auditors na may mga kulang or hindi po talaga kumpleto yung mga project. Or minsan mas mataas po yung kontrata, yung kontrata po as compared doon sa technical evaluation or yung na-compute po ng mga technical specialist po natin.
Mr. Chair, ayun na. Sinasabi na ng representative ng COA lahat ng findings sila since 2016. Marami ng anomalous na mga nangyayari. They have flagged it down. So my question is to our representative from COA, ano po nangyari sa mga nakita nyo at mga na-flag down nyo na mga anomalous transactions o mga bagay na kahinahinala na since 2016?
2016, sir. If I may, sir, meron po kaming mga listahan ng mga notices of charges, suspensions, and disallowances po. Umaabot na po siya since 2015 or 2016, sir, ng 120 billion pesos po.
Mr. Chair, mukhang mas malalim pa yung nahukay natin on day 1 pa lang. COA seems to be doing their job, pero mukhang napupunta lang sa wala yung mga findings sila until President Bongbong Marcos has rung the bell and raised the alarm sa ating pamahalaan na maraming anomalous na nangyayari. Just last two questions.
Mr. Chair, with the kind indulgence of Congressman Junicio, I'd like to ask a little question in relation to what the COA said.
Wait, excuse me,
pwede?
Congressman Benny. You're about to finish, right?
Yeah, I just would like to find out what she mentioned a date. You said 2016, di ba? Why 2016? Why not 2010, 2013? Why 2016? Bakit doon nagsimula?
Hindi, Your Honor. Hindi po doon siya nagsimula. Ang nakuha pa lang po naming data so far, dahil po nationwide po siya, Mr. Chair, ay kaya nalimit pa lang po sa 2016. Pero pwede pong i-check po ulit yung mga records po natin as far as 2000 or 2010.
Ibig sabihin, nagsimula kayo ng 2016. Pero yung mga documents na hawak nyo, mula pa nung una, say 2010, 2013, but you started documenting and investigating 2016. Is that what you're saying?
No, Mr. Chair. Ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin is for the record, para lang po may maipresenta po sa inyo, ang nakukuha pa lang po naming data, kasi po ang data po natin ay nationwide po, hindi po siya readily available. Kaya po, sa ngayon po, ang available na data pa lang po namin ay nasa 2016. Pero kung bibigyan nyo po pa po kami ng oras, kukunin po namin yung mga data as far back as 2010 or 2000 po.
So, Mr. Chair, what I understand it, the data that they have right now happened in 2016. Yun ang mga data nyo. It happened in 2016. That was the starting point. Am I right?
Your Honor, i-correct ko lang po. Available po yung mga data, kaso lang po, yun pong na-consolidate po namin nationwide ay 2016 pa lang
No,
po.
you were saying, that's what I'm saying. Ibig sabihin, you consolidated those data that happened in 2016. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you po.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
I'd like to request the representative from COA, ma'am, baka pwede pong maipasa nyo sa komite yung findings niyo from 2016 onwards.
Yes,
Kung yun
po.
po yung meron na kayo for the careful perusal of the members.
Your Honor, makapal po kasi siya. I-preprint po namin at bibigyan po namin kayo.
Sige, ma'am. So, last two questions, Mr. Chair. Yung post-audit na in-inspection ni President Bongbong Marcos sa may Barangay PL, sa Barangay Frances, Barangay Bulusan.
Yes.
Meron na kayong post-findings, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, meron na po. At actually po, doon po sa Barangay PL, nakapag-issue na po ng notice of disallowance yung team, Mr. Chair. Although, yun pong transaction dahil 2025 po siya, wala pa po yung mga disbursement vouchers sa COA. Pero doon po sa dalawang nabisita ni President Marcos po, Mr. Chair, ay kasama na din po doon sa ating fraud audit. Eh, hindi ko din po pwedeng pang sabihin dahil po meron po tayong due process na sinusunod, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Pero it's safe to say na ginawa na ninyo yung post-audit. Tapos tinatapos yun lang yung physical status, compliance specifications, and fund utilization, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, again, I don't want to spend marami po more time nag-aantay pa yung ating mga kasamahan. Just a quick manifestation, marami ng check and balance redundancy yung ating gobyerno. Gaya na nasasabi ni Engineer Alcantara kanina, na siya dapat yung huling pumipirma. Yung nga lang, hindi niya naman pala in-inspection na pinipirmahan niya lang with the basis na pinagkatiwalaan niya raw yung mga tao niya. Tama po ba, Engineer Alcantara?
Yes, Your Honor.
And yung reason po ninyo ay wala po kayong oras na ma-inspect ng isa-isa dahil sa dami? Ganun po ba yan?
Opo, minsan lang po may lang po inspection po. Hindi naman po lahat, Your Honor.
Pero hindi po ba bago nga makakolekta yung mga contractors, specifically requirement ang pirma po ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa inyo na po ang pinakahuli o pinakataas?
Pinakahuli na po, Your Honor.
Opo. Siguro to everyone, sa lahat po ng mga engineers ng Department of Public Works, there's a reason why kinakailangan po yung pirma ninyo. Hindi po rubber stamp yan eh. Ganun po sa lahat ng ahensya. Hindi porke nakapirma na ang subordinates natin na kailangan pumirma na lang din tayo agad. There's a reason why hinihingi yung pirma ng bawat ahensya, COA, o mas matataas na posisyon sa DPWH. At ang reason po noon ay yung check and balance. Redundant na nga eh. Paulit-ulit na. Pero kung magpapabaya tayo, makakalusot at makakalusot ang mga illegal na gawain. So I appeal to every agency, to every employee, to every department, let's do our job. Huwag tayong maging tamad. Huwag nating isipin na okay na yan at rubber stamp ang pagpirma natin. Meron tayong sinumpaang tungkulin sa bawat posisyon na hawak natin at nakatingin ng taong bayan. At nakakahiya na ang Pangulo pa, Bongbong Marcos, ang unang nakakita ng mga anomalies. So come on, tulungan po ninyo yung pamahalaan natin. Tama na, tigilan na natin at saka bantayan po natin ang pera ng taong bayan.
Thank you, Congressman Dionisio. Before going to Congresswoman De Lima for her interpellation, magka-clarify lang po ako sa Commission on Audit. Balikan ho natin yung PL, which is basically the ghost project that the President inspected. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, nakapag-post-audit na po?
Hindi po siya post-audit, Mr. Chair. Nag-issue na po ng notice of disallowance yung audit team kasi nga po meron na pong lumabas na pera. Nag-base po yung audit teams natin doon po sa kopya nung RADAI.
To be clear, ito po audit team, ito po yung resident audit team?
Opo, Mr.
ng
Chair.
Bulacan First DEO. Tama
Opo,
po ba?
Mr. Chair.
So sila po yung, sa kanila ho pinapasa lahat ng mga papel.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So para lang humalinaw kasi syempre, nitong nagdaan, ang impression kasi baka maisama yung COA doon po sa mga pwedeng kaso, no?
Opo.
Nito pong ghost project sa Baliwag, Bulacan. So are you clarifying for the record na this same audit team is the resident audit team and they had immediately found a basis for a notice of disallowance on this specific project. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi ho natin pwedeng sabihin na naging remiss yung pong COA resident team
Opo,
ng
Mr. Chair.
First Bulacan DEO.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin, hindi nila basically pinalampas tong bagay po na ito. Tama
Opo,
po ba?
Mr. Chair. Opo.
Okay, sige po.
Okay
It's good that that has been clarified. Kaya Engineer Alcantara lang po, ang tanong ko lang po dun sa paglalabas po ng mga cheque, ang sabi niyo po, dun sa pangalawang resibo, hindi na ho kayo kasali rito. Tama po ba?
Yung po yung pagkakatanda ko, Your Honor. Hindi ko lang po masigurado.
Ano po yung buwan ng pag-alis po ninyo sa district office?
Yung 16 po.
Can we flash the receipts again? Para lang po malinaw sa ating lahat. Okay. the final receipt is June 30, 2025. So, umalis po kayo ng June 16.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero bago po nagkaroon ng bayaran at bago po nagkaroon ng receipts, hindi ho ba merong mga pirma ng napakaraming tao bago po mag-issue ng cheque?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasama pa ho ba kayo dun sa pumirma po nitong dokumentong ito?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall, Your Honor, kasi wala na po ako nung time na yun doon. Pero I'll try to check po, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. We will check the documents po with the district. But on the March 19th, 2025 receipt, which is 43,490,202 pesos and 98 centavos, pasok na pasok pa ho kayo dito. Tama po ba?
With the date included, yes, Your Honor po.
Yes. So kasama din ho kayo dun sa pirmirma, kasama ng napakaraming tao para dun sa pagre-release po ng cheque. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Sige po, we can proceed now po to Congresswoman De Lima for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Infracom, my colleagues, and the resource persons present today. I have several sets of questions, but I would want to ask those, I will have to choose first which sets of questions I can ask at the moment. But before that, may I know, because former Secretary Bonoan is no longer with us, he left already earlier. The new secretary is still not with us. So may I know how many DPWH executives are here, meaning how many undersecretaries are here? Are there undersecretaries? Are there assistant secretaries? May I know, please, so that I would know what questions to ask at this point?
Undersecretary Cabral, please respond.
From where I sit, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, there are two undersecretaries. I see one as
two USECs.
Two USEC, Undersecretary Canlas and I. Two assistant secretary. And then all the regional directors are here, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's see. I heard former Secretary Bonoan mentioned earlier that there is an ongoing investigation. I would assume this is within the department, DPWH, meaning an internal investigation, is it?
Meron From what I know, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, may create po yatang committee si former Secretary Bonoan.
You wouldn't know what is that committee and sino po ba mga nasa committee? Who exactly are investigating?
With the permission of the chair.
Investigation, please. Yes.
With the permission of the chair, Your Honor, Secretary Bonoan created a committee investigating the alleged ghost projects headed by Yusek Ayapana, and the co-chair is Assistant Secretary Malig, Mr. Chair.
And what exactly is the scope of that investigation?
The scope of the investigation is particularly to investigate the projects, the ghost or guni-guni projects, and the different projects which are part of the 9,500 plus projects, Mr. Chair.
Since what's the period
From
covered?
July 2022 to June 2025, Mr. Chair.
2022 to 2025, so not from 2016.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, would that investigation be able to come up with a list, a database, a master list of all flood control projects?
Yes, we have the list,
Within
Mr.
the
Chair.
covered period. Do you have the list already? Does DPWH has the list already?
We have the 9,800 plus projects in the list, Mr. Chair.
So you have a list. DPWH has a list.
Yes.
May I move, Your Honor, that we request for a copy of that list? It's at the next hearing if they do not have it now. Do you have it now?
Mr. Chair, for information, the new secretary has just abolished that committee per information just today, Mr. Chair.
Just today, it was abolished. For what reason?
I think there will be an independent committee that will be created.
So that could be the reason, because of the announced creation
Yes, Mr. Chair.
by Malacanang. of an
Probably, Mr.
independent
Chair. Yeah, we're just looking at the information.
body. Kasi po ang dapat po talaga dito ay malaman muna natin lahat ng mga projects. Ilan ba talaga sila? Ano yung lahat, all the details, unravel all of them. The status, the stage, the program of work, verify each project. So I would suppose that JENSA independent, I'm sorry, commission or body to be created under that EO, that should be the very first thing that must be done. Di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and the new secretary has already abolished. So because of that independent body, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we're not the one investigating.
The independent. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. Lagi po nating naririnig, and I had the privilege of having been briefed by the former secretary of the DPWH, Secretary Babes Singson. And he kept on saying na meron dapat master plan for flood control projects. But it would seem nobody seems to know now where that master plan is.
Your Honor, meron pong master plan at ina-update ang mga master plan ng 18 major river basins, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
For the 18.
18 major river basin.
That's the master plan.
There is a master plan for every major river basin. 18 po yon. Yung iba po medyo matagal na kaya ina-update po ngayon ng
So you are
flood
referring
control.
to the River Basin Master Plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, would you know how many flood control projects were approved in recent years were actually anchored on that River Basin Master Plan? And ilan naman po yung mga tinatawag na mga stand-alone insertions, not part of that master plan?
Your Honor, I wouldn't know the number kung naka-base yun sa master plan. But ang alam ko po, kapag may nag-request po sa central office ng mga regional directors, ay pinapa-evaluate pabalik sa kanila to verify that they are within the master plan. Meron pong DO23 na pagkakaalam ko na may checklist pa ho na dapat complain yung implementing office pagka ho may request sila ng flood control. Ay yan po ay kino-comply ng mga regional at implementing offices, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Would the good USEC know what mechanism does DPWH use to verify that a project directly addresses a specific flood-prone area and not just a political insertion?
Nagsasubmit po yung implementing office ng project impact analysis kada request. Kasama po yun sa nire-require ng central office na pinifill upan po ng mga head of offices ng implementing office.
Okay. When it comes to flood control projects, and I think this is also what should be the case in all infrastructure projects, government infrastructure projects. Di ho ba, in the course of the investigation, all of these projects are presumed to have documents. Hindi pwedeng merong proyekto na walang mga dokumento.
Tama po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. In fact, kahit pagpapabid nila, dapat po kompleto dokumento, program of work, PIA, detailed engineering design. Ang assumption po natin ay nakapag-conduct sila ng mga dapat na survey para ma-design nila ng tama po yung proyekto, ang implementing office.
So nandyan makikita sino-sino ang mga pumirma, sino-sino mga nag-approve, lahat na stages of that project, even if that project ultimately turned out to be a ghost project.
Tama po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Kasi ho, pagpapabid po niyan, kompleto po dapat, meron pong plano, gunawa po dapat yung ABC ng tama, program of work, para maipabid po yan. Requirement po yun ng procurement law.
So it would be very easy for any investigation, whether it is internal, whether it is Congress, and whether it is an independent commission or body,
Tama po, Your
to
Honor,
be
Mr.
able
Chair.
to pinpoint who exactly have presumptive liability in all of this. Di ba
Tama
ba?
po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Kahit ano pong proyekto na funded ng kahit anong pondo ay dapat pong pinapatupad ng tama, may disenyong tama, tamang program of work, tamang costing, at ito po ay dapat ipatupad ng ayos sa timeline at sa budget po, Your Honor, kahit po saan pa manggaling yung proyekto.
At sa lahat ng mga nakikita natin ngayon, yung mga lumalabas, kasama na yung mga ininspeksyon ng Pangulo, ang center of it all, the basic personality involved, is the district engineer. May I know what is the current policy of DPWH with respect to the amount, the authorized amount for district engineers at present? That they can on their own approve without approval from higher up authorities from DPWH, whether it's the provincial engineer, the regional director, and all the way to the national office, the office of the secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The district engineer has the authority to approve plans, program of works, POW, and to procure and implement projects costing up to 150 million pesos, Mr. Chair. For regional directors, that's up to 400 million pesos, Mr. Chair.
Was there any time when that amount was lower? Less than 150? Wasn't there a period where the authorized amount is only 50 M?
Yeah, there was a period when district engineers were only allowed to approve up to 50 million pesos, Mr. Chair.
And when was that? At kailan po inumpisahan na naging mas mataas?
If I remember correct, if my memory serves right, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I think during the time of Secretary Babe Singson, it was only up to 50 million. Then it was raised to 100 million, and then by Secretary Brillar, and then to 150 million this
Any
time.
justification for the increase? Kasi kung iaano po natin yan, so sinabi nyo na nga na up to that particular amount, dati 50M, naging 100, and then 150M. And then you were telling us earlier about kung ano yung mga sakop ng authority of the DE, correct? So kung ganun po, ibig sabihin, the primary responsibility would fall really on the district engineers with respect to that covered amount of his authority.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any mechanism by which it can really be subjected to review dun sa hierarchy within the department?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For example, the projects being implemented by the district engineering office may be monitored by the regional offices which has jurisdiction over the district engineering office, Mr. Chair.
Now, let's talk about subcontracting. Isn't there a policy of no subcontracting at the moment?
Subcontracting is allowed if there is a permit issued to the subcontractor, Mr. Chair.
And who issued the permit? What office?
It's the head of the procuring entity, Mr. Chair.
So that is the policy of the DPWH now.
Yes,
I thought all the while that subcontracting is a strict policy.
Yes,
No subcontracting is a strict policy.
It's allowed by then Republic Act 9184, Mr. Chair, and also adopted by Republic Act 12009, Mr. Chair.
So subcontracting
is allowed.
Allowed.
As long as approved and permitted by the Hope, Mr. Chair. But it should not go beyond 50% of the total contract cost, Mr. Chair.
Of the total contract cost. Would the DPWH now recommend that that should be reviewed, that policy? Shouldn't there be an absolute no subcontracting policy?
Yes, Mr. Chair. because this is just a new law, a new procurement law, and it's still adopted that, Mr. Chair. So I think the appropriate body will be the GPPB, who should actually be recommending this, Mr. Chair.
To be able to recommend.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But would the DPWH have any position on the matter? Kasi, okay, hindi ho ba maraming problema kapag may subcontracting?
As of now, I would not know the position of the department, Mr. Chair. I would defer to the wisdom of our new secretary, Mr. Chair.
You are a USEC? You are an undersecretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In your view, how long have you been with the DPWH?
40 years, Mr. Chair.
Ano po bang pinaka-position natin?
I'm the undersecretary for operations in Mindanao and Visayas.
Okay. Maganda ho ba yung subcontracting?
Well, subcontracting, if it's allowed, I think, and if it's really real subcontracting, wala naman nung magiging problema eh. As long as the subcontractor is qualified and to do special scope of work, Mr. Chair, and that he's permitted to do so by the Hope.
But in reality, when you talk about subcontracting, there would be layers of obligations, layers of the money flow.
Yeah, while we allow subcontracting, the principal contractor is still responsible on the conduct of the subcontractor, Mr. Chair.
How long have you been with the DPWH, sir?
40 years, Mr. Chair.
40 years already. So you were there already during the time of Secretary Babe Singson.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I suppose you're aware of his 5 Rs?
I am, Mr. Chair.
What is 5 Rs?
Right projects, right cost, right quality, right time, and right people, Mr. Chair.
Are these being followed? Yun ho ba? Yun pa rin ho ba ang policy ninyo?
Yes,
Because if you look at it, 5 Rs, right projects, right cost, right quality, right on time, right people. This is the ideal formula for a, and we can say it's corruption, not exactly corruption absolutely free, but radical reduction in corruption.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Only we follow these 5 Rs.
I will agree. I agree, Mr. Chair.
Ito rin po ba ang mga sinusunod ngayon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you sure about that?
As far as I am concerned, I'm sure, Mr. Chair.
Okay. For the moment, Mr. Chair, as I said, I would prefer that there would be the presence of the former secretary and also the new secretary. And of course, the rest of the contractors who were no show today and now are subjects of subpoena. I'll reserve the other sets of questions that I have here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Congresswoman De Lima. Before we proceed to the next interpellator, we'd like to acknowledge Congresswoman Patricia Calderon, 7th District of Cebu, Assistant Majority Leader. Congressman Patrick Michael Vargas, 5th District of Quezon City, Deputy Majority Leader. Congressman Leandro Legarda Leviste, 1st District of Batangas. Congressman Brian Poe, Party List FPJ Panday Bayanihan, Assistant Majority Leader. Next to interpellate is Congressman Loredan Swan. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any representatives from the PCAB? Is the chairman present?
Only the Executive Director is present, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, did we send an invitation to the chairman?
Only to the Executive Director, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Herbert?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. We understand that the top 15 contractors which were mentioned by the President who have cornered flood control projects require a license from the PCAB in order to join and be awarded projects from the DPWH. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Para po malaman ng lahat kung ano talaga yung PCAB, can you explain to us what the main responsibility or powers of the PCAB are?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ang Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board po ay ay based po sa Republic Act number 4566 as amended po by PD 1746 and further amended po by RA 11711. Ang mandato po ng ahensya ay mag-issue, mag-suspend at mag-revoke po ng contractor's license, Your Honor.
Mag-issue, mag-suspend, and mag-revoke. Wala po kayong...
Yes po, Your Honor.
Wala po kayong power to discipline erring contractors?
Yun po ang magiging resulta po ng disiplina, Your Honor, ang suspension or revocation po ng lisensya, Your Honor.
How about blacklisting?
Wala po kaming kapangyarihang mag-blacklist. Tanging implementing agency po under the procurement law po ang pwedeng mag-issue po ng blacklisting order po, Your Honor.
Okay. So yung basic function ng PCAB ay yung pag-issue ng license.
Kasama po ang pagsuspindi at pag-revoke din po ng lisensya, Your Honor.
Okay. We are going to show something on the screen. Pwede po natin ilagay dito sa screen yung quadruple A, triple A, yung mga ganon. Comsec, please. So these are the PCAB license categories from highest to lowest. Can you give us a brief explanation of what these mean?
Ang category po ito ng mga lisensya po na nai-issue po ng PCAB. Nakadepende po ang category, Your Honor, sa tatlong aspeto po. Ang technical aspect, financial aspect, at yung overall credit points po nung nag-a-apply po na either sole proprietorship, partnership, or corporation.
Ano po yung overall credit points?
Mayroon pong akakibat, mayroon pong tinalagang credit points po per category po, Your Honor, ang board para po ma-attain nyo po yung category po na ina-applyan po, Your Honor.
Okay, so may mga quadruple A, triple A, double A, and you are the ones who will decide what category they will be put into, these contractors.
Po, Your Honor, depende po sa na-submit po nilang mga requirements po, Your Honor.
May I just ask what the average processing time is for a PCAB accreditation?
Depende po sa type po ng license po na ina-apply, Your Honor. It could be pag sa special license po, Your Honor, like a joint venture license po. In a matter of 3 to 5 hours po, na-finish po ito. Pagka naman po renewal or new licenses po, nag-a-average po ito ng mga 4 to 7 days po, Your Honor.
Have there ever been instances of rush or special treatment for favored contractors in the PCAB?
Your Honor, dahil po nag-transition po ang PCAB po to fully online license application po since 2020. It's a first in first out po na application po. It's system po ang system generated po ang ang assignment po nito. So kung nauna po kayo, talaga po mauuna po mapoproseso po ito.
So you're saying that there's no such thing as a rush or special treatment for certain contractors?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Yung next slide, please. Yung may mga license category, yung may minimum net worth. Yes, thank you. Attorney, can you confirm kung accurate po ba yan nakalagay dyan?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, ano pong ibig sabihin ng minimum net worth?
Ito po yung minimum na net worth po para po mag-qualify po siya dun sa category po niyang
ina-applyan. Gaya po ng nasabi ko po, Your Honor, tatlong aspeto po ang titingnan po natin. Yun pong financial aspect, technical aspect, at yung overall credit points po. So dito po, Your Honor, yung quadruple A po, nangangailangan po ng 1 billion pesos po na minimum net worth po para po makonsider po to a quadruple A license po yung kanyang financial aspect. Yun pong nasa tabi po niya, Your Honor, mayroon po kasyang minimum po na 10 years po na sustaining technical employees. Ito po yung kanyang mga engineers or architects na kailangan po ang maging minimum total po ay 60 aggregate years of experience po, Your Honor.
Kung quadruple A.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So yung anong ibig sabihin ng STEE? So kung sabihin mong 10, ano pong ibig sabihin nun?
Ibig sabihin po, Your Honor, kung sakali po ang mga empleyado niyo po o yung sustaining technical employee niyo po ay civil engineers or architects po, kailangan po meron po siyang minimum na 10 years experience po para po ma-consider sa pagbibilang po ng total experience po, which ang requirement po ay minimum 60 years po na total experience, Your Honor.
Per position po yan?
Per person po, per professional
per
po.
person. So dapat 60 years total kung quadruple A.
Yes po, Your Honor.
And then kung triple A,
same po, Your Honor, 60 years din po, Your Honor.
So anong ibig sabihin nitong mga license category, quadruple A, triple A? So you mean to say na kung mas mataas yung license category mo, mas malaki yung project na pwede mo makukuha from the government?
Not necessarily po, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Nakadepende pa po ito, Your Honor, sa government registration nyo po sa lisensya, Your Honor.
Can you explain further?
Your Honor, pag po kayo ay bagong mag-a-apply po ng lisensya, maaari nyo pong makuha yung pinakamataas na kategorya, which is yung category quadruple A po, o yung pinakamababa po, yung category E. Ngunit kayo po ay dahil po kayo ay bago pa lamang po na may lisensya at gusto nyo pong gumawa ng proyektong pampubliko, kailangan nyo din pong mag-register for government registration. At dito po, ang tinitingnan po ay yung experience po ng kumpanya. Since bago po kayong lisensyado, nangangahulugan po na wala pa pong experience yung company po na nabigyan ng lisensya. Hence, hindi po nangangahulugan, Your Honor, na quadruple A ka, malaki na agad po ang amount na makukuha nyo po sa gobyerno. Magsisimula po ito sa pinakamababa po, which in the case of a category D, dog to quadruple A po, small b po ang kanyang pinakamataas na makukuhang size range na nangangahulugan po, Your Honor, na up to 30 million pesos per contract lamang po.
So can we go to the next slide para ma-explain natin kung anong ibig sabihin nitong mga small a, small b, medium A. So attorney, can you please explain
ito po,
ano yung
Your Honor,
difference ng small a tsaka license category A or double A or triple A?
Your Honor, yung pong license category A po ang nagde-define po ng category nyo po. Yun po naman pong small a ang nagde-define po ng actual range of contract cost na pwede pong pasukin ng isang may lisensya sa government project po, Your Honor.
So kung sabihin natin large B, ito yung pinaka-highest category, hindi naman kailangan na quadruple A.
Kailangan po na siya po ay at least triple A or quadruple A po, Your Honor.
Okay, so ano yung mga requirements para makuha tong small a, small b? Paano nyo nilalagay sa size range yung contractor?
Your Honor, pag bago po kayong nagpalisensya, kung kayo po ay category D to quadruple A, maaari po kayo mag-apply ng small b sa sa inyo pong government registration na mangangahulugan po na pwede po kayong mangontrata ng up to 30 million pesos per contract po, Your Honor.
How do you level up your size range or yung allowable range of contract cost?
Ito po, Your Honor, ay nakadepende po sa completed project po ng license contractor po, Your Honor.
So the PCAP determines the total amount of completed projects and then you upgrade their size range depending on this total project cost?
Sa single largest Opo, per project po. So yung single largest completed contract po ang titingnan po namin na isinubmit po nila, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yung pag-level up, dapat marami na siyang projects na nagawa regarding this type of project. For example, flood control or road project, dapat marami na bago siya ma-upgrade.
Hindi naman po, Your Honor. Kung sakali pong ikaw po ay, for example po, Your Honor, ikaw po ay AAA contractor with a AAA category with a classification po of general engineering, and meron po kayong small B size range sa roads po, at meron po kayong natapos na halimbawa lamang po ay more than 15 million na po, ito po yung natapos nyo na complete with all the requirements po, pwede po kayong mag-apply na po, Your Honor, for upgrading ng inyong small B to medium A, Your Honor.
And is it the board of the PCAB who decides whether or not you upgrade the range of the contractor?
Dadaan po ito, Your Honor, sa evaluation po ng mga staff, tapos i-recommend po namin sa board for their action po, Your Honor.
So it is the board which ultimately has the power to upgrade the level of the range or the license category.
Yes po, after the evaluation, Your Honor.
And this board is composed of how many persons?
It's composed of 3 persons po, Your Honor.
Okay. The reason I ask is that there seems to be PCAB ratings for irrigation and flood control. For example, may nakita po tayo doon sa rating ni St. Timothy Construction na ang PCAB rating niya for irrigation and flood control is large A. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun?
Ang ibig sabihin po nun, Your Honor, ay meron po siyang natapos na flood control worth at least 200 million pesos po, Your Honor.
Tapos, pwede silang ma-awardan ng contract worth up to 450 million.
Up to depende po, Your Honor, kasi po ang pagkakaalam ko po sa procurement law, ang kailangan po meron kang 50% of the amount po you want to bid po. So, kung meron po siyang, ang nasumiti po sa amin, Your Honor, ay 200 million lamang po, pwede po lang siguro siya, according to the procurement law, up to 400 million pesos po.
Yung 200 million na nasumiti na, ano yun?
Single largest completed contract po sa amin, Your Honor.
So, after having completed a contract worth 200 million, he will then be allowed to take up a contract of 400 million.
Ito po yung nasa procurement law po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Depende, isa po sa mga titingnan po, Your Honor.
So regarding si Senator Ping Lacson po, may privilege speech siya. Meron siyang na-mention na accreditation for sale, kung saan yung mga contractors ay nagbibigay ng halaga para mabigyan sila ng PCAB license. Is this happening with the PCAB?
Hindi po, Your Honor, pero po minarapat po ng pamunuan po ng board na magsagawa po ng investigasyon. Ang hiniling po ito sa SIAP board noon pong nakaraang Biyernes, nagkaroon po ng SIAP board meeting August 29 po. At ang SIAP board po ay nag-issue po ng board resolution, Your Honor, na iimbestigahan po ito pong nabanggit po ni Senator Panfilo Lacson. Katulong po din ang isang third party po na SIAP board po ang magde-decide, Your Honor.
So nag-i-investigate na kayo?
Yes po, Your Honor.
When do you think this investigation will be finished?
Hindi ko lamang po, siguro po bigyan lamang po ng mga 1 hanggang 2 buwan po, Your Honor.
Has there ever been any meron na bang natuklasan na ganitong case, yung accreditation for sale? Meron na bang natuklasan ng PCAB ever?
Your Honor, may mga nahuli po kami before po na ginagamit po ang pangalan po ng PCAB, pas particular po sa mga social media. Nakalabas po ang logo po, official logo po ng PCAB, at nagpapanggap po na sila po ay taga PCAB. Noon pong unang taon ko din po, Your Honor, meron pong natatandaan ko po pumunta sa opisina, at noon po na niya nalaman po na peke po pala yung lisensya niya pong nakuha, Your Honor.
Okay. So, what are the consequences if the contractor violates his license or yung mga provisions ng license niya?
It could either po suspension po or revocation of the license po, Your Honor.
So walang role yung PCAB sa pag-blacklist?
Pagka po nagkaroon po, Your Honor, ng blacklisting order, for example po, Your Honor, ang DPWH, meron po tayong tinatawag na interagency blacklisting. Sa ganito pong paraan, pag ito po ay nakarating na po sa amin o ito po ay na-post na po sa GPPB website, agaran pong tinatanggal ng ahensya ang government registration po ng licensed contractor po, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, you are revoking or suspending the license of the contractor?
Tatanggalan po agad natin, Your Honor, yung kanya pong government registration at kung ang kanya pong violation po, kaya po siya nagkaroon ng blacklisting order ay isa rin po sa mga violation po stated po in Republic Act 4566 at PD 1746. Tuluyan po matatanggal o masususpindi po ang kanya pong lisensya, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Section 29 of the Contractor's License Law, yung board ng PCAB ay may karapatang mag-imbestiga ng kahit sinong contractor na registered sa PCAB at mag-suspend or mag-revoke ng license sa nasabing contractor. Is this correct?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So sa top 15 flood contractors na na-identify ng President, may nagawa na po ba kayong pag-investigate?
Yes po, Your Honor. Anong lumabas po ang ulat po ng mahal na Pangulo, nagpadala po ng summons ang ahensya sa 15 na pangalanan at isinama din po namin si SYMS. Nagkaroon na po ng unang pagdinig nito pong nakaraang Wednesday at Thursday po last week. Kasabay po nito, sumulat po kami sa DPWH noong August 18 para humingi din po ng mga dokumento ukol po sa mga proyektong na-i-award po sa 16 pong contractor na amin pong naisuhan ng summons, Your Honor.
I have another question. So why are people allowed to own several construction companies? The same person?
Your Honor, the contractor's license law does not prohibit multiple ownership of companies, but rather it prohibits a particular person being an authorized managing person of authorized managing officer of more than one construction company, Your Honor.
Pero the same person can also be the owner or the beneficial owner of several contracting companies.
Dahil umattend po ako, Your Honor, ng hearing kahapon, ito po ay amin na pong iniimbestigahan at maaari po itong magdulot ng either suspension or revocation po ng lisensya, Your Honor.
So is this not the same situation which is pertaining with Diskaya group of companies? Di ba parang yung mag-asawa, sila yung may-ari ng 9 companies, if I remember correctly?
Yun po yung nabanggit niya po kahapon, Your Honor.
And you did not do anything regarding this?
Your Honor, nung pong sila po ay nag-apply, hindi pa po lumabas na sila pa po ang beneficial owner po nung nasabi pong
Siguro makikita agad yun na yung may-ari dito, siya pa rin yung may-ari ng succeeding companies. So why did not the PCAB do its job and at least call their attention?
Gaya po ng nasabi ko po, Your Honor, ito po tinitingnan na po ng aming ahensya ngayon dahil kahapon lang po hayagang nabanggit po na sila po talaga ang beneficial owner po nung siyam na nabanggit pong construction company.
Parang mahirap mapaniwalaan yun kasi same yung mga pangalan ng mga companies nila. So is it because there is a lack of prohibition in our laws that they were able to make construction companies with the same owners?
Yes po, Your Honor. I must agree po, Your Honor.
So you believe that there is a need to amend the specific law in order to prevent this from happening again?
Yes po, Your Honor.
And for example, the Diskayas own 9 different construction companies. And Sara Diskaya admitted that their companies even compete against each other. Is this not a violation of the PCAB regulations?
It is, Your Honor.
So What are you planning to do about it?
We plan to institute an action po against the 9 companies po which Miss Sara Diskaya mentioned yesterday po na they sometimes all of them po join in the same bidding po, notwithstanding the fact that she also mentioned that they are the beneficial owners of all the 9 companies, Your Honor.
What are your plans? What are the kinds of penalties that you are planning to mete out on them?
Your Honor, as a lawyer po, I believe these acts are violative of the contractor's license law as well as the procurement law of our country, Your Honor, which may constitute revocation of their license, Your Honor.
But the problem with your revocation of license is that they can simply create another company and then makabid na naman sila ulit. What are the safeguards that we have in order to prevent this from happening?
Your Honor, kailangan po siguro namin ng katulong po sa SEC kung sakali pong korporasyon po ang kanilang itatayo para doon pa lamang po mapigilan na po ang pagtatayo po ng kumpanya. Gayon din po doon sa mga LGU kung saan po nila i-rehistro ang kanilang pong business permit or mayor's permit, Your Honor.
So there is still no law prohibiting them from making another company?
Your Honor, we have a doctrine of piercing the veil of corporate identity, and I believe such can be applied if a particular company is trying to evade a particular crime or may perpetration po ng fraud po, Your Honor.
In order to use the fiction of a corporate fiction?
Yes po, Your Honor.
What about license renting? Are you familiar with this?
Yes, Your Honor.
May mga ganito bang nangyayari dito ngayon?
Nakakatanggap po kami ng reklamo, Your Honor, about license lending, renting po at tinatanggalan po namin ng lisensya ang napapatunayan po na ganito po, Your Honor.
Has there ever been any company whose license has been revoked because of license renting?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many?
I don't have the numbers, Your Honor, but I'm going to submit it as early as tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. So the only punishment for license renting is the revocation of their license?
And yes, Your Honor.
Is there any criminal penalty?
Sir, Your Honor, if we will look into Republic Act 11711, may nakalagay po doon na violation of the same will not stop po from prosecuting the culprits po under the revised penal code, Your Honor.
So they will still be liable criminally?
Yeah, I believe so, Your Honor.
Regarding the members of the board, you said there were only 3. Am I correct?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Can you name them?
It is composed of the chairman, Engineer Pericles Dakay, board member, Engineer Arthur Escalante, and board member, Engineer Ernie G. Bagaw, Your Honor.
It is my understanding that they have contracts with the government. Is this correct?
Based from the post po of Senator Panfilo Lacson, he mentioned po that the 2 board members po has a contract po with the government, Your Honor.
Are you aware that the chairman, Dr. Pericles Dakay, is part of Dakay Construction and Development Corporation, and his company has projects with the national government as well as various local governments?
Your Honor, I'm aware that he is part of the Dakay Construction Company, but as regards the projects po with those agencies that you mentioned, I am not aware, Your Honor.
How about the other member of the board, Engineer Ernie Bagaw? Is he part of a construction company also?
Yes, Your Honor.
And being owners of construction companies, and they are the ones regulating contractors, do you think there is a conflict of interest here?
Your Honor, under Section 3 of Republic Act 4566 and Section 4 of PD 1746, it states po the members of the Contractors Accreditation Board, Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board ang requirement po, Your Honor, ay a member of the construction industry in good standing for at least 10 years, Your Honor.
So the law itself allows them,
yes,
or requires them to be contractors in order to become members of the board?
Yes, Your Honor, but if we will define a member of the construction industry, it could be defined as not just a mere just a contractor, but those that are having part po in the construction industry, Your Honor.
Like suppliers or
If the definition of the same po can be interpreted in that manner, Your Honor, I believe so, Your Honor.
okay, can we show the next slide regarding the system of PCAB, yung verification portal? Yung may, yeah, thank you. So, if we look at EGB, Construction Corporation, which board member Ernie Bagao is a part of, we can see that he has a category AAA and a category quadruple A. Is it possible that the same company can have two different categories, like AAA and quadruple A at the same time?
No, Your Honor.
Then why does it show in your system that he is a AAA and a quadruple A?
Your Honor, baka hindi lang po na-update po yung verification website, Your Honor, because right now po we are undergoing a enhancement po of our licensing portal po. We just awarded a contract, I believe mga 2 months ago lang po, Your Honor. So baka po hindi po siya na-update pa po, Your Honor.
Kasi kung tingnan natin yung validity, yung quadruple A validity niya, it runs from January 30 until January 30, 2027. And then yung isa, yung January 2028, na-downgrade siya into AAA. Was he downgraded or is this just a technical error?
Your Honor, I would like to check po muna sa aming system po, so, Your Honor, if they were downgraded or not, Your Honor.
Regarding the membership of the board, the chairman is Dr. Pericles Dakay, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And he was appointed. When was he appointed?
I'm not familiar of his last appointment, Your Honor.
It shows here in the records that he was appointed May 8, 2017.
I believe, Your Honor, he was reappointed sometime in 2021 again, Your Honor, and
So he was reappointed.
yes, Your Honor, and he was again reappointed just recently, Your Honor.
He was appointed by the previous administration.
He was first appointed po by by President Noynoy Aquino, and then reappointed po by former President Duterte, and right now po by I believe just recently po by President Bongbong Marcos, Your Honor.
Okay. May I request the DPWH to provide a list of all the projects of the members of the PCAB board from 2015 up until the present, please?
We will do that, Mr. Chair.
No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Swan. Before going
Mr.
to
Chair. Just a follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
okay,
Sa
yes.
Question ni
Yes,
Congressman.
Congressman, please.
Attorney Herbert Matienzo, ano pong trabaho niyo sa PCAB?
I am the head of the secretariat, Your Honor, and the position po is executive director po.
Saan po kayo nag-aral?
Sa San Beda po, Your Honor.
Nung nag-aral po kayo sa San Beda, ano po ang kalagayan ng inyong pamumuhay noon?
Ako po ay, ang akin pong mga magulang ay retired elementary teachers po. Ako po ay pinag-aaral ng mga kapatid ng aking ama na hanggang sa ngayon po ay sumusuporta sa aming pamilya, nasa Italy po.
Ano ang trabaho mo, naging trabaho mo, history na iyong trabaho sa mga pinanggalingan na iyong pinagtrabahuhan?
Your Honor, I was, when I passed the bar po in the November 2011 bar exam, I was hired as an associate po in a law office. Then eventually po, I resigned after I think around 3 to 4 years, Your Honor. Then I went to COMELEC, Your Honor. Then I resigned po in COMELEC, nag-private practice po. Then in 2017 po, nag-apply po ako sa PCAB, Your Honor.
So masasabi mo ba karamihan ng iyong pamumuhay o buhay, nagtrabaho ka sa pamahalaan?
Kung siguro 8 years na po, Your Honor.
Attorney, saan ka nakatira ngayon?
Sa Kupang Muntinlupa po, Your Honor.
Hindi ba nakatira ka sa Ayala Alabang?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Papaimbestigahan ka namin, attorney Kasi ang ano namin, ang info sa amin, nakatira ka sa Ayala Alabang at ang dami mong sasakyan.
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, yun lang po. I-request natin na i-lifestyle check itong si attorney dahil ang balita rito, ito yung pasimuno na nagbebenta ng ng mga registration sa pickup. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Kongun. Do you want to respond, Attorney Machenzo?
Ako po ay nakatira lamang po sa Kupang Muntinlupa po, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the response.
Mr. Chair, just an interjection.
All right, before going to Congressman Jokno, please.
On the
Congressman
questioning
Ako.
of the Honorable Suwan, tama po ba yung pagkarinig ko na nag-imbestiga na kayo at isa sa na-imbestigahan nyo yung may-ari ng SYMS?
Your Honor, unfortunately po, nung una po kaming nagpadala ng summon sa kanya, siya po ay nagpahayag po na siya po ay a-attend po nung August 28 po, nung Webes. Ngunit nung kaorasan na po ng kanyang pagdinig, nagbigla po siyang nagpadala ng email po sa amin na hindi daw na po siya makakarating po, Your Honor.
Paano nyo po nalaman kung saan siya makokontak?
Your Honor, submitted po sa amin ang kanila pong address, pati po ang kanilang mga official email addresses po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marami po salamat.
All right, Congressman Jokno, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May we know from the Committee Secretary, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Lawrence Lubiano is here from Centerways?
He said he is present and I can see him there. Will you interpolate, Mr. Lubiano?
Yes,
Congressman Jokno?
Your Honor. May we ask him
Yeah,
to take
Mr.
a seat?
Lubiano, can take a seat, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
May we also verify if Mr. Lubiano has already been placed under oath?
We confirm that he has taken his oath earlier together with the other contractors, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kayo po ang presidente ng Centerways Construction and Development Incorporated, Mr. Lubiano?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Kailan pa po kayo naging pangulo ng kumpanyang yan?
Since 2009 po.
So you are familiar with the government contracts that your company has entered into since
Yes
the
po.
time you are president?
Yes po, Your Honor.
More or less since 2022 hanggang ngayon po, mga ilan ang government contracts ng Centerways as far as you know?
Sa government yung mga nabid po namin, nasa, I think, from 2022 to 2020, nasa 80 po.
More or less
Yes
around
po, more or less
80
po.
projects.
Yes po.
Thank you. Saan lugar itong mga proyektong ito?
More on Bicol po.
Bicol.
Yes po.
Where in Bicol specifically, sir?
Sorsogon, Your Honor.
Meron kayo sa Sorsogon.
Yes po.
Meron din po kayo sa ibang mga lugar sa Bicol?
Yes po, depende po sa napapanalunan namin po sa bidding.
Can you recall the places aside from Sorsogon?
So, may Kamsur din po. May depende po sa napapanalunan po namin. Pero mostly in Bicol po.
Yes, you have some in Albay. Is that correct?
Yes po, yes po. 2001, I think.
Some in Camarines Sur.
Yes po, yes po.
Also some in other provinces like Cebu and Masbate.
Yes po. Yes.
Now, of those 5 places you mentioned, Albay, Camarines Sur, Cebu, Masbate, and Sorsogon, alin po doon ang pinakamaraming government contract ang Centerways?
Your Honor, sa Sorsogon po.
Sorsogon.
Yes po.
Out of the 80 plus or more or less projects, how many do you have in Sorsogon?
Pwede ko po i-check sa record muna, Your Honor.
But
To be exact.
ballpark figure. Sabi nyo, ang pinakamarami ay doon sa Sorsogon.
Yes po. Siguro mga 30 po, Your Honor. I think. More or less.
I was checking the website of Sumbong sa Pangulo.
Yes po.
Ang nakita ko po doon, umaabot yata ng around 50, 53. Can you confirm that, please?
Di ko po sure. I-check ko po, Your Honor. Ulit.
But you're sure that most of your projects came from or are located in Sorsogon?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Now, you were named as, let me just rephrase that question. Meron po ba kayong kamag-anak, asawa o kaya kapamilya na nasa gobyerno ngayon?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Sino po sila at ano ang kanilang posisyon?
Po.
Sino po sila? Yung sinasabi niyong kamag-anak ninyo.
Kapatid ko po, Your Honor.
And what is his position in government?
Mayor po ngayon sa isang bayan sa Sorsogon po.
Saan po?
Sa Sorsogon.
Sa Sorsogon. Aside from your brother or is that sister?
Wala po akong sister.
Sino pa po?
Brother ko po, city councilor din po sa Sorsogon.
Maliban doon sa dalawang nabanggit ninyo, meron pa ba kayong ibang kamag-anak?
Wala na po.
Nasa government?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, wala na po.
How about business partners? Do you have any business partners who are in government?
Wala po, Your Honor.
In the last elections, last two cycles of elections, 2022 and 2025, kayo po ba ay nagbigay ng donasyon sa sino man na kumandidato, whether local or national, sa huli mga eleksyon?
2022, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Kanino po yon?
Kay Senator Cheese po. Escudero.
Senator Cheese Escudero.
Yes po.
Aside from Senator Escudero, may I know if there have been other candidates for either national or local positions that you gave donations to?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
And more or less, magkano po daw ang inyong na-donate sa kampanya ni Senator Cheese?
30 million po, Your Honor.
30 million pesos, yes. This was during the time that you already had government projects. Is that right?
Ano po? Sorry, Your Honor.
Noong panahon na yun, kayo ay meron ng mga proyekto o kontrata sa gobyerno?
Yes po, since 2009 po.
Oh. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. Your Honor, personally ko po donation or nag-donate po ako kay Senator Cheese yung 30 million. Hindi po galing sa company yun, galing po yun sa akin as a personal individual po. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Congressman Diokno. Next to interpolate is Congressman Santos. You may proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to take note of this letter that I sent to DPWH. Nung ako po ay umupo bilang bagong representative ng City of Las Piñas, dahil bago po ako, neophyte congressman, inalam ko po kung ano ang mga proyekto. Actually, last July 12 pa po itong letter ko. Inalam ko po kung from the Lone District of Las Piñas 2022 to 2025, ako po ay sinagot ng kanilang sulat. Last August 13 lang po ito na-receive ng aking office. And nung pinag-aaralan ko po yung mga proyekto, Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong malaman sa DPWH kung ano po ang ibig sabihin ng zero accomplishment, Mr. Chair. If anybody from the department can answer me po. Thank you.
Pag zero accomplishment po, wala pong na-accomplish physically.
Physically. So kung wala pong na-accomplish physically, ito po ba ibinayaran natin, Yusek?
I would have to check that, sir. Kasi akong USEC for Mindanao and Visayas. Can I refer to the regional director, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
RD.
Your Honor, I will confirm the disbursement po or payment for the project po. So far po, kasi it was implemented by the District Engineering Office po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Because I found out, Mr. Chair, dun po sa pinadala sa aking kopya ng DPWH, there are about 14 to unfinished projects po. Zero po accomplishment lahat ito. At nagkakahalaga po ito ng 336 million pesos, 357,719 and 63 centavos. So gusto ko pong malaman kung saan, bakit naging zero accomplishment po ito. Ito po ay projects lang from 2022 to 2025. At siguro, nakipag-ugnayan naman po ako sa regional director namin at pinadala ko po sa kanya yung kopya na nanggaling sa project and contract management application. So, aantayin ko po yung sagot ng regional director, of course, ng district engineer. Sa Las Piñas po, Mr. Chair, pinag-uusapan po natin yung flood control projects. Umabot po ng 2.2 billion pesos ang flood control from 2022 to 2025. Doon po sa aming lungsod, meron po doon proyekto na nag-umpisa pa noong 2012 na umaabot na po sa kulang-kulang na 5 billion pesos. At sa tagal po ng mga proyektong ito, ang nakakalungkot po, Mr. Chair, ay mukhang hindi naman nasolusyonan yung problema sa baha sa Las Piñas. At doon po sa mga contractors na nakakuha ng mga kontrata dito, malaki po ang lumalabas lang po sa 4 or 5 contractors ang nakakuha ng milyong-milyong proyekto sa flood control projects sa Las Piñas. At Mr. Chair, if I may manifest, na pwede po sana imbitahin po natin itong mga kumpanyang ito pagdating po ng susunod nating hearing because related po ito doon sa mga proyektong ginawa sa Las Piñas. At apat na contractors. Would you like me to mention the names of the...
Yes, please state for the record so that we may invite them in the next hearing.
Okay. 01 Construction and Trading Incorporated. Omnicon Builders. INE Construction Corporation. EF Chua. Mr. Chair, meron pong, I would like to ask if there is a representative from Alpha and Omega General Contractor.
They have no representative. A subpoena will be issued to them.
Okay. Well, anyway, meron po silang proyekto sa Las Piñas na umaabot po ng 46 million, more than 46 million pesos na zero accomplishment din po. At ito po ay dapat natapos na noong January 30, 2024. So marami pong katanungan at dapat pong sagutin ito. At Mr. Chair, siguro napaka-importante po ngayon kung bakit dapat kino-coordinate po ang mga proyekto ng national government agencies sa local government units. At Doon po sa aming lungsod ay pinatigil po ng aming mayor ang mga proyektong walang building permits. At ngayon po, isa-isa po silang sinusuri at siguro mas maganda rin po ito kung is the Bureau of Internal Revenue here, Mr. Chair? BIR is here po.
BIR is present.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the BIR, siguro isubmit niyo po yung mga tax declaration ng mga kumpanyang ito. At ako po ay nagtataka, ba't hindi po sila kumukuha ng mga local government permits? Is it possible, Mr. Chair, na hindi nila dinedeclare ang mga income and earnings nila sa mga kontratang nakukuha nila po sa national government agencies? Mr. Chair. You may answer, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
asking
please
BIR.
proceed. Hi, good afternoon, Your Honors. The BIR fully supports the investigation, Your Honor, and we will give our assistance to complete this investigation. Actually, the Commissioner has already directed the Tax Fraud Audit Division to conduct investigation, a parallel investigation to help this investigation to make those involved in this controversy liable. Actually, we have already served the letters of authority that would authorize the examiners to conduct the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And pagdating naman po sa taxes, and ang problema po dito, Mr. Chair, yung mga contractors po na yan ay ongoing po ang mga projects nila sa aming lungsod. At kung zero accomplishment po iyang mga ginagawa nila sa Las Piñas, ang tanong ko po sa DPWH, tuloy-tuloy po ba ang bayad natin sa kanila kahit zero accomplishment sila? And I want to know, may mga slippage po yan yung mga proyekto na yan, sila po ba ay pwede pang kumontrata o mag-bid sa mga contracts sa ating lungsod? At kung po pwede po sana ay withhold muna ang release ng mga bayad dito sa mga kumpanyang ito kung sila po ay zero accomplishment. Kasi hindi lang po zero accomplishment, yung iba po is 0.5% of 1%. Meron pong mga ganun nasa listahan ngayon. At ako, I'm hoping na sa susunod na pagdinig natin, Mr. Chair, is maibigay po sana itong mga listahang ito at i-audit na rin po siguro. And of course, the Commission and Audit is here po. Alam niyo po, ma'am, galing po ako sa local government. Meron po tayong tinatawag na Audit Observation Memorandum. Dito ba sa mga proyekto sa Las Piñas po, may nakita po ba kayong may binigay po kayong AOM sa district office po ng Las Piñas?
Mr. Chair, nasa Office of the Secretary po kasi ang assignment ko. Meron po tayong district engineer, DEO auditor po. Hihingin po namin sa kanila yung kanilang mga audit observation memoranda or mga notice of suspension or disallowances po kung meron. At bibigyan po namin kayo ng kopya.
Yes, kasi po kung may mga notice of disallowances po na binigay kayo, dapat po yung mga contractors na yan hindi na po nakakapagkontrata sa gobyerno. Kasi po mukhang dapat aksyonan po natin agad yan. And alam niyo po, with the 16 zero accomplishment projects po sa Las Piñas, Mr. Chair, may I request the DPWH, siguro po, mas maganda po medyo i-ano muna po natin yung mga officials natin dun sa district office kasi napakalaki po nung zero accomplishment. Ang binanggit ko po kanina, 336 million pesos. I hope that meron pong aksyon gagawin dito ang DPWH at of course, ang mga special orders po para sa paglipat ng mga district engineer umabot na po doon sa pinagre-resign po yata ngayon, Mr. Chair. Courtesy resignation has been ordered by no less than DPWH Secretary, newly installed Secretary Vince Dizon. So baka naman, Mr. Chair, na ma-action na agad nila ito para hindi naman mahirapan tayo sa investigasyon na ginagawa natin, Mr. Chair.
All right.
So, are we expecting any actions from the office of the secretary, or sino po bang in charge na USEC?
I think we have to, Congressman Santos, we have to wait until Secretary Dizon has settled in, because it was just the turnover today. So hopefully in the next hearing, he will be here to present the plans of the new administration.
Yes, and likewise, in addition, Mr. Chair, yung siguro yung mga zero accomplishment po, malamang nagbigay na sila ng mga pondo for mobilization dyan. Medyo sana po mag-submit ng records po ang DPWH kung magkano na po ang nailabas nating pondo dito. At kung po pwede po, i-withhold muna natin kasi wala po, zero po eh. Ibig sabihin, it's either walang ginawa or hindi ginawa. Oo, talaga, ang mga proyektong ito. Napakalaking pondo po ito, Mr. Chair, at hindi po biro ito. So again, ang tanong ko lang po, Mr. Chair, on the process, kasi po yung mga predecessors ko po, sinasabi po nila, sila po ang mga nag-initiate ng project sa Las Piñas. At makikita nyo po yung malalaking billboards nila doon. At sinasabi nila, aking project yan. Opo. Pero sa totoo naman po, government funded po lahat ng projects. Nung may isa po akong predecessor doon, sinasabi po niya na hindi daw po totoo na kumipot yung daluyan ng tubig ng mga waterways sa Las Piñas. Dahil tinuturo niya daw po ang DPWH. Sila daw po ang nag-design ng mga maglalagay po ng kalsada doon sa creek, sa river. And again, ni-request ko na nga po sa regional director natin na sana po sa susunod na mga proyekto, wag na po tayo maglagay ng mga obstructions doon sa mga waterways natin. At yan po nagiging sanhi ngayon ng baha sa aming lungsod. Kagaya po ng sinabi ko dati, sila po ang nag-initiate ng project, pero pagdating sa implementation, ang sinisisi po nila, Mr. Chair, ay ang departamento. At ako po naniniwala, hindi namang gagawin ng departamento yan kung hindi rin kagustuhan or initiate ng mga politiko na doon sa aming lungsod. At ako po ay nalulungkot kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi natin ma-resolve yung issue sa baha. One last na lang po, Mr. Chair.
Last, please.
Opo, last po ito. I would like to ask the department, yung pong water code natin, yung Presidential Decree 1067, paano nyo po i-interpret yon? Kasi nakalagay po dun sa batas na yon, bawal po maglagay ng structure sa mga rivers and waterways. At doon po kasi sa amin, yung 6 meters easement, ginawa pong kalsada eh. At yung kalsada na po na yon, papunta doon sa mga negosyo nung mga nag-initiate ng project na yan. At dinideny po nila ngayon na hindi daw po sila ang nag-design. Pero kitang-kita naman po ng mga kababayan ko, papunta lahat sa kanilang mga negosyo ngayon, yung mga kalsada. At in fact, yung pina-hold ngayon ni RD na pondo na sinasabi ko, na nirequest ko kay Secretary Bunoan, naka-hold ba RD yung pondo na 450 million? Gagawa na naman po sila ng phase 4 na kalsada, doon na naman po sa negosyo nila. At I would just like to remind again the DPWH na wala pong deed of donation ito, wala pong expropriation ito, at sana po ayusin po ninyo ito. And I would like to hear because ang problema po dito, baka mamaya gagawa na naman sila ng mga structure. But doon sa mga rivers, isa na lang po. Sino pong sasagot nun? USEC? Pwede po. Yung interpretation nyo po nung batas na water code na 1067. Kasi ang alam ko po, pwede naman pong gumawa ng kalsada pero hindi po 30 kilometers na kalsada na 6-meter easement na cost po ng baha ngayon sa Las Piñas?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, may I ask our project manager from the UPMO Flood Control to answer the question of
Okay, please proceed.
honorable gentleman from
Yes,
Las
please
Piñas.
proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Project Manager Jerry Fan of the DPWH UPMO, Flood Control Management Cluster. Yes, the PD 1067 or the Water Code of the Philippines defines that a 3-meter easement should be allocated for all urban areas, 6 meters for the rural areas, 10 meters for the agricultural areas, and 20 meters for the forest areas. This clearly defines the delineation that no structure should be built on those easements, and this should be honored as the part of the river which defines the maximum height wherein it will prevent the overflowing of the flood, and it is the law, Your Honor.
Yes. Very clear po, Mr. Chair. Nadinig ko po. 6 sa rural po is 6 meters po.
In the urban areas, 3 meters.
3 meters.
6 in rural.
So very
areas,
clear,
Your
there's a violation, Mr. Chair. Kasi po doon po sa amin is 6 meters po on the side of Las Piñas, boundary. So anong plano niyo pong gawin doon kung nag-violate kayo? Kasi under the 1067, PD 1067, kayo po ang dapat mag-clear ng mga waterways natin. So yung 6 meters ba, babawasan niyo ba ng 3 meters, Mr. Chair?
Last na po talaga yan. Sobra na yan.
Last na po. Oh.
This is a law enshrined under that PD 1067 Water Code. Then it must be observed, though the DPWH has no police power to do that, but in our planning and in our designing of all these structures, we observe this easement of waterways po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, medyo pagbibigyan kita, Mr. Chair, kahit maiksi lang ang aking katanungan ngayon. Siguro babawi na lang ako sa susunod, Mr. Chair, to give way to my colleagues here. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Santos. Before proceeding, we'd like to acknowledge Congresswoman Irene Labad-Labad, District Representative Zamboanga del Norte, 2nd District, Congressman Junard Ahong Chan, District Representative Lapu-Lapu City, Lone District, Congressman Eduardo Rama, 2nd District, City of Cebu. We'd like to give way to Chairman Joel Chua first before going to the next interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, bago ko po tanungin yung resource person na tatanungin ko, may isang tanong lang po ko kay Yusek Canlas. Nandiyan po ba si Yusek Canlas? Yusek Canlas, kasi dito po sa district ko, mayroon po kasi ditong isang esplanade na tulay na ginagawa sa may bandang Quinta Market. Matagal ko na po itong nakikita, parang hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin natatapos. Ano po bang status nito?
With your permission, may I ask the Regional Director of NCR to respond?
Please, thank you.
Your Honor, on process po yung termination ng contract nung sa Esplanade Bridge po.
Termination?
Yes po.
Ano po ibig sabihin nun?
Ite-terminate na po namin yung contract po because nagkaroon po ng conflict sa access po dun sa construction.
Hindi po ba ito napag-aralan bago ginawa?
Actually po, meron naman pong portion na nagawa kasi it has 3 phases po. Yung isang phase po, yung first phase is actually it's already completed. Your Honor, inabutan ko na lang po ito kasi I just assumed as Regional Director recently, last April lang po.
Pwede po bang sabihin niyo sa akin yung status?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, I will now proceed to my question to my resource person. Babalik lang po kasi kanina po kay Engineer Alcantara po ulit. Pasensya ka na, Engineer, ha? Kanina po kasi namin-mention ninyo at ito naman inamin po ninyo sa Senate hearing na kayo po ay nagkakasino 3 times a month o a week?
2 to 3 times a month po.
2 to 3 times a month. Gano'n na po ninyo katagal to ginagawa?
Started po mga 2020, mid-2023 po.
Mid-23.
23. Yes, sir.
So medyo matagal-tagal na rin po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang tanong ko po, aware po ba kayo sa Memorandum number 6 dated 20 September 2016 kung saan pinagbabawal po lahat ang public official na pumasok sa casino?
Yes, Your Honor.
So aware po kayo dito?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, kung maalala po ninyo, meron po dating isang opisyal sa LTO na natanggal dahil po dito. Tama po ba ako? Aware po ba kayo doon?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anyway, ang tanong ko po, considering na ang tagal na rin po ninyong pumupunta dito, at kayo po ay kilalang tao rin naman sa Bulacan, paano po kayo nakakapasok?
May mga VIP host po na nag-invite lang po.
May mga VIP host na nag-i-invite sa inyo?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, when you say VIP host, di ibig sabihin po nun, ano po ba yung malakihan po ba yun? Pasensya na kayo, medyo hindi rin po ako familiar dyan. Ano po ba yun?
Hindi po ganun kalaki, Your Honor.
Hindi ganun kalaki. Pero, paano po yun? Paano po kayo kilala doon bilang isang Engineer Alcantara ng DPWH?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Paano po kayo na pumapasok? Ano po pagkakakilala sa inyo doon?
May ID po silang binigay po sa akin na iba po yung name ko doon, Your Honor.
Ibang name ang binigay sa inyo? So gumagamit kayo ng alias?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sige po. That's all. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair?
Interjection,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
interjection by DS Congon, please.
D. Alcantara, so inamin mo naman na nagkakasino ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkano pinapatalo mo buwan-buwan?
Hindi naman po permis yung talo. Minsan po, nananalo naman po ako ng konti.
O magkano pinapatalo mo?
Mga around 100 million, 100,000 po.
Ang totoo, engineer, ayon sa source, 2 to 4 million a month ang pinapatalo mo. Totoo ba ito?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Under oath ka, ah?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi 2 to 4 million a month. Kasi nagbubulol ka kanina, oh. Talagang,
Hindi po, Your Honor.
kahit ikaw, parang inaamin mo na ang pinapatalo mo, 2 to 4 million.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next interpellate is Congressman Roy Gonzalez. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ako po hindi natatalo. Yung pong DPWH, kailan po dapat magsimula ang contractor sa paggawa nila ng project? Ano pong dokumento ang dapat nilang i-secure for them to start the project?
Once may contract na po yan, dapat may issuean sila ng notice to commence or notice to proceed.
Ito po ay binibigay right after ng bidding o naghihintay pa po ng certain time?
Hindi po. After po ng bidding, meron pong proseso yun na post-qualification. Pag na-post-qualify po, meron pong resolution of award. Tapos po mag-issue ng notice of award. Pag na-submit po yung requirements dun sa notice of award, dun na po magkokontrata. After contract po, notice to proceed po.
So, more or less, Yusek, gaano katagal po yun? Yung pong mga binanggit yung procedures, ilang linggo po yun? May plan po ba yun?
The fastest po is 28 days from publication. 28 days po pinaka-earliest possible time.
So, nangangahulugan, after ng bidding, alam na ng contractor na siya ang nanalo, meron pa siyang 20 days to prepare to start the project.
Hindi po. Pagkataas po ng bidding, siya po yung lowest na calculated bid, isa-subject po siya sa post-qualification. Ang post-qualification po, it may range from 7 days to 30 days.
So, tinanong ko po ito, Yusek, because may mga project na bid 2023, na bid 2024, na bid 2025, but until now, the accomplishment is 0, 2%, 5.0%. Can we consider this project as ghost project or potentially ghost project?
Not necessarily in my opinion, Mr. Chair, because there are reasons bakit po hindi sila nakaka-accomplish. For example, they were suspended because of right-of-way, because of permits to be secured, or for other justifiable reasons. But pero po pag ganyan, red flag na siya, I believe kung wala namang fault on both sides, pwede na po siyang i-terminate for convenience.
Meaning to say, prior sa planning, prior sa bidding, na-award na, nanalo si contractor, sasabihin ng DE, sasabihin ng DPWH, isususpend dahil may problema sa site. Is it bad planning?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair. If you will recall, Mr. Chair, since if my memory serves, for several years po, hindi kami napapagbigyan dun sa right-of-way fund po namin. Isa po yun na challenge, kaya ho kami nakakapag-suspend ng projects. Meron ho kasi tayong mga right-of-way claims at pagka ho bago naman ho tayo nag-uumpisa, meron na po tayong right-of-way plan. Ang problema lang ho kung minsan hindi po tayo nakakabayad, so hindi po tayo pinapayagan na pumasok sa property ng may-ari.
Tinanong ko po ito, Yusek, because in connection with that, pagka nag-bid na, ibig sabihin may allocation na, may pondo na.
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair. We are allowed to do early procurement activity short of award, Mr. Chair. For example, ang basis po namin, per GAA, basta meron na pong NEP, you are allowed to do early procurement activity based on the NEP. Kaya lang ho kung minsan, yung binid mo po, kung hindi po lumabas yun sa GAA, wala ka pong pondo.
Yes, but we cannot proceed the bidding without the funds. Is it correct?
We can, Mr. Chair, short of award po. Short of award. Ibig po sabihin, pagka po wala...
Can you explain to us the meaning of short of award?
Meron pong provision sa GAA at saka po sa 9184 at saka 12009 na ngayon, we are allowed to do or to conduct early procurement activity so that we could gain lead time po dun sa implementation. Kaya lang po because of some challenges na yung pong NEP namin kung minsan hindi po lumalabas dun pagkatapos po ng GA, nagkakaroon po kami ng challenge dun. So yung pong nabid namin, nabid nga po yun, hindi namin ma-award dahil po hindi na lumabas yung pondo na dapat po nandun sa NEP po namin.
Yes, thank you. Binabanggit ko po ito, Yusek, because there are projects in my district, particularly because a while ago we are talking of Laguna Lake, how to address the flooding issues, ano ang magagawa natin sa taong bayan, pagod nang ang taong bayan sa Ghost Project. But may mga project po sa district ko sa Santa Rosa, Laguna na 94 million, 141 million, 94 million, 141 million, bidded ng 2024. But until now, 2.0%, 0%. Kung hindi kaya, is it, ang tanong ko lang po, Yusek, hindi ba disadvantageous to sa government na isang taon na nakalipas, o 6 months, assuming 6 months, hindi pa nagagawa. And our people are crying and seeking for to address the flood control projects. Ano po ang masasabi niyo dito?
Hindi ko lang kasi alam po yung detalye pero nandito po yung regional director natin ng 4A. If I may ask him to respond kung familiar po siya sa mga projects. Mr. Chair.
Sige po.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. RD Jobel Mendoza po, Region 4A, sir. We will ask the district engineer on the issues of this, why this project has not been started. 2024 po, sir, Mr. Chair.
2024.
Sige, sir, tanungin ko po yung district engineer namin. Tapos we will give you a written report maybe tomorrow.
Thank you, RD. Is it possible kung talagang hindi na ho talaga kayang magawa to revert back the budget to the national treasury, then para magamit pakinabangan ng iba, yung ibang proyekto, ma-realign or kung saan man, kesa nandito sa proyekto na to, hindi naman nagagamit at hindi pinapakinabangan ng taong bayan. So, well, I would like to manifest, Mr. Chairman, that those projects that are delayed ng sobra-sobra ay ibalik na po ang pondo sa National Treasury. Kagaya po ng sinabi ni Yusek, hindi bayad ang right-of-way, may problema sa craneway, maraming issues. Then, let us revert back the budget to the National Treasury so that pakinabangan naman ng iba nating kababayan. Is it possible, RD?
Yes po, sir. Noted po, Mr. Chair. I will ask the district engineer what's the real reason behind. If it's not within the contractor's fault, if it entails right-of-way consideration or other issues and concerns, I will ask them to resort in a mutual termination with the contractor so that the funds could be reverted to the central office and the National Treasury.
Thank you, RD. Just a follow-up question. Nagkasundo na tayo. Binalik na ng DPWH sa National Treasury ang pondo. Paano kung nakakolekta si contractor ng mobilization? So what will happen for that collection?
There are several financial ways. If he has an other existing contract within the district office, they can recoup the said amount with his other existing contract through the financial ways of their finance section.
Meaning to say, yung 15% mobilization will
pwede po nilang ibawas
will be reimbursed by the public works.
Pwede po i-recoup yun dun sa ibang kontrata po nung in the event na meron pong other projects po yung contractor dun sa same district, pwede po nilang dun ibawas yung collection na yun.
Thank you, RD. Okay. So just one last question, Mr. Chairman. We are happy at the same time we are doubtful. Sa Santa Rosa, binigyan ho kami ng 520 million street light projects, which is not in line with our City Development Council plan or annual investment plan of the city. So, hindi ko namin alam kung saan natutuwa kami, but we're happy. But, parang sa tingin ko, not appropriate. But hindi ko kayo nagbigay sa Paite, mahirap na bayan sa amin sa 4th District. Sa PAMI, Laguna, mahirap na bayan namin sa 4th District. Santa Maria, Laguna, mahirap na bayan namin sa 4th District. Bakit po sa lungsod namin ng Santa Rosa, kami naman po ay medyo nakakahinga-hinga ng konti. We cannot accommodate this 520 million street light project. Sobrang dami ho, wala ako kami paglalagyan. So, I'm meaning to say, saan ho ba nanggaling yun? Sino ba nagplano? Yun ho ba ay in-insert, dinala lang, or paano ho ba nangyari?
Kung hindi po siya part ng RBP proposal, kasi sir, di ba nag-stage naman po tayo nung during the NEP restored, pwede naman pong isubject yun sa errata. All you have to do is, we will just coordinate with the district office para mapalitan nila kung ano yung priority development program nyo po dun sa area.
Thank you, RD. Mr. Chairman, I would like to manifest that the DPWH should take a serious concern monitoring on the said issues with regards to street lights and delayed flood control projects in our city. Salamat po.
Thank you din po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Um, thank you, Congressman Gonzales. Before proceeding to the next interpellator, we have some questions to BIR. Can we get a report on the search warrant implementation today against the Discayas?
I think it's the BOC, sir, which served the warrant.
It's not the BIR.
It's not the BIR.
So what has the BIR done?
For the BIR,
In the last couple of in the last week after they made the announcement relating to a lifestyle check.
Actually, the BIR will conduct tax fraud audit of the contractors involved in this controversy, Your Honor, and we will share our findings once we have the initial results. But we will request that it be made through an executive session as required under Section 20 of the Tax Code.
All right, thank you. We'd like to go to MG Samidan, particularly the concern on undercapitalized firms cornering billions of pesos in contracts. Can we state for the record po, ma'am, do you deny this categorization that you are undercapitalized firm but you are cornering billions of pesos in contracts?
During the Senate session, Your Honor, I explained to them that we had been using the sole proprietorship entity, not the corporation. We just registered the corporation 2019 in the hope of transitioning the sole proprietorship to a corporation, but when COVID came, hindi na po natuloy. Yung sole proprietorship company po ang na-register po namin in the name of my husband 1991 po, sir. And then when he died 2007, I had to register it again at the PCAB 2008 until today. Yun po ang ginagamit namin to clear the issue, yung sole proprietorship company, sir.
So yung pong sole proprietor, para sa mga kababayan ho natin, ito po ay nakarehistro sa Department of Trade and Industry. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. And
ibig sabihin, nakatali po yung assets ng MG Samidan sole proprietorship doon po sa assets po ninyo bilang Mrs. Samidan. Tama po ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So can we state for the record what is the assets of Mrs. Samidan?
Yes, the total assets is at 2024 po ito, Your Honor, is
excuse me na po. Medyo mahina po yung mic po ni ma'am.
Yes.
Ano lang po.
Okay. Yung total assets po 2024, Your Honor, is 1.809,257,229.65. Hello.
Can you repeat it, please?
Okay. It's 1.809,257,229.65, Your Honor.
So the assets of MG Samidan sole proprietorship is around 1 billion pesos. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
It comprises what? The assets comprise what?
The current assets and the fixed assets, Your Honor.
Yes, po. State po for the record what the fixed assets are, which is equivalent to 1 billion pesos. Because to be very clear, MG Samidan sole proprietorship is tied to the personal asset of Mrs. Samidan. Is this correct? Does it mean that Mrs. Samidan, you as a person, has an asset base of 1 billion pesos as well? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we state for the record, please, what these fixed assets and current assets are? Just to be clear that you are basically competent to undertake billions of pesos in contracts.
I don't have with me the complete financial statements, but these are for the current assets are the cash, accounts receivable, and inventory, and the fixed assets are the land and properties, and then the equipments, Your Honor.
So in the 1 billion assets, what is the percentage po? Ano po yung hatian ng mga assets po na ito? Ano po yung bulto nung po nga 1 billion po na ito? Ito po ba ay cash? Ito po ba ay fixed assets? At ano po yung mga fixed assets na ito in particular?
Oh, I cannot give the exact amount, Your Honor, but I will be
No,
providing.
you have to just give estimates because you already stated po yung 1 billion, di po ba?
Okay po.
So you have understanding, of course, of more or less yung hatian po ng mga porsyento. Kung cash ba ito, lupa ba ito, equipment ba ito, hindi ba? So can we state it lang po for the record what you recall at this point?
Okay, it's in mostly in the accounts receivable and the cash in bank and on hand. And it follows also that even in the fixed assets, the properties and the equipments, Your Honor.
Yes po, I understand what you are stating. These are accounting items. The question po is, what is your estimate as to the percentages of these types of assets po within that 1 billion pie of your assets po as MG Samidan?
Your Honor. I cannot give the percentage right now, Your Honor, but I will be submitting my financial statement, Your Honor.
No, so I mean, again, to be very clear po, MG Samidan, the sole proprietorship is tied to you, Mrs. Samidan, as a person. These are talagang nakatali pong mga pag-aari eh. So parang it's a bit difficult for us to understand na we are talking about 1 billion pesos in assets. Hindi ba? And the question is, how is it possible for a single proprietorship to actually be able to undertake billions of pesos in projects? Hindi ba? So I think it is reasonable for the committee to actually ask, more or less, as far as what you recall po, what would be the percentages of cash, physical assets, land, equipment po?
Okay. The current assets, maybe it's about 50%.
So when you say po current assets, ano po ibig sabihin po nito?
The cash in bank, cash on hand in bank, and the yes. Sorry. Oh. Yes. Okay. And the cash and cash equivalents is 1.5. Accounts receivable is 64.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Uh,
Can you repeat po yung cash
Yung
and cash
cash
equivalents?
equivalents is 1.5 in 2024, 516,904.
516?
1.5 billion, 1.516904,599.45. Cash receivable, accounts receivable is 64 million.
So cash is what po? 1 billion?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have 1 billion in cash.
Yes, in bank and in cash.
Really?
Cash and cash equivalent.
You have 1 billion in cash.
Cash and cash
Yes,
equivalents. Your
cash
Honor.
and cash equivalent. You have 1 billion in cash. How is that possible?
No, it's like
Pera po ito hindi po ito stock certificates, hindi po ito physical plant, hindi po ito equipment. Tama po ba? Is this
Yes, Your
correct?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin, hindi po ito backhoe. Ito po ay pera. Pera sa bangko, pera sa ilalim ng kama. Tama po ba ito? 1 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
So basically, if you are talking about your assets, 1 billion in cash is basically what? 99% of your total assets, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, gusto lang ho namin maunawaan bakit po ito ganito kalaki. Kasi syempre, ang pagkakaintindi ho natin, pagka yung mga kumpanyang malalaki, hindi naman ho nakalagay sa cash yan eh. Hindi ba? 99% of your asset base is cash or cash equivalents. So ano po yung paliwanag po natin bakit ganito po yung inyo pong financial picture, Madam? Please respond to the question, please.
Yes. Next explanation.
Just to be clear po, we're not attributing any wrongdoing at this point. No, we just want to be clarified as to why we have 1 billion in cash as our current 2024 financial picture. Is this the typical financial picture, for example, of other contractors? Or is it a very distinct financial picture only for MG Samidan? Kindly respond po, Madam. Again, we would like to restate the question. Can we explain lang po for the record, why is it that MG Samidan and Mrs. Samidan, which is basically interlinked as a single proprietorship and as a person, holding cash of what cash and cash equivalents of 1 billion equivalent to 99% of its assets?
Yes. Okay. It was mostly in cash and cash equivalents because we have been in the business for 34 years. Yeah.
All right, we will accept the response. What are the other types of projects po that you undertake? You are based po in CAR, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ano po yung mga ginawa niyo po aside from flood control? Kasama ko kayo dun sa mga top 15 flood control project contractors, hindi po ba? Ano pa ho yung mga typical projects po na ginagawa po ninyo?
Sa may mga road projects po kami.
Ano pa po? Mga tulay po?
Ay wala po sa tulay.
Gumagawa din po ba kayo ng mga slope protection projects?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasama po dito yung mga rock netting projects din po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po yung period po na gumagawa po kayo ng rock netting projects?
If I remember right, it's 2022, Your Honor.
2022 beyond or 2022 before?
Your Honor, if my memory serves right, it's 2022 to 2023.
Rock netting projects po?
I just have to check on the records again, sir.
But previous to 2022, did you undertake rock netting projects as well?
If I may check, but I guess so, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, for the
Yes, Your
record po, DPWH, when was the memo issued by the DPWH prohibiting rock netting?
I think it was early 2023, sir, when Sec Bonoan issued a department order, not really prohibiting rock netting, but to make sure that these projects are technically justified. So there are stringent requirements for them to be qualified.
Can we state for the record the reason why this order was issued by Secretary Bonoan? Is it because there are particular concerns relating to whether or not these are overpriced projects?
Probably that was one of the reasons, but I would not really know the real reasons. But that department order was issued before the budget for 2023, I believe.
Okay, we will return to MG Samidan. We hope that the financial statements of MG Samidan will be submitted to the committee. We are unsatisfied with the explanation as to why 1 billion pesos in cash is currently being held by MG Samidan and Mrs. Samidan. And we would like to look further into the entire financial and operational picture of this particular flood control contractor. Thank you. Next to interpolate po is Congressman Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kung titingnan po natin yung ating agenda, we have 7 matters referred to our committee. And doon po sa 7, meron pong mga subjects na subject for investigation of our committee, and meron po naman na matter na kagaya po ng mga proposed measures to solve flooding. And yung pong flow ng ating hearing, I think mas magiging productive at mas magiging mabilis kung paghiwalayin po natin yung dalawang bagay. Ihiwalay po natin yung matters subject for investigation and yung matters subject for study para po sa mga proposed measures to prevent flooding. Kasi po, kapag investigation, of course, pag-usapan natin dito yung mga overpricing, ghost projects, at yung mga substandard na mga proyekto. And kapag naman yung proposed measures, pag-usapan natin yung master plan, pag-usapan natin yung dredging, pag-usapan natin yung spillway, at iba pang mga proposed solution doon po sa problema. Kasi po, pag pinaghalo natin yung dalawang equally important na matter, ang nangyayari po, napo-focus lang tayo doon sa investigation, doon po sa mga anomalies. Pero naiiwan po yung pag-uusap tungkol sa ano ba ang solusyon doon po sa flooding. Kaya, Mr. Chair, sana po, first meeting pa lang po naman ito, sa mga susunod po nating meeting, gawin po nating magkahiwalay yung hearing. And importante rin po yon kasi pagka po naman ang pinag-uusapan natin ay proposed solution doon sa flooding, hindi na kailangan mag-inhibit yung mga members ng committee dahil hindi naman po pinag-uusapan doon yung conflict of interest kasi wala namang conflict of interest doon kasi solutions of the problem pinag-uusapan natin. Kapag ang pinag-uusapan naman natin ay investigation, yun, doon po kailangan magkaroon ng mag-inhibit yung mga members ng committee kung sila po ay may kamag-anak na contractor and pag-i-invite po ng mga resource persons mas magiging maganda rin po yung pag-i-invite kasi kapag pinag-uusapan natin yung solution doon po sa flooding, hindi na po natin kailangan invite yung contractor. Hindi pa po sila kasali sa usapang yan. Kapag naman ang pinag-uusapan po natin ay, of course, yung mga administrative matter, yung pong mga subject for investigation, saka natin invite ang COA, saka natin invite ang iba pang mga agencies. So yun po yung observation ko bilang miyembro ng committee, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. No, we will do it. No, pero syempre, I think the focus of the committee, of the House, and of the nation today is really to exact accountability po on the flood control. But you are correct. It is equally important that we talk about po the solutions to flooding. Kasi magkakaiba ho talaga yung solution sa iba't ibang mga lugar. No, at I think everyone naman po knows it's not just flood control, but many other interventions din po na dapat po natin gawin. Maraming salamat po. Next to interpolate is Congressman Sheen Gonzalez, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mula kanina po, yung mga naririnig natin, all about from Luzon. If I may, Mr. Chair, tawid naman po tayo sa Visayas. Thank you. My question is about the flood control projects in my district, Eastern Samar po, yung dalawang munisipyo. This is, I will read the title of the project. First, from the municipality of Hernani, Eastern Samar, yung nasa news na po ngayon, nasa newspaper, Mr. Chair. The title of the project is Construction of Flood Control Structure, Barangay Batang, Barangay Garawon, Hernani, Eastern Samar, with ID number of 24I00046, amounting to 192,393,616.92. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, nabid po ito ng April 1 of 2024. And it says, yung accomplishment ng project is 84.72%. But when we check sa ground, ay wala pa pong 5% yung accomplishment. And upon checking the disbursement voucher, it says yung nakuha na is 30%, 30.015% to be exact, amounting to 30.03%. If I'm not mistaken, amounting to 37,210,169. So my question here, Mr. Chair, is ano po ba ang tama? Yung 84% or bakit po yung record is 84.72% at yung accomplishment sa ground is only more or less 5%, Mr. Chair?
With the permission of the chair, may I please request Director Tabacon to respond?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ardy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you.
Yes, proceed, please.
Kong Xian. It is my privilege to give to you the status of this project as a new termer of the Eastern Samar. Yes, sir.
Totoo po yun, RD, because it is my duty because ang mga tao po doon ay tinatanong na sa akin. So medyo nagiging maingay po. Salamat po, RD. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Actually, the project is one of the walo tong mga projects na to that has a environmental issue, even social and political issues, no. The plan has been revised because of the request of the residents and even the officials of the LGU to realign the project alignment of the project. So there were revisions, and there was no go signal from the, clearance from the LGU for the contractor to start. There were several attempts by the contractor to start the project, and even they were accomplished certain works, but then it was realigned, no? So, and the reported in the PCMA of 80+%, this was not updated, no? Sa PCMA report natin, because there was already a suspension, work suspension of the project because of those problems, right of way, no clearance from the various sectors. So that really was the cause of the problem, and the Yes, delay of okay. the implementation. It's a delay of implementation. Okay. But we are already correcting the PCMA report now, and since the project was supervised by the project engineer of the district office, because of this incident, we immediately assigned the regional project engineer to closely supervise the project. Honorable Chair. Thank you, RD. Mr. Chair, tama po na kailangan i-correct nyo to kasi nagkakagulo po doon. Tamang-tama naman po, napakauso ngayon itong flood control, eh nagkataon po yung Project RD na flood control. My second question, Mr. Chair, yung flood control din sa Municipality of Llorente. Yung Municipality of Llorente, same thing, 82.3% yung declared na accomplishment, pero yung sa ground, if I'm not mistaken, parang 2 weeks pa lang po siya nag-uumpisa. I don't know the reason behind, pero baka the same thing sa Municipality of Hernani. To clarify things, Mr. Chair, magkatabing bayan lang po ito. Yung Municipality of Hernani at saka yung Municipality of Llorente. Now, yung date ng pagka-bid is April 5 of 2024 and mag-expire January 29 of 2025. With this, Mr. Chair, RD, can you please enlighten us or tell us what's happening na ito po mga project ay sobrang delay? Tatapusin pa po ba ito? Kailan po, kung tatapusin, kailan po ito matatapos? At para naman po sa marinig ng mga taga-Eastern Samar at marinig sa buong Pilipinas, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kong Shin. Actually, we are correcting now the schedule, no? Because as I've said a while ago, what is stated in the PCMA is that the original timeline of the project, as if there was no work suspension because of the numerous issues and concerns. But now we are correcting it, and we will give, of course, the original timeline when the project work suspension would be effected. It will be moved forward. Of course, as you have questioned, will it be completed precisely? For sure, Kong-Shin, we will complete it.
Thank you so much, RD. At asahan po namin yan kasi itong mga area na po ito, talaga pong binabaha naman siya. My third question, Mr. Chair, last question. maraming beses na po ba sa regional office na meron pong mga taga Manila na nagjo-join for bidding? Just a question po. Mga contractor po.
Maraming beses.
Maraming beses na po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, even before. No?
Even before.
When I was assigned there, I was assigned there as Assistant Regional Director before, and there are also numerous contractors all over the Philippines who participated in our procurement, competitive bidding. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why I ask this question, Mr. Chair? Kasi nakita ko lang, of all the flood control projects, ito yung medyo, let's say, delayed at may issue. Just by looking at the document, yung contractor sa Barangay Garawan Hernani is Amethyst Horizon Builder and General Contractor and Development Corporation. Yung address po ng business niya is Pasig. 0029 JB Miguel Street, Bambang, Pasig City. At ito namang Municipality of Llorente, Barangay Suong, parehas po sila taga Pasig, yung kontraktor. Pero magkaiba ng pangalan, YPR General Contractor and Construction Supply Incorporated. Since we have here contractors, wala po ba dito yung may-ari nitong YPR General Contractor at saka yung Amethyst Horizon Builder, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, from the contractor side?
Can you repeat the name, please?
Amethyst Horizon Builder and General Contractor and Development Corporation and YPR General Contractor and Construction Supply Incorporated.
They're not part of the list that had been invited, but for the record, Amethyst is one of the Discaya-linked firms that had been stated in the Senate hearing yesterday.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Chair. With this, nakikita po natin na parehas po silang taga-Pasig with the same issue of the project. But nevertheless, we heard already from the good regional director to continue the work and to do their best para matapos po ito lahat. No more further question, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next to interpolate is Congressman Odocado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is directed to either the COA or the DPWH. Thank you. I'd like to ask how many total foreign aided projects do we have for flood control? What's the loan amount, average interest rate, and probably its project maturity? Foreign aided projects.
Your Honor, I apologize. The project manager of Ugma Flood Control who manages the foreign assisted projects I think just went out. So we're trying to call him, Your Honor. I think he's in the best position to answer. Yung interest rate po, ang alam ko po, depende sa lending institution. At alam ko rin po na Department of Finance yung nagne-negotiate sa mga lending institution on the amount of interest rate for every project or every program that they lend to us, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek. Maybe COA can answer also if COA is here.
Can you allow us to check our records po sa mga emails ko po? Okay lang po ba?
No
Kasi
problem.
po, marami po siya. Meron po tayong World Bank, meron po tayong JICA, and ADB po. Yung mga reports po kasi hindi po siya consolidated kasi yung mga management letters po ay bali per project po siya.
Okay, can you also add the completion rate? I'll get back to you on this. Maybe I'll ask a second question first and then I'll get back to this question again.
Yung completion rate po siguro sir, ang may bibigay ko po is yung as of December 31, 2024 kasi yun po yung last audit po namin. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'll proceed first to the second question. Given the amount of rainwater that fell down last Saturday, can I ask how many of our flood control projects sa Manila po yung gumagana? I was researching po konti. I was able to see po na meron dapat tayong Blumentritt connector, interceptor, I'm sorry. And then at the same time, our Estero de Sunog Apo. Can we ask on the functionality of those two projects po? Thank you.
With the permission of the chair, I would like to ask Director Opulencia of NCR to respond, please.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, the Sunog Apog pumping station is under the upgrading po for now po. But meron po tayong dalawang temporary pump na naka-install doon for during the upgrading po ng pumping station.
Since it's an upgrade, when was this project first declared as completed? You know po.
Sorry, Your Honor, but let me check for that kasi kakasyon ko lang po as RD. But sa pagkakaalam ko, as far as I know, gumana naman ito and kaya lang nagkaroon ng pabalik-balik na sira due to garbage and siltation po.
And the upgrading budget and the item was labeled when? Last year, 2024 or for 2025?
2025 po.
2025. How fast can you get me that data?
I think this November po matapos namin yung upgrading po nung facility po, nung pump.
And should it have been working or functioning, how much can it contain? I mean, the rainwater containment capability of the said projects.
Actually, it's the same volume capacity. It's 3.5 meters per second po, Your Honor. And isang pump po yung inaayos namin ngayon kasi apat na chamber ito and apat na pump na 3.5 cubic meter per second. Kaya lang lahat po nasira na po kasi nga po doon sa siltation and garbage. But yung ginagawa po namin ngayon is repair nung isang pump and at the same time, yung upgrading po ng facilities po para hindi na po mag-accumulate ng siltation and garbage po.
And we also have data on how much siltation and garbage ang dumaan po para nasira ito.
Wala po kong exact figure for now, Your Honor. And let me check for that po.
Sige po, thank you. Maybe I can go back to the first question po for COA, if you have na po.
Honor, hinahanap ko pa lang po.
Sige. Mr. Chair, maybe I'll defer my questions first so that they have enough time to study the questions.
All right. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Rama, do you want to ask questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, because my constituents have been asking, and for transparency's sake, I would like to ask DPWH what is the selection process on identifying the flood control projects in the Philippines. Can we lay down the process?
Yes, Your Honor. All the projects po emanate from the implementing office, down sa district engineering office. And then they submit that to the regional office on the assumption po na nag-coordinate na po sila sa mga LGU, stakeholders, and even RDC. So the regional office submits the regional budget proposal prioritized based on their priority to the central office. Yun pong pagpasok, depende po sa ceiling ng bawat distrito, engineering district, at may proportion po na prescribed secretary na 70-30. So sa 70% po, pwede doon ang OO1 or OO2. Andun po yung National Road at saka major flood control or principal river, along principal or major river basin. The rest po are local projects po doon sa 30%. Ganun po, Your Honor. So they are ranked based on the prioritization of the regional office, Your Honor, through the regional budget proposal. But they should already underwent the validation and the coordination with the local government units and other stakeholders, Your Honor.
I've said this during the last hearing that in Cebu, our flooding is terrible. And in 2016 to 2022, I think the DPWH has spent about 1.9 billion pesos. This year, 2025, the mayor said that there are 11 flood control projects in my district amounting close to around 500 million pesos. For me, there are more flood control projects that are needed in some local roads for the consumption of my constituents, namely Tagonol, Mambaling, SRP, which is not part of the national roads. As you said, 70% national roads, major rivers. You are the one who identifies. DPWH is the agency that identifies these projects, not the congressman. Am I correct, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, again, the regional office submits the regional budget proposal. We assume that they have already coordinated with all the stakeholders, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Hopefully, DPWH could consider the major priorities in our district, because I think, in my opinion, I believe that the flood control projects that are being implemented by DPWH is not responsive to the needs of our city. If this amount would be allocated on the barangays that I mentioned, specifically, again, Mambaling, Sipadilla, Tagonol, which is waist deep in terms of flooding. SRP right now, which is an economic hub in Cebu City, is flooding right now. I think we can be more efficient in our spending and be more responsive in terms of addressing the flooding in Cebu City. As I said before, we talk about flooding in Metro Manila. We talk about flooding in other parts here in NCR. But now there is a movement in Cebu, an anti-flood movement in Cebu that is led by the civil society, that is led by the Chamber of Commerce. And I, myself, have even been called out about this problem, about the flood control problem, Mr. Chairman. I have even been asked by our constituents to identify these flood control projects, Mr. Chairman. And in my opinion, I believe these flood control projects should be put in the flood-prone areas, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of transparency, since my constituency, and it went viral already, for the sake of transparency and accountability, Mr. Chairman, I asked the DPWH, although it's not my, it's not for me to identify the project, it's the DPWH responsibility to identify the projects. I asked the DPWH office to identify the projects so my constituents may know where these projects are, Mr. Chairman. May I just read the projects of flood control in my district so that my constituents will know kung saan itong mga flood control projects in my district.
Please proceed.
Construction, flood mitigation along Guadalupe River, Barangay Calunasan, amounting to 50 million by Helm Construction. Construction of flood mitigation structure along Guadalupe River, Barangay Sapangdako, 42 million by GoWill Builders. Construction of flood mitigation along Kinalumsan River amounting to 50 million by BNR Construction. Gabuya Street Outlet, Cebu City, amounting to 100 million by WTG Construction. Mananga River, Barangay Bonbon, 100 million, Kyle Construction. Buo Taop, 100 million, Tri4 Construction. Revetment structure along Mananga River, Bonbon, 50 million by Quirante Construction Corporation. 68 million by QM Builders, Mr. Chairman. Bumetrics, revetment at Barangay Tagbao, 45 million. GoWill Builders sa Pangdako, 27 million. Helm Construction, Barangay Calunasan, 20 million. Mr. Chairman, as part of my overseeing functions, I checked and I inspected these flood control projects. Because when they say flood control, baha yung nakikita, di ba? Baha sa urban centers. My understanding, flood control includes yung sa mga rivers and protection of people living in these rivers. And when I check these rivers, let's say Buo Taop, may namatay doon. Sa Kinalumsan, may namatay doon. Sa Bonbon, may bata namatay doon because of the water. So, sa akin lang, Mr. Chairman, I just want to at least, because you were mentioning the 70-30 Yusikati, although we need, maybe the department sees they need these flood control projects in the major waterways in the city of Cebu. But yung nakikita na every time it rains, nandun sa hindi covered sa 70% na OO1, OO2. So, we need a little bit of more elbow room to address these problems. Because when there is flood, yung una nakikita is the congressman or the mayor. We need more responsive projects also in the urban area, which are not part of the national road or the national rivers. So at least we can help lobby. Again, all we can do as congressman is lobby and ask the necessary agencies to address these projects, Mr. Chairman. And with the expose right now, I mean, it's so 2 minutes, 1 minute. With the expose right now of Congressman Levis is, I think, is there a practice in Cebu of congressman pocketing 25% aside from Bulacan, Mr. Chairman? May I ask that question? I don't know who can answer that question, pero I have to ask that question because my constituency and even the newspapers are asking, Mr. Chairman. So, may I ask, is there a practice in Cebu na ganyan? Because unfair. Para sa amin. Mr. Chairman.
I don't know anyone who is in a position to respond, but DPWH can
Your
respond.
Honor,
please.
Mr. Chair, on the 70-30, that has been the policy of the former secretary since the start of this administration, because the 70% is our core program. But we will take note of your appeal, especially that Cebu City is highly urbanized city, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. On the matter of the second concern, siguro po mas appropriate po na yung ating regional director ang sumagot dun because he's the one directly working on the ground and with the other stakeholders, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Kong Edu. Sir, with regards to your query, we at the DPWH don't entertain for that specific issues. That we're only trying to consider what is really needed as you are requesting for your district. But as I have known you before, sir, we have discussed all these priority projects that you intend to pursue for your district, and I have raised this to the department that your district should be included in the highly urbanized, as one of the highly urbanized cities. And to be given the flexibility of considering a more proactive measure or flexible consideration for the portion of the arrangement of the 50-50 ratio that also be given to our district. So, by the way, Yusekati, it is not only the Cebu district that is being considered a highly urbanized for the Cebu province. We still have three major component cities or highly urbanized cities, which is the Mandaue, in which a lot of issues also pertaining to flooding is being experienced, and also the part of the Lapu-Lapu city. So it is also the request of these legislators to really to have the flexibility of considering a more essential ratio of prioritization for flood control, and also considering this timely efforts of these legislators to include as part of the prioritization for this year in their NEP. And I fully understand, sir, with your concern that has been reached to our office, and we're looking at it as to the prioritization as you have requested to us. And I hope the department will really look into this matter with utmost priority, sir.
Yeah, Director, Regional Director R.D. Villa is familiar in Cebu City because DPWH office is located in the SRP, and every time it rains, sometimes every now and then the SRP rains, the SRP floods, diba? So hopefully we can be more flexible and not be Manila-centric because it's quite unfair na medyo flexible yung NCR, and Cebu City is one of the most progressive cities in the Philippines. Marikina, compared to Cebu City, I think mas progressive, and we allow NCR to have 50-50. So thank you very much for your consideration. in allowing us to have more flexibility to address the problems in the roads that are not included in the national highways, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Yusek Cathy, and thank you very much, Yusek R.D. Villa.
All right. Thank you, Congressman Rama. Before proceeding to the last interpellator, we have with us today, and we thank that some of the top 15 contractors for flood control are here. Legacy Construction Corporation, QM Builders, EGB Construction Corporation, Centerways Construction and Development, Sunwest 888, MD Samidan, LRTK, Builders, Road Edge Trading, Hightone Construction. Did we forget anyone else? Royal Crown is here also. Where is Royal Crown? Royal Crown is represented. Ano, umuwi na yun? Kala ko nandito yung abogado. This is for the purpose of the next hearing. For Mr. Abilido, Legacy Construction Corporation, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
Your Honor, we firmly deny that.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny that, Your Honor.
Thank you for your response. QM Builders, Mr. Alan Kirante, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
We deny.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny, Mr. Chairman.
EGB Construction Corporation, Mr. Bagaw, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
Centerways Construction and Development Incorporation, Mr. Lubiano, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
Mr. Chair, we deny.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny, Mr. Chair.
Sunwest Incorporated, Ms. Alcazar, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
888 Construction and Supply, Mr. Natividad, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
We deny, Your
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
MD Samidan Construction, Mrs. Samidan, do you deny that you have ghost projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny, Your Honor.
LRTK Builders, Mr. Tiki. Where is he? Road Edge Construction, Road Edge Trading and Development Services, Mr. Uy, Engineer Uy. Do you deny that you have ghost projects?
Yes, we deny, Mr. Chair.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
Yes, we deny, Mr. Chair.
Hightone Construction and Development Corporation, Mr. Marbella. Do you deny that you have ghost projects?
We deny, Mr. Chair.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
Yes, we deny.
Where is Royal Crown? Is Royal Crown present? Royal Crown has left. Which else is still here?
LRTK.
Sorry. LRTK Builders, Inc. Mr. Tiki, do you deny that you have ghost projects? You have to repeat the answer for the record, please. I will repeat the question. Do you deny?
We
Mr.
deny.
Tiki, do you
We
deny
deny.
that you have ghost projects?
We deny.
Do you deny that you have substandard projects?
We deny.
Royal Crown. So all the contractors who are present here today have denied that they have ghost projects, and they have denied that they have substandard projects. They will be bound by this denial in the next hearings, ladies and gentlemen, and in the event that we see ghost projects and substandard projects, they will be confronted with it. No? So, but we thank you for coming today and for respecting the invitation of the committee. For those that were not present, they will be given a subpoena to force them to attend. The last interpellator is Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would be to the DPWH. Kanina po sa opening statement ng ating chairman ng Public Works, sinabi po niya na ang process po ng paggagawa ng budget ay apat po ang budget preparation, budget authorization, budget execution, and budget accountability. Matanong ko po sa DPWH, saan po ang participation ng Kongreso dito sa process na ito?
Ito pa lang po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, dapat may consultation na po sa lahat ng stakeholders, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ano po?
First stage pa lang po, when they submit and prepare na yung kanilang regional budget proposal, dapat po meron na silang consultation, hindi sa LGU po at sa lahat ng stakeholder, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Doon sa first stage, which is budget preparation, kasama na po ba ang congressman doon?
Sa consultation po, lahat po ng stakeholders, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nyo naman sinasagot yung tanong ko eh. Very
Opo.
specific yung tanong ko.
Opo.
Kasama po ba ang congressmen
Yes
o
po.
legislators doon?
Yes po. Yes,
Yes?
po, Your Honor. Yes po.
Ano po ang rule na nagsasabi na kasama ang legislators?
Stakeholder po kayo eh. You're the one representing,
I'm asking for the rule or the law.
wala po akong alam na rule or law, pero
Okay.
yung stakeholder consultation, Your Honor.
So there's no law that you know na, na kasama ang legislators sa budget preparation. Kasi ang pagkaalam ko, kasama lang kami doon sa budget authorization. When the NEP of the executive is brought to Congress. Hindi ba yun? If we look at the budget process,
Kami ho, kinoconsider namin na stakeholder ang lahat po ng mga sektor na maapektuhan ng proyekto.
kung titingnan po natin yung Department Order number 23, series of 2015, wala naman binabanggit na participation ng legislators dito eh. Kayo lang po ang nagsasabi. Kasi kasama na kami ngayon sa gulo eh. Di po ba? Pero kung titingnan po natin ang process, kasama lang kami sa budget authorization. When the NEP of the executive is brought to Congress. Kaya nagkakaroon kami ng budget deliberation. Sa budget execution, kanino po ba ito?
Implementing office po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ano yung implementing office?
Depende po kung regional office or district engineering
In
office.
other words, DPWH.
Opo, Your Honor.
And then budget accountability. Kanino po ito?
Ang pananaw ko po, kami po yun dahil accountable po kami sa budget.
Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, mangyayari po ba yung katanungan kanina ng aming chairman sa mga contractors? Magkakaroon ba ng ghost project? Magkakaroon ba ng substandard projects na hindi alam ng DPWH?
Your Honor, dapat po alam ng implementing office.
Dapat alam ng DPWH. So in other words, kung may maaring mangyaring katarantaduhan sa DPWH infra projects, kayo po dapat ang makakalam. Di po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Yes. Why?
Ang DPWH po ang implementing agency.
Kung titignan po kasi natin yung, are you aware of the existence of Executive Order number 14? 124? Which was signed in January 1987 by then President Corazon Aquino. Are you aware of that?
Hindi ko po kabisado yung number, Your Honor.
Madam Undersecretary, Executive Order number 124 reorganized the Ministry of Public Works and Highways into what we now know as DPWH. Charter ninyo yun, hindi nyo alam?
I apologize, Your Honor. You're
Yes.
correct.
Kaya siguro tayo nagkakagulo dahil hindi nyo nga alam yung charter ninyo eh. Di po ba? Yes. And under Executive Order number 124, 6 department services were created, 5 bureaus, 16 regional offices, 24 PMOs, 16 regional equipment services, 118, now 196 district offices. Would you know that?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, marami na pong nadagdag na opisina based dun sa EO 124 na sinasabi niyo
Now,
po.
may I know if you know about the 5 bureaus created by Executive Order na 124?
Bureau of Construction, Bureau of Design, Maintenance, Equipment, and Bureau of Research and Standard.
And these bureaus have the respective job descriptions. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are the heads of these bureaus present this afternoon, Madam Undersecretary?
Wala po, Your Honor. Only the regional directors are present, Your Honor.
Hindi po yun ang kailangan ko dahil kasi nandito po yung problema eh. Kasi